Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you.
Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music. We're getting today's DeOrganized daily live stream started. It is just past 7:30. It's actually 7:33. I'm slightly late. I apologize. We had a nice break for the holidays. We have a lot of content we've put together this year, especially the last couple months. We're starting to get more into the swing of things there. Merry Christmas, Victor, and Happy New Year, my brother. Great to hear from you. Cannot wait to have you spotlighted on here as well. We are just wrapping up the year. I had a great holiday throughout, started actually not this past weekend, but the weekend before. We had a few shows, but slow towards the holiday. And then a nice little break. We didn't have any live shows from Wednesday through Friday. We do have our 200 STX giveaway. There's 3 more days, today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. You have opportunities to enter 3 more times over the next couple of days. Today's entry is open. And the question for today is, are you ending the year more bullish, cautious, or focused? Or maybe a combination of those 3. But all you have to do is let us know in the pinned live thread post, the comments under there. Also, I think I started last week, and I'm not sure exactly how. I'm not 100% certain how we're going to do it, but I am going to pin the live stream post right now. Pinning that to the profile so it is there. And I am going to drop the question so you guys have that there as well. And again, today's question is, are you ending the year more bullish, cautious, or focused? And you let us know in the comments underneath the live stream thread that is pinned to the DeOrganized page on X. And from there, I keep seeing this picture. By the way, that photo of me drinking coffee from a Nescafe mug is awesome and glorious. I did not put that up there. I'm not entirely sure who did. It might be the Stacks meme master himself, but I'm not 100% certain who did actually put that there. But every time I see it, it makes me smile. So I love our crew, our community, our brothers, and sisters, and you guys make me smile on a regular, and I'm very, very thankful for you. We've already got some answers. Didi is already up there putting in his answers, so you guys get your answers in there. Every answer counts. You can enter once daily. This has been a pretty good contest running for the month, so I'll probably do it again in January. We don't know exactly. Maybe it'll be a little bit more. I don't know. If we get a really good turnout for the next couple of days, I might do a little bit more than 200 STX for January. We'll see. But we do have a live show coming up. I believe we're doing the Whatever Morning Space with Benta this morning at 8, like we do every Monday through Friday. At 8:30, I will be back with the news. That's what I was going to say. I don't think I'm going to do the news thread anymore. I don't think I need to make a separate thread. I think I can actually just get the news items and then put all the stuff that I need to put into a thread in the live stream thread that we're putting our answers in and everything. I think that'll make the most sense. But I would love to hear from you guys if you think a standalone news item thread is of value. If you guys think there is value there, I will keep doing it. But I don't want to keep doing something that is not really adding value or adding anything extra. Hey, what's up? I cannot wait to spotlight CineX. Good morning, RV404. Let's go. And Didi in the live chat. By the way, guys, Chad share the live stream and Chad say hi in the live chat. These are Chad's right here. Victor, paper-to-screen.btc, RV404.btc, DeFi Dictator. We got tons of chads in the ecosystem, and you guys show up all the time. And I just want to remind everybody that we appreciate you. You know, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys tuning in, finding value in what we're doing here with the show and everything. So thank you for giving us this opportunity to do this and continue doing this. I love doing it. I love putting the time. It is work. You know, I don't want to diminish that, but for everybody, not just me. But I do want to just remind everybody that we are here. We're going to do this. We're going to continue, but we are here for you. And without you, without your input, without your participation, this doesn't really work. So we need you. So thank you for participating. And I'm going to play some carry some pre-recorded content from earlier episodes of some of our guest segments. And we'll see you at 8:30 with the news. Don't forget to tune into the space at 8. Peace out. And with that, I'll bring on the homies. I think GP's running a little late. He was having some technical issues. We got Hunter in the house. How you doing today, brother?
GM, bro. Hope you're well. Hope you're good. Yeah. Everything is fresh this side. I'm just in the space, and something happened to G-Win. It got drained. So, hey, it's just crazy.
What happened?
G-Win got drained. His wallet got drained, so he doesn't know what happened.
In the
so
space?
Right now they're talking about it. They're talking about it, G-Win. So he doesn't know if he interacted with a token or connected a wallet on a website that he doesn't know about. So he just saw that his token got transferred to another wallet.
Guys, that's why you got to always be careful. Always look before you leap, and if you're interacting with something new, it might be a wise decision to use a separate wallet, a test wallet, until you know what you're dealing with. Yeah, we'll talk more about that after. I want to bring on Guy from VoltFi. Really excited to talk to you today, man. How are you today, Guy?
Oh, I'm better now. Thank you so much for having me here. Amazing time, you know.
I'm really excited. I know you're. I think we talked. I don't remember which. A couple of different spaces. Maybe the BitFlow space, or maybe one of the DeGrant spaces, or.
Yeah, I believe we first met at the Bitcoin Beach event in Vegas this year.
Oh, probably. I was definitely
there. Yeah.
I was all over the place that day.
And from then on, just like bumping into each other's spaces and out there, you know. But amazing. Thank you so much for having me here, you know, to talk about what we're doing, about the space, you know. Exciting times.
So the project is VoltFi.
Yeah.
And why don't you tell us a little bit about what is VoltFi? Tell us what VoltFi is.
Yeah, VoltFi is a startup building Bitcoin derivatives on chain. We explore the space that's more advanced on the DeFi side, that's brand new to Bitcoin. It's still a very small niche, but if you compare to TradFi, it's a huge space. It's a huge possibility. Today, the derivative side on Bitcoin, it's less than 5% of the total market cap. But if you go to TradFi, it's multiples of the total market cap. So the possibilities are endless.
Derivatives are usually way more than the actual market cap of whatever you're deriving from.
Yeah.
So yes.
But those tools are very complicated. So we at VoltFi are taking a different approach. We are creating a gamified approach to options trading, following our roadmap, which we start at a very simple one-side liquidity pool structure, and then we move towards our end goal, which is to become a deribit on stacks. We began building around 10 months ago, But we just pivoted to stacks. We spent 9 months on Arch Network, but we recently were very fortunate to get a SIP 10 grant, and we were able to bring our community, our product, our ideas to stacks.
Nice.
So
So
we're
you guys,
just at a
you guys qualified for one of the interim grants?
yeah, the larger grants.
Nice. Very
Yeah.
nice.
So we're at that critical stage that next week we open our alpha testnet to selected users. The week after we do our beta testnet to more users, and then we aim towards mainnet sometime soon down the line. You know,
So
really exciting.
alpha testnet starts this coming week. First
This
week of
coming
November?
week, yes.
Wow, very interesting.
And
And that's for so right now there's no actionable testnet yet. It starts next week. Alpha test is usually just making sure that you get all the bugs and everything out. And then beta test is a little bit more like user feedback and that kind of thing to make sure that it's the right product for the consumer.
yeah, we launched an earlier testnet on Arch Network last May. We're able to have 4,900 wallets connected, and we had 77,000 trades on the product. It was an earlier version
Wow.
of what we have right now. It was Rust based. So the first step on the Stacks milestone was to change our coding to Clarity and improve the solution on a lot of feedback that we had gotten in the past. So we're very confident with our alpha. It's not a very it's an early alpha, but we believe it's advanced, and we're gonna be able to go from alpha to beta really fast. And let's see how the community will see and use. I gotta say that we're amazed by how welcome we've been to the Stacks ecosystem, out of this world. We know people all over the place. We talk to everyone anytime, but the Stacks people, just unbelievable. From early users to more advanced developers to the people doing business development, marketing. Wow, it's unbelievable. And I feel that we're very lucky because this is such an awesome time for Stacks. So many things happening in 2025, and we believe that Stacks for DeFi, it's the right thing for in the right time. You get the speed, you get the low fees, you have the SBTC cap that's been raised, so you have all this new capital that will come to Stacks, and we aim towards building this advanced product, but in a simpler way. But the key advantage of what we're doing is that it's very scalable. So we can start with very early users, and in a very short period of time, by iterating on feedback and talking to people, we can reach institutional people. So this is
Absolutely. And I do think that Stacks is definitely a great place for Bitcoin centric DeFi for sure. So, real quick, a lot of our audience, this is a little bit, derivatives is a little bit over their heads. So, can you give us a simple explanation of what a derivative is
yes.
in this sense?
A derivative is a financial product that its price derives from a main asset. So a Bitcoin derivative, it's an asset class that its changing price will be directly correlated to the changing price of Bitcoin. But why did we go towards the derivative side? First, because my co-founder and I have a financial background in this kind of products. My co-founder lives in San Francisco. He worked for AWS Database, Commvault. He's a full deck developer and also has a quant certification. So we feel that we're really prepared to create these more sophisticated products. But we're doing it in an easier way. What we're doing right now on testnet, we call it Satoshi options, because we start with a gamified price range play. You're gonna be able to. Let me give you some of the steps that you do once you go to access our product. You
Yeah.
go to votefi.xyz. You're gonna open the app. You're gonna get your Xverse. Then down the line, your Ledger wallet and connect it. You're gonna see the Bitcoin price. You're gonna see daily expiration. So you're gonna bet on a Bitcoin price range that expires tomorrow. And users, by betting on this,
They're all just 24-hour expiry contracts.
yes.
So
You wanna keep,
you're making it's an option bet on just a short-term time frame.
yes. But the key point here, that's our differential, you don't need to understand option Greeks. You don't need to understand volatility. We're doing it all under the hood. So the pricing of this Bitcoin price range prediction, let's call it a prediction, it's determined by all this complicated math under the hood. So you don't need to understand that. So the closer you get to the expiration, the more expensive you pay because there's a higher chance of you getting it right. So that's a benefit for early bettors because they enter the pool very early with a lower price. So this is the approach. At the end of the day, on settlement, you divide the price range. That's the first step. Second step, we emulate options. So if you, even though you don't get the price range right, but you got the direction right, you still profit from it. So we're finding ways, and in time, we're going to keep adding new ideas and new products that will direct these early users towards a full deck of options if they want to. So down the line, it's going to be very easy for them to go through this education to better understand. Because what I also like about the Stacks user is that I feel it's a more advanced user on Bitcoin because they've gotten their Xverse wallet or Ledger wallet. They've bought assets. They sent it to Stacks. They hold Stacks. They hold SBTC. So they know more than the average mainnet user looking for airdrops and just opportunities to short-term.
No, you're absolutely right. It's a more educated user base on Stacks as far as how some of this stuff works. Not everybody, right? But there is more. It's more prevalent that people understand these concepts a little bit better. So are all of the derivatives options they're all just 24 hours, or is there also going to be like, I think it's going to go up this week and I can predict a range this week or that kind of thing?
Peace love. We started with a 7-day.
Okay.
And then after feedback, now on Stacks, we're launching a 24-hour. Our goal down the line is for users also to create their time bet and their pool and write their options. But at this early test net, we got to do something simpler to test the math, to test the code, to get the users comfortable with that.
Sure.
But what we love about what we're doing is that there are so many possibilities. Let me give you another aspect. We start with SBTC daily options. We want to go to Stacks daily options. And then we want to get what the Bitflow team is doing with the dog community. And imagine doing dog daily option predictions, you know? The community of runes on Stacks is growing. So it's endless. But okay, we got to focus on a simple solution to a big problem. Why are we doing volatility in derivatives? Because to everyone in the past several months we've spoken to, the holders, they say, listen, volatility is a problem. Oh, I'm afraid of it. But volatility, it comes up every single time. But volatility for professional traders, is not a problem. It's a
No,
solution.
you're right. You need volatility if you're trading. Traders hate when it's sideways. That's the worst.
right.
You can't make any money if it's not going up and down.
So it's important for the VoteFi team, once we open the testnet, for people to give us feedback. Go to our Discord, go to votefi.xyz and sign up with your email to be one of the first in our whitelist for beta beta testnet.
I just signed up with my email actually at the start of the show. I don't know if you caught that. So if people are looking for the DeOrganized email, you can actually go back and watch this, and then you can get into my emails. I may answer you. I'm kind of friendly sometimes if I'm not too busy, but I'm signed up. So onto the creation piece, which I know is down the line.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that if I'm creating these options, I have to hold the underlying. So if I hold some SBTC, I can go create an option market with a time frame and price range of my choosing, essentially.
Yes, to move towards that stage, we move from a single side pool liquidity to a two-sided, because right now users are creating the price pool and they share that price pool. For us to allow users to write their options, we gotta have a buyer and a seller.
Right.
And for that, the people that sell the option, they gotta give the collateral in full, so you don't wake up tomorrow, Bitcoin price is 25% up in a single day, you know?
Right.
Because the buyer, they want to profit the whole price appreciation of the asset. It's not like you get liquidated. No, if you get liquidated, the other part loses the upside. So we're doing it in a way that you give extra collateral so everyone is safe. But why do you put your extra collateral? Because you are also profiting if the direction of your bet moves in the direction that you desire.
So if I just from the early onset, I come in, I think Bitcoin's going to go up today. I buy a position, I take a position in that contract. I'm right on the direction and I'm right on the price range that it ends in. And it's an expiry price range, right? Like whatever the contract expires at is how it works.
It is an expiry. There is a time range tomorrow, for instance, 4 p.m. Eastern time. So at 4 p.m. Eastern time, the price it's closed. If it hits your range, you and your fellow position holders will share the pool. And then we also have like an insurance product and a direction product that you pay a couple cents and you also profit if you don't get it right. So that's the first iteration. We want to get people's feedback. We want to show them that it's a product that it's live. We want to keep building on top of it. There are so many things to do, but we got to start with the first steps to bring these early users and also the advanced users to see the direction that we aim. We started many months back not with the options idea. We started with a tradable Bitcoin volatility token, similar to a VIX. VIX is a tool on TradFi that prices the risk of the market. So if you go to CNBC, you see constantly on the screen the VIX price, because if the markets are shaky and the volatility is high, the VIX is higher. And people actually trade this VIX as an ETF. So we created that, but that was a bit advanced for that time. And we have that product ready for down the line, because that's a great solution for people who issue stable coins, who give their coins as warranty to diminish the risk of liquidation. But it's a different solution down the line, you know. We gotta focus on the initial launch here.
No, and I it's a big undertaking what you guys are working on. So definitely, I think the model seems to be in the right direction. I keep screwing up my screen.
It is a big undertaking. You don't see many people out there on the Bitcoin space focusing on this specific area of DeFi. But we believe 2, 3, 5 years from now, as it happens on traditional markets, you need this kind of tools. If you go to the BlackRock ETF, which is a brand new product, it's less than 2 years old, they just launched their option last December. So the ETF Bitcoin options was born 10 months ago.
Right.
So we're at that early stage.
Well, we need these kind of things in the marketplace to, like, I know we want volatility when we're trading, but these type of markets will actually help ward off too much volatility. It'll make things less volatile to some degree as people engage in derivatives trading. It helps balance the market out a little bit.
I agree. And also, if we see the historical volatility of the asset Bitcoin, it keeps going down on the historical average. And that's going to continue to go down. But if you have tools that, even though it's smaller than it was 10 years ago, you still can profit from this energy. Because what's volatility? Volatility is the speed by which the asset price changes, basically. So if it changes really fast, volatility spikes. If it changes really slow, even though it can go up 300%, but slowly, you don't see that spike.
Right.
And the spike causes fear. And the spike with the right tools help you profit and generate yield on your holdings.
Right. Well, so like one of the adoption things that's happening in the marketplace right now is the treasury companies that are starting to hold Bitcoin on their treasury as a treasury asset. The danger there is the price volatility, because if the price goes too far down, they could be forced to sell, and then it just exacerbates the up and down mechanism. Where if you have a little bit less volatility, or the volatility numbers are lower, it makes everything a lot more safe for the market. You have less volatility breeds less volatility, I guess is what I'm trying to say to some degree.
The lower the volatility, the calmer everyone is,
Right. And honestly, if you're holding Bitcoin, you should feel pretty good about it, no matter where you got it right now, in my opinion. But welcome, GP. How you doing today, man?
Good morning, guys. Happy Friday. Happy Halloween. Hope everybody's having a high frequency start to their day. Yeah, man, I'm blessed. I'm here at the battle station.
GP was with us at Bitcoin Beach as well. GP, I don't know if you remember meeting the VoltFi guys there.
Yep.
I do remember chatting with them a little bit there and then seeing them in the spaces. What do you think about this? Really interesting platform here with their. So let me see if I can explain it well to him. It's a Bitcoin derivatives market platform. Early stage, it's going to be daily markets, and you're betting on the price of Bitcoin either going up or down, and you're betting on the price range. And if you get both right, you get a bigger share of the rewards. If you get the direction correct, but the price range wrong, you still actually get a little bit of a payout. And then if you're wrong, and you lose your premium that you paid for the option. Is that about right?
Wow, you're hired. Unbelievable.
I'm available.
Better than my explanation.
No, I wouldn't have been able to do that without already explaining it to me, though. That's
Yeah.
that is actually my magic. My magic skill is being able to condense something down into like a sentence or two.
If you also look at a perp DEX, which is also derives the price, but you're betting on a continuous price up and down of Bitcoin, you surf with a deck, a perps. But with the option side of what we're building, you only risk your premium. You know what you're gonna lose. So if you have a good tool and you have a good strategy, you know what you put and you know what you get back. So if you price your risk right, I'm not saying next week on our early alpha, but once we begin to add more to it, you know what you put, you calculate your risk, you understand the market, you get cost benefit analysis of that, and then you actually can make money on top of that, generating yield to your position. That's on the single sided liquidity. Down the line, once we have two sides, more ideas can come from the users because you bring people that like to play each side of the market, and it's a dynamic environment, so everyone benefits from it. We have another a little bit down the line. We have an option that you choose the expiration on the single-sided, but that's something that we're still cooking. It's like hidden in our treasury chest. Next time we'll talk about it.
Sick, dude. You give people more ways to speculate, the better. I think that it's going to be a lot of fun to play with VoltFi, and yeah, I'm excited. The more ways to speculate, the better. And we need derivatives. Derivatives are interesting, and it's something that we don't have right now. So yes, let's build the change and see some. You've got unique different traders that you're kind of targeting with derivatives. So I think it's smart, and I can't wait to see where VoltFi goes.
Yeah, and what Stack's doing with SBTC, it's so amazing. And I talk to people from the outside of Stacks on Bitcoin. Let's not even mention the people from other blockchains. Listen, it's happening right now, like yesterday and today, and you can get yield on your SBTC, and you can also use your SBTC on the ecosystem while you earn on top of that, and that's amazing.
Yeah, man, it really is. I think you're onto something. It's complex to build a platform like this. It's not like super easy. So, there's work involved here, and it takes some time. But I'm excited. I definitely plan on playing around with it. I love poking around on testnet too, so please do include me. Even if it's only like I spend an hour playing around on it, I'll definitely play around on it and give you some feedback. But this is something that's needed in Bitcoin in general. I love that you're building it on Stacks, because I do think Stacks is very much the transitioning into, at least for the short term roadmap, the Bitcoin DeFi center. Stacks has a growing and robust DeFi ecosystem with SBTC. We just launched dual stacking yesterday, so now I'm earning, if I'm participating in STX stacking and I have a little bit of BTC on there and SBTC, which is, it's just Bitcoin on Stacks, I'm earning 5 or 6% on my Bitcoin, and then I can still use that Bitcoin in other DeFi, like on VoltFi, and keep earning my yield, which is beautiful. Like, it really is a next level development. And so having these kind of tools like what you're building with VoltFi only magnifies the value of putting your Bitcoin on Stacks and what you can do with it.
That's right.
I dig it. I want to shout out in the comments, Hero Gamer. What's up, brother? Good to hear from you. And Eric from X Inc. Eric has been working very hard. He has a really cool Xink is his merchandise project tied to Stacks, and it's he's been sending. GP and I have been waiting for a merch. He sent it like a couple weeks ago, and somehow it got hung up. You got yours? I didn't get mine yet. He just confirmed with me this morning that mine's coming today.
Let's go, dude. Eric, big shout out to Eric from Xing. Bless, bro. Bless. I can't wait to do a video and unbox this because it's such a beautiful box. It comes in this here, do a little sneak peek here. Like, look at this awesome, like, sick branding behind it.
Ooh, super.
Packaged.
Nice.
High quality, and I cannot wait to do a video, an unboxing video for this and check it out. So he said that he sent one of his first prototypes and as well as his newest model. So I'm gonna check them both out. And I'm a hoodie guy, so he's speaking my language right now. Thank you, Eric.
I wish I was wearing a hoodie right now. I've got a little bit of a sinus infection going on. I am so like down to take a nap this afternoon if I can. I'm tired, but and I wish I had like an Xink hoodie to wrap myself in. I'll have to just use one of my old Hanes for today. But Monday morning, you should see me rocking my Xink hoodie. Me and GP might be twinning on Monday.
He is winning. Let's go.
Oh, come on, guys. What about me, though?
You're gonna go see Vinta, man. Vinta has the hookup over on the continent.
Mm-hmm.
Guy, I think you're also. You're in Buenos Aires?
Oh, I'm in Brazil, southern Brazil.
Brazil.
Yeah.
Did we talk? Maybe I'm thinking about somebody else. Did we talk about? Are you going to be in Dev Connect?
There's a chance.
Well, if you're there, we have to meet up because I will be down there representing Stacks, and I'm going to be. It's like a 17-hour travel day for me. I'm a little north of New York, so I'm going to need someone to tell me what. You're not from local. Somebody I was talking to was local down there. I'm going to need somebody to show me around. But I look forward to if you're going to be there, I'll be glad to hook up with you there. And I think what you're building is really great stuff, man. Guys, if you aren't following, it's at VoltFi Labs. It's right up here on the screen over there. And then it's voltfi.xyz is the website, right? voltfi.xyz. And if you're fast and act quickly and you go over to the website, you put in your email address, you might get to be put on the alpha, or if you don't get the alpha, maybe the beta test net, poke around and play around with it, learn how to do it before it's real money. And that's actually always a good advantage because then you can, you know what you're doing, you get an opportunity to play around. Will you guys have some kind of this is just thinking off the top of my head. It might make sense to have a learning demo to make it less. Once you guys go to mainnet, obviously in testnet, you don't need to worry about that. Once you go to mainnet, it might be good to have a demo where people can learn in a low risk environment.
But that's a great idea. Thanks for the idea. It makes sense. And we're gonna add that to it. Yeah, thanks so much.
So what is the they're not I can't execute the options, right? Like it's not like a traditional option where
no you can't.
I wouldn't have the capital to do it anyway. but it's it. So it's like it's a derivative, but you can only ride it to the expiration no matter what.
Yes.
So once I buy it, can I trade it before the expiry?
Not right now.
Not yet.
Yeah, no, that's gonna take some time. We also have an iteration that we're gonna do that you can control the expiration like an American call, which you can exercise before the expiration. But the platform and the user base needs to be a little bit more advanced. And we gotta be already on mainnet so we can add to these tools. But that's the idea down the line.
Right, and you want to be able to introduce these things because even though Stacks has a savvy user base, right? You're still kind of a lot of people. This is going to be still somewhat new concept to them. So making it easy, simple, they don't have to think too much about it. They know what they're getting into, they know what they're risking. That's actually a super low risk way to get people into derivatives.
And listen, what I love about the ecosystem and what we're building is that if I was doing this for a friend down the street that does not understand anything, it would be much harder. But people on stacks, they know so much just by having like $1 in your wallet on stacks. It shows that you're an advanced person because you love the curiosity of it. You like to learn because it's not easy. The people that were onboarded into stacks, uh, they're different. They want more. They're open to learning,
Right.
and that helps us and helps other products and other projects to also create that because
they're a little bit braver for trying something that they're not sure. So they're intelligent, they're savvy, they're Bitcoin native.
Yeah.
There's definitely a lot of degen. Like they'll try something and they're not super worried about maybe losing a little bit here and there. So they're adventurous too. We're an adventurous crew. But I'm psyched. I've heard a lot of people saying that they're excited about this coming. So I know that there's more. It's not just me. We're excited to see this launch. AlphaNet launches next week, guys. You can go to voltfi.xyz and put your email address in, which I did mine publicly live, so you guys can get my email address. And then you definitely need to be following VoltFi Labs. And I'm sorry, Guy, what is your X handle?
It's GZANI. It's right beside my name here. Guy Zanirato at GZANI.
All right. So I'm just going to show you up here if you don't mind. You got your Pizza Ninja. Nothing wrong with that. So, guys, follow Guy. It's GZANI at VoltFi Labs is the project, voltfi.xyz. And Guy's a big brain, okay? Just saying. Guy has a lot of intelligence going on up in that in his head there. So don't sleep on the project. Guy, we got about 4 minutes left in the segment, and I don't know if you're familiar with the general format of the show. At about 9:30, Zenitron from Skullcoin comes on, and we play Find2Earn game rounds, where it's really fun. We have a bunch of people come in. They love playing. We have a bunch of regulars. It's like a treasure hunt game. We give away. We're sponsored by a bunch of the meme coins on stacks, and we give away a little bit of the meme coin to the winner for each round. It's super fun. You are absolutely welcome and encouraged to hang out and play with us. However, I appreciate your time, and I don't want to make you feel obligated to stay around and play. Would love to have you hang out. I know Zenny would love it if you did, but if you're not available, that's totally cool. Do you guys have any other questions for Guy?
Yeah, I want to be able to test too. Where is the best place to go and get in touch with you to get whitelisted for testing? Do you have a testing group for this?
We're gonna open the testing group next week. Just shoot me a DM, and we're gonna hook you guys up.
Let's go. It's gonna be fun.
So if you want you gotta talk to GP. He's in with Guy.
Yeah.
Listen, everyone is welcome. The
Let's
first
go.
few days we got on board just a few, a small number. It's a smaller number of people, but we're gonna open big really soon, and we love the feedback. Your guys' questions and concerns and ideas help us build something cool.
When you put us on the test net, is it okay if we play around with it live and show people?
Oh, 120%.
All right. We love doing that, actually. We've done that quite a few times. We actually find it to be really great content when we find bugs and break stuff. People like that too.
And then the next day, you guys are gonna be able to see if you got it right or wrong.
That's right. And then we have
You make money.
follow-up content the next day. It's perfect.
Yeah.
All right, we will definitely play around with that. Hero Gamer wants me to remind you, or wants to remind me to mention that we actually do have a small test group. It's a DM group on Stacks. If you want, I can add you to it.
Yes, I'd love that.
Sometimes if we're all kind of like doing our own thing, so sometimes people are more responsive than others, but it can't hurt to be in that group when you're building something, especially, and it's a lot of developers in there too, so you get some decent high-level feedback when people are available. So I'll add you there. We'll add them. Hero, if you're available right now, add them. It's Gzani, Gzani, at Gzani on X. And if Hero doesn't get around to it, I'll get you in there before the end of the day.
That is fantastic. Thank you so much. Love to contribute.
Awesome. Yeah, man. Thank you so much for joining us today. And I do got to play a quick word from our sponsors before we transition to Find2Earn. Feel free to hang out. You're welcome to hang out. But again, if you need to drop off, awesome. Great.
I'm here.
Awesome. All right. We'll be back, guys. We will be back with Find2Earn rounds momentarily. Stay tuned. And remember, first rule of Find2Earn, you got to share out the live stream. Share out the live stream. All right. Let me bring on our guest. We got Dano Ferrin in the house. Dano, what's
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'll give you a brief introduction, and then I'm going to let you tell us all about whatever you want to talk about. I don't know a whole lot other than I met Dano down in Buenos Aires a couple weeks back. He was giving a talk about quantum resistance, which is a serious issue that I think not enough people are taking seriously enough. And then in my little bit of research after I chatted with him then about coming on the show, I did a little bit of research, which oftentimes I do no research because I want everything to be authentic when you're talking to me. But when I was doing just kind of find out how to best present him, it seems like Dano's an OG developer in crypto and a bunch of projects. He's been around the block a little bit. He knows what he's talking about. So I'm super excited to have him here today to share his wealth of knowledge. With that, Dano, tell us about yourself. What's the most important parts of your background? Because there was too much for me to pin down.
Yeah, I've been around for quite a while. I'd say I'm early. I'm not OG, but I'm really early in some of this stuff. Before this crypto stuff, I had a previous life as a desktop developer in Java. And that's really kind of what got me into Bitcoin. I was working on, there's this thing called graph analysis where you take, dots and lines and you connect them together. And there's really fancy algorithms from this one company that I wanted to try and use to lay it out cool. Because there's this new framework called JavaFX. It was entertaining tech for me, but I needed some real data to lay out some of these graphs. And that's about the time that Bitcoin hit its $1,000 hit. And so I started reading up on some of the Bitcoin libraries and said, you know what, UTXOs, there's these acyclic directed graphs that I want to kind of render on this graph algorithm that I've been working on. I wanted to see what it looks like. And that really just started my descent down to the rabbit hole. I generated it for a Coinbase hackathon. I used that as a forcing function to get me to finish to build something. So I built a little program where you could graph your UTXOs. I briefly thought about building a forensics company around it, but I just don't have the government contracts. And having been on both sides of the forensics bit, it's kind of creepy. It's not too comfortable. So I sold it off to someone for a chump change. And then I spent nearly 3 years at Google thinking, you know what, if I work at Google, I can get this blockchain stuff out of my system. Didn't work. At Google, every few years, you kind of switch, unless you're going, super staff engineer and you're going to be committed to this feature for life. Every few years, you tend to switch groups. And it was about the time that I started to need to switch groups because we had shipped our products that we needed to do. And that's when a recruiter Consensus called me up and said, hey, do you want to work on an Ethereum client? It's written in Java. And I've been following it the entire time I was at Google. And I'm like, yes, I do. So it wasn't too much of a hard sell to get me to work at Consensus. I started working there. The client I was working on, this was before it was called Hyperledger Besu. It was called Pantheon. And the idea was it was going to be an enterprise Ethereum client. And at the time, that was a great idea that needed to be explored. We needed to figure out exactly what's going on with it. So we spent a lot of time. We brought Besu up to, we named it eventually to Hyperledger Besu because Pantheon, the name was taken by some other project. And we joined the Hyperledger project, got it up to active status, got Hyperledger Besu up to fully functional, fully performant mainnet basis. And about that time is when COVID crash hit. So I had been working on some deep database layer stuff, trying to improve the speed of our performance to build this bonsai tree thing. I'm working on that database and throwing in COVID. Kind of burnt me out, and there were some changes going on in consensus, and I'm like, this isn't quite my vibe. So I spent a few months at Reddit. They had an idea they were working on. Community Point, some of you older people may remember that, where they're going to take all of their Reddit karma and move it on chain. There were scaling problems at the time, like just about every crypto project. But I think the bigger problem that Reddit had at that time was they were in the process of going public. So anything that had just the whiff of legal problems got the kibosh really quick, because what was more important was that Reddit survive and go public. And that was totally the right business decision. So it was kind of a rough day there. And then I switched over and I worked at Hedera. I spent almost 3 years there at Hedera as well, and upgraded their EVM. They had a really old version of EVM. Their focus wasn't really EVM. They had this really fancy consensus algorithm called Hashgraph that's leaderless. You don't need it's not like you need to have one person in BFT, everyone build it together. There's some really fancy math behind it, but what they needed was to improve their smart contract system. And being in Java, I worked on Java and Besu, spent time improving the EVM there, and bringing it up to standard, bringing it up to snuff, and bringing features where I could integrate their native token system to where they could then do DeFi on Hedera with native Hedera tokens. So that was my major contribution there. And then I took about a 2-year detour, part-time at Hedera, part-time on my own, trying to get this feature called EOF finished. People may have heard about that. It went the distance. It's one of those features. I think Ethereum development and research is a problem sometimes. Features kind of languish, and they don't know if they're going to ship or if they're going to get killed. So when I started working on EOF, I thought it was going to solve a lot of key problems at Hedera. And then I saw that it was really pointing to some key problems at Ethereum as far as the governance. And so I made a commitment when I left Hedera. I'm going to spend the rest of the year on this, and I'm going to bring clarity to EOF. It's either going to be shipped or it's going to be killed. And that actually leaked into 2025 because it was in the process of being shipped, but ultimately it wound up getting killed. And I'm fine with that. And my goal was to bring clarity to it, and I think it helped Ethereum in its process of figuring out what it's trying to do. So after that, after I worked on EOF, I started looking for other things that I wanted to work on. I was briefly in a prototyping group at the Ethereum Foundation, but eventually I got contacted by Ron from Tectonic, and Tectonic is working on we're in stealth, so I'm only going to reference what we have on our webpage. Quantum secure defense tech. Working on quantum cryptography, learning a lot about the quantum threat. And this is some very important stuff that we're doing. I really want to talk about it once we go public, some of the stuff I'm working on. But quantum's really been the next rabbit hole we've been going down. There's a lot of great opportunities for it, and there's also, more importantly, some important things we need to do before we really chase the brass ring and try and do all the real fancy stuff with quantum. Probably the top level line is that quantum is on track to basically destroy elliptic curve cryptography in all ways, shapes, and forms that it's used. It's kind of scary when you think about it. So,
and it's only a matter of time, by the way, right? I mean, it's definitely happening. The only variable is when, and if it happens sooner than we expect, it's going to be it'll be catastrophic for crypto.
Right. And so, like all things quantum, there's not much certainty when it's going to ship. It forms like this bell curve. So a couple of weeks ago, one of the I think it was Scott Aronson was his name. Someone who's been in the crypto industry for a long time, not the crypto, the quantum field for a long time. And he kind of has a reputation as a timeline skeptic. Says, hey, yeah, this quantum stuff is cool and awesome and everything, but it's going to take forever to ship. We don't have the technology. A few weeks ago, he combined his change of position in a joke. He was kind of making a joke that, we don't know if there's going to be presidential elections next. So he said that we're going to have a computer implementing Shor's algorithm before the next presidential election. And he kind of hesitated and said, yeah, 2028. And that got a lot of people talking. Now, a couple of things, put some caveats in what he was saying. If we have a quantum computer that runs Shor's algorithm and it factors the number 15, that meets the standard. But even that is a huge milestone, because the quantum computing, it was an idea that came up in the early 80s of a new way to do computation, to use quantum mechanics and all the weird fancy stuff about how quantum mechanics work together. But it took about 10 years before someone figured out an algorithm that would actually use quantum mechanics to be useful rather than being an academic curiosity. And that was Peter Shor, and he came up with Shor's algorithm. And it solves a rather difficult cryptography problem, which is how do you factor large numbers? RSA at the time that he invented this was the number one cryptography, public key encryption cryptography. And all cryptography depends on algorithms where there's an easy part and there's a hard part. And the easy part is what you do to encrypt it, and to break the encryption is the hard part. You want it to be really, really hard, as in age of the universe, heat death of the universe hard to run backwards. So you want these algorithms that run forwards quickly and run backwards really slowly. And that's what makes it cryptographic. And so in this particular case, it was factoring large numbers. And factoring a really large number to primes can be really, really difficult, like 4,000 bits is like the typical high end that they're using for some of this stuff. So Shor's algorithm can actually solve that if you have enough of these mystical things called qubits lined up together. It can solve it in an instant. Everything will just go in harmonic. It'll figure out and reinforce the correct answers, cancel out the wrong answers, and you'll get that answer. The problem is this technology didn't exist in the 90s, still doesn't quite exist today. So that's been on the radar for a lot of people. So when elliptic curve cryptography started forming and they realized that the cryptographic hard part that they were depending upon there, the discrete log problem, the thing that you run backwards is difficult. It also depended upon, it could also be cracked by Shor's algorithm. So when this came in, a lot of the cryptographers were always kind of, keeping it at a distance. And some people were making fun of them. It's like, oh no, quantum computers will never happen. And some of them are like, yeah, they will. It's a matter of time. So that brings us to one of the early quantum scientists, Dr. Michel Mosca, came up with an inequality: x plus y is greater than z. X is how long it takes to in the concept of post-quantum cryptography, and in the concept of remediations against the quantum threat. He came up with the equation x plus y is greater than z. X would be how long it takes to deploy your countermeasures for the quantum threat. How long it takes to get your post-quantum cryptography in position in all the systems you need it. Y, and the way he framed it, is how long do you need to keep your secrets. And then Z is when will a cryptographically relevant quantum computer show up. So this is a rather forward-thinking thought to be had back in the 90s, early 2000s, about when we need to worry about quantum computers. And the math kind of scared people in the mid-teens. So the amount of time the time it's going to take to deploy new cryptography, about 10 years. And if you need to keep something secret for 30 years, which for some Defense Department standards is exactly the right amount of time to keep things secret, if not forever, and you realize that you're going to have a quantum computer by 2050, you're going to backwards, and by 2010, we were already in trouble. We weren't going to be able to keep our secrets as long as we needed to do. If someone got the encrypted data streams with all our secrets, they'd be able to run it backwards before we needed to keep it secret. So in 2016, NIST launched a process to establish post-quantum cryptography standards. And that resulted in about 22. They ran through several rounds, and they came up with a few winners. Dilithium, Falcon, and Kyber were the three winners that came out of that. And a fourth one, a hashing algorithm that is standardized as SHLDSA. Dilithium got standardized as MLDSA. Kyber is MLKEM. And Falcon still hasn't been standardized yet. But those are the three cryptographic things that started showing up around 2022, and that's when people really started getting excited about post-quantum cryptography. Algorand's already got it built into their state proofing, and if you know the right stuff to run, you can actually do your transactions with Falcon on Algorand, which is kind of interesting. They're the first blockchain to actually ship a user-facing account that can be verified with a post-quantum signature. So that's kind of where we are today. And when I look at quantum, I look at Mosca's algorithm a bit differently. I look at instead of the time to implement and the time we need to keep secrets, because in top secret stuff, it's harvest now, decrypt later. You take your data streams that are giving you the public, you just store them until you have the quantum computer to decrypt them and read them. It's a bit different in crypto because you need to keep your keys, your authority to act.
Clips that be glowing, consistent on the daily. They bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld, the game has arrived, bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad.
Every post is a signal. Give it fuel. BoostEggs, the social value layer.
Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed,
Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music with another episode of the Let's Go Good Morning Show, brought to you live by DeOrganized Media in partnership with our excellent friends over at Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting. It is Monday, the 29th of December, the last couple of days of the year. What a year it's been, and we are very, very excited for the year to come here at DeOrganized and across the Bitcoin ecosystem, especially our beloved leading L2 stacks. Lots going on, lots to talk about. We got some homies in the wings waiting to come on and chat, so I'm going to get through the news quick. Friendly reminder, this is a news show. We're providing news and information, some education, some entertainment, hopefully, but never financial advice. Always do your own research. Never invest money that you cannot afford to lose. I say that, and I mean it, and we're not shilling anything here. If you can't afford to lose it, and it's an investment, which everything we talk about has risk. You shouldn't risk it. You need it. So it's important. That being said, the numbers this morning. Let me turn that on. There we go. Bitcoin actually was up over 89. It just kind of had a little bit of a correction. You can see on the chart over here in the corner. You probably can't see because I'm in front of it. But we're coming in at 87,233, down just over 0.5% on the last 24 hours. Ethereum just under 3 grand. Stacks was actually up pushing 27 cents. We did move up out of the 90s into number 87. It was actually even a little bit higher. Still just under 26 cents at 25.93 cents. It's a Christmas discount for Stacks, not financial advice. Fear and Greed up to 30. That's the highest I've seen it in a while. So that is good. We are trending in the right direction on that. And the top 3 gainers for the last 24 hours are Audiera's Beat token, Midnight's Nights token, and Canton's CC token. I hold none of these. I hold none of the top 3 gainers, so none of really like gainers here. Any of them. Everything that's green. Oh, Filecoin. I have a little bit of Filecoin, up 0.12% today. Let's take a look at the news. California's billionaire tax plan risks accelerating crypto exodus. California lawmakers are floating a new billionaire tax proposal aimed at addressing budget shortfalls, but critics warn it could further accelerate capital and talent flight, especially within crypto and tech. The proposal would impose additional taxes on unrealized gains or net worth above certain thresholds, raising constitutional enforcement and economic concerns. Industry leaders argue the policy would push founders, investors, and startups to more favorable jurisdictions, reinforcing an ongoing trend of crypto businesses relocating to states or countries with clearer rules and lower tax burden. For the record, it's stuff like this that would make me never, ever make my primary residence in California. I might visit. I might enjoy some of the things that are there. But I would never, ever set my primary residence as California. And I live in one of the most liberal East Coast states. California is such a wreck. It's bananas. So, this is unsurprising, disappointing for Californians, especially those that are not looking to leave. They're probably going to have to consider it, right? I mean, that just seems like it's just nuts. It's bananas. So, music was too loud. I had to turn that down. Next story, SEC and CFTC set broader crypto rules agenda for 2026. The U.S. regulators are signaling a more expansive crypto rulemaking agenda heading into 2026, with both the SEC and CFTC outlining priorities around market structure, custody disclosures, and jurisdictional boundaries. While framed as a move toward clarity, the agenda raises concerns about overlapping authority, enforcement-first approaches, and slow timelines. Industry participants say the lack of near-term certainty could further disadvantage U.S.-based crypto firms, especially as other regions advance clearer pro-growth frameworks for digital asset innovation. It's important for the United States to get this right sooner than later. So it might be worth reaching out to your representatives and letting them know your opinions about crypto, what you think about it, what the value of it is, and maybe help them understand why this is important for them to manage right now. It can't ever hurt to contact your representatives, by the way. Unless you're like wanted or something, then you might want to use discretion. How tokenized real-world assets quietly became a core crypto narrative in 2025. We talked about this a lot this year. Tokenized real-world assets emerged as one of crypto's most durable narratives in 2025, driven less by hype and more by institutional adoption. From tokenized treasuries to private credit and commodities, RWAs gain traction as they deliver yield, transparency, and capital efficiency while operating within familiar financial structures. Major asset managers and infrastructure providers are now treating tokenization as a long-term strategy, positioning blockchain rails as a back-end upgrade for global capital markets rather than a speculative experiment. It's still experimental. I would definitely be cautious, and especially since a lot of these assets are being created by TradFi. I think there's risk. Personally, I think there's risk, but want the technology to develop. We have to go through these risk periods for that to happen. So just be wary. Don't get overly bullish on anything that is unclear yet how it's going to go. I'm not sure how to pronounce this. Sberbank, I think, issues Russia's first crypto-backed loan to Bitcoin miner Intellian Data. That's an interesting one. Sberbank, I think, has issued Russia's first crypto-backed loan extending financing to Bitcoin miner Intellian using digital assets as collateral. The deal highlights how major non-Western financial institutions are integrating crypto into traditional lending frameworks, particularly for energy-intensive and capital-heavy industries like mining. While regulatory conditions differ sharply from the US and EU, the transaction underscores a broader trend. Crypto-backed credit is moving from fringe DeFi experiments into structured, institutional-led financial products. This is good, and we've just had this constant for over a year now. Just this institutional adoption, global adoption, nation-state adoption, clarity happening, and all of that stuff. It's a good time to be in crypto, in my opinion. Oops. ETH validator entry queue is suddenly almost double the exit queue. That's a little interesting. Ethereum staking dynamics have shifted, with exit queues now exceeding entry queues, signaling changing validator behavior. The flip suggests some stakers are opting to unlock capital amid market strength, but liquidity needs or shifting yield opportunities elsewhere in crypto. Analysts, I'm not sure what market strength is supposed to mean here. Analysts note this does not necessarily indicate bearish sentiment toward Ethereum itself, but rather a more mature staking environment where participants actively manage exposure instead of treating staking as a one-way commitment. There's different places to stake. There's competition with different yields and stuff like that. And there's apps where you can lend and borrow and maybe get more yields than traditional staking yield. The yield on Ethereum staking is low. So plus maybe they're just maybe they're wising up. Maybe they're going to sell their Ethereum and get into the real Bitcoin smart contract play with real Bitcoin DeFi stacks. That's what I would I've considered doing that with a majority of my Ethereum as well. I haven't quite bit the bullet yet, to be honest, but I'm considering. That is the news. Let me take a look, make sure I just got everything on here I'm supposed to. I'll bring in the bros. Giving GP his fair warning because he's probably still talking in the whatever morning space. Gonna bring these guys on. I stopped doing this for a couple of days and I forget how to do everything. I'm an old dog is really what it matters. Let me bring on the homie Jack Binswitch, the legend of Stacks Legends. Good morning, my brother. How you doing today, man? Good to see you. Good. How you feeling? You look good. You look like you got healthy color. You look like you're a happy granddad enjoying the holidays. How's things, man?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the miracle of modern lighting might have something to do with the color. I don't know. We'll see.
Speaking of, my ring light, like power button and all everything just won't work. I have to like unplug it, pray, like please, please, please work, please. And then it'll come on, and then sometimes it just randomly shut. I'm gonna have to get a new ring light. Is what's gonna happen.
My mother-in-law hooked me up for Christmas with a new one, so it's So I think that's the improvement that we're seeing here. Massive props to mother-in-law Ben Switch.
I found the elf.
Yeah, dude, the elf got off the shelf, man. He's hanging onto the mic, dude.
He doesn't want to go back. He likes it down in Carolina.
He's got the magic, bro. It's the magic mic.
How you doing this morning, VP?
Doing good. What's up, Jack? What's up, Peace? How we living, fellas?
What's up, man? I was trying to think of a good elf on a mic joke. I just can't.
Me too, man.
Just can't make it work.
Thank God Blockface is here.
All you gotta do is say "Pay again" and he'll be here.
He's like a microphone joke, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, guys. I had a nice holiday. Things have been nice and slow. I actually feel like I got some rest over the weekend, which is it's been a long time since I actually had a really restful weekend. So I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling good about where we are. I don't let the price action bother me. I don't even think $87,000, $88,000, $89,000 BTC is bad price action personally. I know where we were, how we got here, and I'm not worried about that at all. And again, all the stuff that's going on Stacks. Binta was mentioning Alex Miller's blog post, all the stuff for the future that's coming, all the stuff that's shipped this year. There's so much going on here, and we're all here for the long haul. That's part of the thing too. If you're looking for a quick come up, which can happen, by the way, I'm not trying to if you can make money quickly, sure, knock yourself out. But it doesn't usually happen that way, especially the grayer my beard gets, the more I realize that that's just not, I used to feel bad about missed opportunities, but it's like, you know what, even if I got in when that was before it blew up, I wouldn't have sold it because I'm perpetually optimistic. So I'm just like, it's never going down. Why would I sell it now? So here's
the thing, man. If you're looking at just crypto and okay, so you're talking about first cycle phenomena with just that easy just making it. But then if you just look at that and you just focus on that, you're missing what's happening now, which is you're in a whole different cycle and you're early to a whole new cycle. Look, I don't know if we pay attention to a lot in this space, and here's the reality. The smartest people in the world don't know what the next 6 months to a year looks like. And you see a lot of interesting thoughts. I think about this stuff all the time. And it's very, very hard to see where everything's heading with, AI and crypto and the failure of bureaucracy that we're witnessing all across the world. All of these things are happening at once. And your normal average person is still living like it's 2012, 2010, 2008. They're so far removed from this. So if you're just caught up on, well, I missed the first crypto cycle and now I'm not rich. And you're not looking at, I'm early to the most massive change to humanity that's ever happened in the history of the world, as far as we know. You're not going to make it. That's when you really get right down to it. We're in unprecedented times, and
we're in unprecedented times. And I don't think that it's even I don't think people need to feel FOMO about getting in. I think there's plenty of opportunity still. Because it's not just about buying and holding an asset. Bitcoin is way more than just a store of value. It's actually free. It's peace and freedom money. It's a non-centrally controlled form of exchange and expression. and it's unruggable, essentially. You know, I mean, it can be controlled, it can be manipulated, but the ability to transact with it doesn't go away, no matter what.
Well, no, and that's why I love stacks. That's why I'm so bullish on stacks, because if you understand stacks, like truly, that's why you can understand why the stacks community is here and remains here, because of Bitcoin, because the whole mission is making Bitcoin usable, making Bitcoin scalable. There's a lot of crypto experiments that have taken place that are not going to make it. Okay. And we've just never seen the, really, like, if you think about stacks as a Bitcoin L2, and then you think about Bitcoin L2s in general, we've never seen a Bitcoin L2 cycle anyway. And so you got to understand you're early to that. You have to come at stacks from a place of either, I don't think there's going to be a Bitcoin L2 cycle, because I don't think there's any way to like make Bitcoin work at scale on chain, or make Bitcoin private on chain, or make Bitcoin like the preferred payment methods of AI on chain. I don't think any of that's possible. If you believe that, be bearish on stacks. That's your thesis. I support you. But if you think that there's any value to any of the things I just said, then understand that stacks is the leading L2, has been the leading L2, and is the best positioned L2 to take advantage of all that and be bullish on stacks. It's
that's a great point. And I want to just kind of roll back, because right now there's pretty much two, maybe three if you count Solana, but it's Bitcoin, which is the layer one, and Ethereum really came as originally a layer 2 to Bitcoin. That's what it was supposed to be, a smart contract functionality for Bitcoin. It became more of its own kind of thing. It's not directly, because they didn't have a method of directly tying it to Bitcoin. That came out after. Next, it came out the following cycle, or sometime after that cycle, which was the second or third Bitcoin cycle. It was like 2017, 2018. Was when Ethereum really first started being functional. But even then, it wasn't really functional. They didn't have, they didn't even have DeFi on Ethereum until the following cycle. And then they didn't have like really a whole lot else until, it was DeFi and NFTs, but the NFTs weren't as functional as what we can do now with them, with the smart contracts. And Stacks has kind of applied all of these things, but in a way that's more directly tied to using Bitcoin, which means that you only really are going to have, I think there's too many tokens. I think that's obvious now. And you don't need that many. Like, it's okay to have a community coin or a coin that does something novel, but way too many of them are just vanity.
L1s.
Right.
I mean, you're only going to have so many winners.
Well, and you only need Bitcoin. Once you can use it to earn yield, you can use it to make payments, fast payments, and all of that stuff. You don't really need a token for every project.
All right.
So Stacks is providing the rails to make using Bitcoin the only thing you really need to do. And we have like all the things that have happened. We've gone from programmable smart contracts to, now we don't need the 10-minute block times. Now we've got under 5-second block times. We have Bitcoin on the L2 that is secure, one-to-one, and largely permissionless. It's per code. It's based on smart contracts essentially, but it's secure, and you can bring it in, bridge it out. And when you bridge it in, you're getting yield, and there's all sorts of things you can do with it. And now we're also getting like this passkey stuff where you're going to be able to onboard. They're calling it onboard your mom, but it's, you're going to be able to onboard non-crypto native people into experiences that are, they won't even know they're using crypto. They don't have to, but they're getting into things that are largely more holistic than the traditional Web 2 applications, because it is leveraging Bitcoin and leveraging blockchain technology. And so your user account is going to be composable, and your reputation will be composable and portable. And that's all stuff that people actually do need to have. That's also not centrally controlled, not controlled by a third party that has interests beyond your own at their stake. And the capacity to control your data, that's all coming, and it's all being built on stacks right now. Privacy layer, that's another thing that they're talking about. There's so much coming.
I have to jump off in a minute, and I'm gonna jump back on. But I wanted you said something very interesting. I'd recently started a new job, IRL job, and there's several different apps I needed to download to be able to do my job. Just have these different apps on my phone. And I'm sitting here looking, and I check at all of the different ways they're trying to collect data on me that have nothing to do with like why I need this app on my phone in the first place. So I'm sitting there disabling this stuff, and it comes to me, I'm like, holy crap. 90% of people just download the stuff. They don't think about this. They don't think the thought that they're being yield farmed right now by the apps they're using, so that someone else can sell that and earn a yield on them.
Right. And they're not told, they're largely driven to ignore it.
Right.
Because it's not really directly affecting them in the short term, and it's taking their time, and they have to read all of these words to figure out what they're supposed to do. Forget it. I just want the app to work.
The minute that you start giving people money back for using apps via crypto, by them being able to gate how their data is shared and sold, and then that money goes back to them, that's going to be one of those huge moments for crypto where it's this huge onboarding thing, because a lot of the stuff we talk about is out there to other people. They're not thinking, they don't understand money, they don't care about money, they just want to pay their bills, and they think their 401k is going to be awesome, and they think that they're never going to die one day, and all of these things. But the day that you can sit there and like someone's aunt, uncle, son, brothers, whatever, it's just like, wow, I just got like $1,000 in my account from using this crypto app, and it's like, that's when people start seeing that, and that using that data. That is one of, yeah. Here, I'll be right back, guys.
Well, take your time, brother. We'll be here. GP, you with us? Having some
my computer is
technical difficulties?
Holiday thinking like, hey, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm working here. Working here, man. Yeah, it's giving me a hard time this morning. But we'll get there. We'll get there one step at a time if we have to. Yeah, just a very bullish thing, bullish ecosystem right now. We've got a lot of things being shipped for Q1. The payments and privacy layer for SBTC. I thought that was a pretty cool post. And then we also have, the native stacking pool and stacking DAO hitting new all-time high after all-time high. People are waking up to real Bitcoin DeFi. People are learning how to put their bags to work.
I put more stacks and stacking DAO this weekend.
It is the way, man. It is the way. The only native stacking pool with 0% fees. A lot of people, I think that people don't realize like that you can earn Bitcoin through POX with stacks, just locking up your stacks, earn real Bitcoin deposited to your wallet.
Why don't you, some people don't understand what POX is. So why don't you give us a quick rundown on how that works?
You want to Google? Yeah, I'll Google it and then we'll
you know what? I can do it off the top of my head. I did it like 20 times down in Buenos Aires.
Yeah.
So yes, let me do it. Proof of transfer is how the Stacks ecosystem ties
to the Bitcoin blockchain. You have a miner a function called miners. Miners bid actual Bitcoin. Oftentimes they are Bitcoin miners. They don't have to be Bitcoin miners. It can be anyone that holds Bitcoin. They bid Bitcoin for the right to mine the Stacks block and submit it and put it onto the Bitcoin blockchain. So all of the transactions on the Stacks network are finalized on the Bitcoin blockchain. The miner that wins the bid gets to establish that block, and they get the Stacks block reward for that block that they put onto the Bitcoin layer 1. So the incentive for miners is that they're getting paid stacks from the Stacks blocks in order to mine and put the block on the Bitcoin blockchain. Stacks validators validate all the transactions that get submitted to the miners. And part of that consensus is through stacking. So anyone that holds stacks can stack their stacks and earn yield. So that's what you're doing with stacking DAO or whatever, any native stacking. You're stacking your stacks and you're earning yield. That yield comes from the miners that are bidding the Bitcoin to mine the Stacks block and put it on the Bitcoin blockchain. So that gets distributed to all of the stackers. So anyone that holds stacks can put their stacks, they just lock it up. It still remains in your wallet, but it gets locked for the stacking period, and you earn yield. Right now it's like 9%, somewhere around 9% APY against the value of the stacks that you have locked, but you get paid that yield in Bitcoin. So there's miners, there's validators, and there's stackers. And that's how all of the transactions on the Stacks blockchain are verifiable on the Bitcoin blockchain. They're immutable. So that leverages the security of the Bitcoin network. That's pretty much it for proof of transfer. The newest development, I know you're aware of dual stacking, where if you're stacking at least, well, if you have Bitcoin in Stacks network as SBTC, you're earning a small yield just by holding it. If you're participating in stacking, depending on how much STX you are stacking, you get a bonus yield on your Bitcoin, where if you're stacking at least 20% of the value of your Bitcoin in Stacks, so if you have $1,000 worth of Bitcoin on Stacks and you're stacking $200 worth of STX, you're getting the max bonus yield, which is like 5% on your Bitcoin. And your Bitcoin is free to use. You can actually go deploy it into other Bitcoin DeFi on Stacks. And there's all sorts of opportunities, like in Zast or Stacking DAO or Bitflow or Arcadico. There's a number of we had Jeff from BSD. There's stuff going on there that's coming online. There's all sorts of opportunities to earn more yield on your Bitcoin on Stacks, while adding to the network that is creating more functionality for Stacks for Bitcoin via Stacks. I hope that wasn't too roundabout. I hope that was easy to understand.
Yeah, no, that's a great breakdown, dude. I feel like the educational piece with DeOrganized is where it's at. It's where people can learn about the different things within the Bitcoin ecosystem that are being built on top of with Stacks. So I feel like it was a great breakdown, and more people should tap in and lock in about learn about what they can do with their bags, man.
Yeah,
now you got for Bitcoin, Bitcoin to Bitcoin yield, so it's huge.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity, and it's all growing too. I mean, we do have guys like what Rafa is doing with all, like Tony was his X402, the AI BTC dev guys, X402 making agent to agent payments on chain possible. Rafa is involved with all of it, as far as even with the passkey technology, where you can onboard people without them having, it's basically wallet abstraction, which we've been talking about for a long time.
that's something that's actually here now. You can do it built into Clarity, WebAuthn and passkey technology, and then there's Privy, and we had Para on a couple weeks back that are doing third-party solutions for all of this stuff. But essentially, you're not going to know you're using crypto. You're not going to need to know you're using crypto, or most people won't need to know, which is important because it's like it's kind of like people don't need to know how to program the internet to use the internet, and for it to provide value to them. It's the same thing with Bitcoin. By the way, I want to shout out 300. We miss you too, brother. The dude is not feeling well. If you happen to see him around today, wish him well. He's got a sore throat. He's feverish, and we told him to take the day off. But we do miss you too, brother.
Yeah, feel better, dude.
Welcome back, Jack.
What up?
Yeah. I had to step out for said IRL job for a moment. But yeah, man, getting back to it, like you're right. People aren't. I think people are worried that crypto is going to get real boring now because of these things, right? But that, in my mind, that's where really things like NFTs and stuff and the cultural aspects of crypto really take off and really get the appreciation that that's where it's really fun. Like, yeah. So if that was one of the things I've always liked about stacks, because I mean, as you can see, if you're paying attention, you realize, a lot of stacks focus right now is going to where the Bitcoin's at, and the Bitcoin's at the institutional level and putting that to work. But you can do that, and you can also have the cultural part. You can also have all of these other aspects of crypto that are fun and that people enjoy, and the community part of it. And I think that's not going to change. And I'm really excited. I know we saw this a little bit, several years ago, but it was one of those things where you're just too early. But I think people aren't looking at what online communities and so forth and art and NFTs and all of this use case, how it's going to kind of converge with, the metaverse, whatever the metaverse ultimately winds up being called. I know there's some terms here like Web3 and metaverse that we've heard so much, they can kind of become desensitized to them, but it's a real concept. It's a real thing. It's actually happening. Like I'm watching like Hana and GP and stuff play like this game right online. And guess what? That's a hop, skip, and a jump away from the metaverse. Like
it's a 3D engine now. It's a 3D immersive 3D world now.
Right.
It's just not as they're not putting a mask over there. They're not using their VR masks and stuff like that, where they're not really immersing themselves like they feel like they're there. At least I don't think they are. Yeah, I think you guys are still just using a handheld controller and running through the space, right? But the space exists. It's just how we interface with it is really what's going to change. And it doesn't necessarily have to be. We have a Meta Quest or whatever that one's called. My youngest got one for Christmas last year or the year before. I think it was last year. Maybe it was. I don't remember now anymore. I can't. The days all run into each other. But she plays with it for periodically, and then she stops playing with it, and she gets bored with it. But that thing is already like next level what you can do with it, and it's 2 years old, and it's consumer market, and the world is going to be very different 10 years from now, and how we interact will be we're kind of in a metaverse right now, aren't we? The way we're getting together now.
Yeah.
And it's the merging of the physical and the digital world.
And if you look at it, like here's a bit of reality that has people kind of freaked out, is this idea that like people are going to have a lot more free time than they're used to having. How are they going to spend it? And that's going to be how a lot of people spend it, because like you'll have your real world and your real world interactions and all of these different things, and you'll have your virtual world. And I think like your virtual world is where a lot of people are going to do a lot of their employment. You know, I think like that's
a lot of their commerce.
Right. And that is the part of crypto that is so obvious to me and has been for so long. You know, it's so, I mean, it's, yes, things are going to look different. TradFi is going to change because of crypto. Crypto is going to change because of TradFi. But a lot of the things that we have in crypto and as a culture, we're just going to see these things that are so specific to us flourish, you know, in like this new paradigm that again is here. Like most people don't see it yet, and even the people who see it don't know what it looks like. But dude, like it's insane where we're at in this moment. Like when all of, you know, the way that AI is so rapidly just getting better. And, you know, now there's like serious talk about like this new version of Claude basically making programmers as a standalone occupation kind of obsolete. Like you people can see that writing on the wall. That's crazy. That's not a conversation we were necessarily having a year and a half ago. You know?
No, not to these. So many things are actually real now. Like even just the way you can create music and videos and images. Like I'm assuming it was Hannah that made that picture of me with the hold on, let me share it. Let me get it up and share it. The somebody posted a picture on the DeOrganized account of me in a Christmas scene sipping some coffee yesterday. And it wasn't me. I'm assuming it was, I think it was probably Hannah. I don't think it was GP.
No, I don't think it, yeah, it wasn't me. It had to have been Hannah.
So let me, I got it right. Hold on, this one, yeah, that's the one. Yes, that's it. That's but that's not, like, that looks just like me. It didn't probably take Hannah very long to make that. I didn't no, and it ironically it does look not entirely like my living room, but it actually has elements of my living room in it too. I'm not sure how that happened.
AI getting it spot on, yeah.
The AI knows. You know, I've shared enough Christmas photos over the years of you know, a tree with way too many presents underneath it on Christmas morning, or just before I went to bed on Christmas Eve. And like what that you can do that is crazy, and how fast it became just how it is. Like it's not even that, like, we're not that excited about it anymore because it's like, well, that's now everyone can do this, so we all know. Not everyone, by the way, I don't want to undercut, you know, prompt engineering is a thing. There's still work involved. Mental attention has to be given to do these things. But
if you look at like what I do for a living, if you look at like what I do for a living, basically what AI can do for me is take and give me a tremendous amount more time to just devote to patient care. Like, which means I could theoretically see either way more patients during the course of a day, or I could theoretically like have a lot more free time, or I could theoretically like give even more care to the patients I already have at a better level and be more available to them. Yeah, it still needs me, but like there's so much of the work that I wouldn't have to do that's basically busy work and for compliance and things like that. That
paperwork and like
done
reports and all of that stuff. It's way different already. The productivity level of an individual human leveraged with AI and
and digital technology is a huge force multiplier that we haven't even begun to really adapt to yet. It's going to be like the internet but on steroids, and everyone thought the internet was actually going to eliminate jobs too, and it didn't. It actually created more jobs. I don't know that we'll have more free time, but a lot of the manual menial tasks, a lot of the calculation and the time consuming writing and stuff is going to disappear. So there'll be different tasks. I don't know that we're going to have. I hesitate to engage the concept that we're going to live in mass leisure, because I don't think it sounds nice, but I don't think it's actually realistic. Because if you're an entrepreneur and there's something you can do that would require labor, that would produce a profit, that would be productive and profit driven, people will do it for a certain, you just got to meet the market price, the price of the cost to get people to give up their free time to have a little bit more money so that they can have a little bit more vacations, more crypto, more musical gear, whatever they want to buy, whatever they need to accumulate. Until we get to the point where we can actually just produce everything with, cold fusion reactors, and like 3D printers are actually building things at the, the elemental and or atomic level, which probably will happen someday. Where everything is just abundant. You can have whatever you want made in a machine in your house whenever you want it. That might be where we get to a more mass leisure situation. Until then, though, supply and demand will dictate that there's always going to be a productive use of surplus available labor. So that I think that there's always going to be something for people to do, and also as we get more and more content and more information available, that also consumes our time.
Yeah. No, it's just no one really knows what's going to happen, and most people aren't prepared for it. Like I said, most people are living life like it's still 2010, 2012. Their phone's not much different than it was back then, and that's as far as they take it, right? So yeah, right now is the time where, to the extent that you can capitalize on anything, if you're here, this is when you do it, and you don't stop and think, man, I wish I would have caught Ethereum when it was $50, or I wish I would have caught Bitcoin when it was $9. Like, what is the equivalent of those things right at this moment? As we're on the change of world, just the precipice of worldwide change, basically.
26-cent stacks.
Dude, I think
right now, fam.
I think you see $8 stacks and people cry. And I don't think that $8 stacks is unreasonable by any stretch of the imagination. Like, people don't realize.
We're halfway there a year and a half ago.
Right. And people don't realize, like, the circumstances when that happened was just based on the promise of Bitcoin L2s and their potential, and the facts that stacks existed. And now, like, if you look at how much better stacks is now relative to it was then, and then now you just need people to be like, oh yeah, the promise of Bitcoin L2 potential, and that's your path to $8 STX.
It can happen very rapidly. We both know this. All three of us know this. We've seen things just go bananas, and the economic situation, the financial situation, the macro situation that has us at 26-cent stacks is actually terrible. We've been in an absolute horrible economic financial situation for the last several years.
things have been very bad. And I do think that they're actually, I know that there's some rumblings that things might actually be getting to the point of being broken. But usually that's what sets off a massive expansion after, so we might have a little bit of rough, a little bit more chop, a little bit more sideways, a little bit of rough going over the next few months. I think ultimately 2026 is going to be a turnaround year, personally.
I agree. 100%. Yeah. GP, when we gonna be rocking out on the evenings again, man?
Oh, dude, I'm gonna have to. Yeah, that's something that I want to get spun up again, doing the evening shows, because we have people from that are on the other side of the world and different coasts than us that are interested in coming on and talking about their projects. And Crypto Dude is one of those ones, man. It's one of the guys that is on a different. He's in a different time zone, and he's been shipping a lot of stuff, man. He's putting a lot of codes,
I'm glad he was recognized in the Stacksies.
Yeah, dude.
Like,
it was sick to see him recognized in the Stackies, dude. Hana got one. Stacks AI Guild got one.
GP got one.
Dude, it was lit. Jack got one.
Oh,
let's go, dude. I feel like the night show it was a really nice vibe, and it's that right. It's a good time.
GP. I actually thought about this I was thinking about this over the weekend, and I think it probably makes sense to just do one day. Start with one day. Pick a day. That's the day. You're not over obligating yourself. We still have the stream all day, every day anyway. But that way you're not like, it doesn't have to be 5 days a week, man. Like, that sounds overwhelming to me to try to like pick that up on top of everything else you're doing. So I would try to pick a day.
Paint, dude. We were going hard in the paint. We were doing the nightly.
It was nuts. Yeah, it was nuts. We weren't streaming all day, but we were streaming a lot.
Twice a day.
Yeah. Sometimes 3-4 times a day.
Yeah, but it's like definitely something in the roadmap for 2026. I feel like picking a day and just having a nightly show. It was a really good format too. I feel like having the builders come on and do their demos and talk with other builders was really positive for our community and our the builders within our community. So yeah, definitely on the roadmap for 2026. We got to get the night.
Great vibe. It's a great time. There's tons of guys like you mentioned, Crypto Dude. Even like all these guys are cranking all night long. So even like Rosar is actually more West Coast now too, further west than he was. Rafa is East Coast, but he's not. I don't think that guy sleeps. So he's just as much. Like, he jumped in a few times on the night show. Crypto Dude was on all the time. Landy would be more likely to probably join and give us some updates at night, because this is like the 2 hours that he sleeps a day right now.
Right.
So I definitely think having the night show is tremendous value. And I would, if it's 5 nights a week, I can't make it most nights, but if it's one night a week, well, it's only one night. Of course I'm going to make it, because that's when it's going to be. And I think that would be, I think a weekly show would be better than trying to do it every day. Of course you can do however you want.
You could segment it too, right? Like, you could be like, okay, this is the builder we have on for this segment. This is what we do for this segment. Because then another part of the night show that was so much fun was the vibe.
Right.
Like we would cut up, and it's a good time, and people, it's good to see that side of people who are willing to like cut loose a little bit more, because it's I don't know. I mean, even if you're representing something or what you're building, what have you, having that different vibe where you can just kind of be more yourself is conducive to some great content.
Yeah, that's what we did. We're really good at on the night show, is just shooting the breeze, right? And just talking about what's going on in our wild world. And if you had something to demo or talk about that you're building, you can come on and do that. But we had a good group of guys that just willing to banter and pass ideas back and forth, and I think it worked really well. Yeah, it was a really good vibe. So we'll have to spin that back up, man. Like I feel like maybe Wednesdays might be a good day for it. Wednesday for like a Wednesday and mid afternoon. I don't know if we'll end up doing it at like 7. Like that was a little bit late. I don't know if it might work a little bit better if we do it, closer to 5. But we'll play it by ear and see what works best.
I like it. It could be get over the hump with GP.
Yeah, dude. Get over the hump. Whoop whoop. Let's go.
No, I dig it. Honestly, and we do. It is missing. It is missing. That there was more of a. We have a little bit of that vibe, a little bit more now that we do a lot of this just kind of like chatting in the morning instead of always having guests. But it's a different vibe on the night show. It's more of that frat atmosphere, homies hanging out, like Jack said, cutting up, just being goofy and wild and having that that experience. I think is it is something that I think we could get back to. That would be valued. Like we're not getting Cryptiddy on the morning show. It's a little too early for him.
Right.
And like Mark,
Right.
Killer Mark can't come on the morning show. It's just too early for him. He's out in California, or I think he's up a little bit further north, but he's West Coast. So it's I think I'm all about doing it. I don't want to obligate somebody else to doing something though either. I know GP.
I'm so down though. Like I feel like it was like a big, like it was nice. It was nice to get to talk to all the guys, and I feel like that's it was a more open format too. Like anybody that had the link can join in. You never know exactly who you're gonna get on any given night, right? And I think that's was something special, right? Like if you are building on Bitcoin via Stacks, you were able to you got the link. If you expressed interest in coming on the show, you got the link, and then just random matchups of different panels made it interesting to watch every night.
Yeah, and it's good too, because like if you look at what's happening in 2026 with Stacks, aside from research and development from Stacks Labs, but if you look at what the foundation is focused on, and that's governance. And like I think that's a word we hear, and it's another one that just kind of gets filtered through the background noise. But really, like it's SIP 31 stands out is like a very good example of on-chain governance and what we're doing here. And like it was a very cool thing. It's a very beneficial thing for this community and this network. And the foundation's going to have a much more focus on governance going forward, and like strengthening all of the different ways and building a participation in how governments is performed here, whether it's the steering committee or whatever cab. Like all these things are going to be huge. And I think that like having like DeOrganized morning show to like talk about governance and SIPs and so forth, like do on Friday and whatever, and then also having that more laid back, evening thing, that's a great place to also discuss these kind of things, right? And to just that's where like ideas and inspiration are born. That's where so yeah, like you really need both sides. You need the information, and then you need like the podcast. You need it's like the news and the podcast.
You need the information and the entertainment. You need the vibe to do it as well. Right. So you do, yeah. And I do think that we're missing out. We're missing out on some of our audience segment by not having regular later live content. I totally think that's a value to do.
but I also know I need GP in the mornings, so I don't want to obligate them to. I don't want to spread them too thin. That's the other side of it too. Like it's a lot to produce a show and host a show, and do that all. It's a lot. So
yeah. You look at what DeOrganized has done for Stacks. It's massive. You know, like absolutely massive. And that's cool. Like DeOrganized has helped shape the media culture on Stacks, which is really cool because you've seen that change in real time.
There's a lot of things that people are doing now that we showed that they will work. You know, that This will work if you do it this way. This will work if you do it this way. Maybe you don't want to do it this way. You know, we've provided some of that too. But I do think I appreciate you saying that, man, because I know that like you were saying it right in the beginning when we were getting like 30, 40 viewers a day, and that was exciting. And you were like, wait until a year from now, and you're gonna be getting thousands of people a day, and that happens most days. You know, when we're putting our effort in, it's more than 1,000 a day. Some days we're like 5,000-10,000 viewers, and that's a huge. That's not just us, by the way. There's so many people that contribute. You know, like 300 is in the live chat, and before that, like we had DeFi Dictators in there, and we have Binta cranking on that morning space, and all that you do, and GP, like what you guys do. Jack, you're a constant contributor too. Like it's a big undertaking.
If you look at if you look at it in terms of like planting seeds, because you don't always get that immediate payoff, but you can already see, like we've discussed, where you've seen improvements and changes and cool things happen. And that's not even finished. That's still going. Like we haven't even seen, even if this stopped today, you still haven't seen the full effect of it all. But the fact that, it's still going and it's better than ever, like it's going to continue to get better. And it's cool. And that's what you needed in crypto media. Like there's a lot of different things out there, but crypto especially, you basically had two kinds of content. You had, hey, we're paid to shill, like, and I'm gonna get my bag. I'm gonna talk about this project, and I'm gonna dump it right on your head, right? Like,
I'm gonna get as many of you guys to buy this right now so I can sell.
Right, or you have like the highly technical stuff where it's like highly technical people speaking each other's language, talking about how cool what they're doing.
Right.
And,
but
and
things that the average consumer doesn't ever need to know about.
Exactly. So like the gap that was bridged from that with just like the good content and the information and like bringing it to a level that everyone can enjoy, that's always needed to happen. And like that's what DeOrganized has done the best, in my opinion.
Let's go.
Let's go.
You heard it from the legend of Stacks legends, guys. I can't make this stuff up.
The Don Draper of Stacks. You heard it.
It's the facts. Jack's dropping facts. Let's go.
Let's go.
Guys, Jack, I could talk to you all morning, man. We have the Game Master in the wings. We're going to play some Find2Earn Games. After a quick word from our sponsors, you're welcome to hang out. As always, don't feel obligated. I know you're a busy man. And guys, stay tuned. We'll be back with the Game Master shortly. And after a quick word from BitFlow. The Game Master has arrived in his true form. How are you today, sir?
GM Mortals, as eternal as ever.
It looks like Mike just lost a whole lot of weight because they're using the same background for this one.
Yeah.
Blockface in his true form. Has anyone ever seen Megatron and Blockface in the same place at the same time?
No, we have not. Huh. Might have just solved the mystery.
All right, guys, these games are played on the Skullcoin BTC page. So you go to Skullcoin BTC, make sure you're following and turn your notifications on, because sometimes these games launch not while we're live streaming. So you definitely want to be following Skullcoin so you get into every game, you don't miss any. Today we have a few rounds. Game Master, who do we have sponsored for today?
Yeah, let's play 3 rounds. 1 Leo, 1 Droid, and Jackpot.
Let's go. So we got Leo Coin sponsored round. We have a Nakamoto one sponsored round, and we have a round sponsored by Skullcoin for SDX for the jackpot round. So 3 rounds for you guys. We're going to get those launched momentarily. First rule of Find2Earn: you must share out the live stream. If you guys do not, if you're the first one that finds the prize, but you did not share out the live stream, we're going to give it to Jack Binswitch's grandson today. I'm going to send it to his wallet, because I know he's already got a Stacks wallet. So if you guys don't, if you want to donate to the stack to Jack's grandson, that's fine too. But you must share out the live stream in order to win your prize, and also you must like and repost the game rounds. You do have a slight advantage if I can get my cursor to work here. We're gonna drop the starting location for the first round live. You only get that advantage if you tune in live. And here is round 1 image.
Okay, let's go. Make countdown, please.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Hajime.
Hyundai. Iksu. Andiamo.
Vámonos.
Kawaskan. Andiamo. GB, you want me to share today?
I'll pull it up.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do Skullcoin BTC.
I think people have more fun watching you win.
So let's see if I can get a big W in the chat today. So going to the Skullcoin BTC page on X, this is where you can find the game rounds. Make sure that you share the stream out as well as the game round here. So sharing out the game round, liking and sharing. And then you can click this link here. It'll take you to your starting location. You can also copy these coordinates and drop them right into Google Maps if you already have Google Maps pulled up. Whenever you click that, it'll take you to your starting location, which is right here. Let me pull this up. And we are looking around in Indonesia. Indonesia is where we're at. So we can click this little yellow dude at the bottom right corner, and it'll pull up all the different streets that you can go searching for the Leocat. Where our starting location is, I'll drop right in and look around. See if we can't find these Leocats.
Yeah, thanks Jack for reposting. So our goal to scale, we have an idea in the new year. We want to launch the community, and maybe we have the plan how to get Solana boys here on Stacks and just scale Find2Earn and DeOrganized show, because the game is fun and a lot of guests who played on DeOrganized show, all of them like the process, but I believe 96% in crypto Twitter doesn't know about Find2Earn. Maybe it doesn't know about DeOrganized, and we have clearly planned how to push this meta. We made the promo video and we want to do something. So I will contact to Peace, DPSC and Jack, and we will talk about our idea. We will figure it out how to do it.
Yeah, definitely. You got a promo video?
Yeah, but it's confidential, secret. we want to push this in the moment.
Gotcha.
Maybe just a new year when you're all back from holidays, we can do something.
Sounds
together.
good. So maybe next week.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay, we have a winner. It's Hanif.btc. We have a lot of players who found Rai,
Alright,
whitelist.
Well
Yeah,
done,
let's
guys.
play whitelist round. You have to find the cow. Because remember, like Find2Earn it's a just a new gen of giveaways. It's not like on-chain game, but the X, the crypto Twitter is important, yeah, because like on X we will chat, and that's why how to create the biggest community. So we need this kind of game, but when we create a big community, we'll move on chain because we have like seed phrase hunt, we have like development game, like the combat, the strike, and we know what to do. We just need to do it step by step.
No, I agree, and that's right. This is tied to crypto because we are a crypto-oriented show. Our audience is very crypto native, and we get sponsorships from some crypto meme coin projects and other projects like Skullcoin. But the game is not on chain. There are going to be, and the technology is just rapidly getting to where we can onboard people for on-chain versions of these games pretty easily now. It's just a matter of development and stuff. So it's coming.
Yeah, so it's just 3 phases. Okay, can you make countdown? We launch the whitelist and we continue.
All right, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Let's go.
The Droid game is on. It's a whitelist game. Yeah, so I see that like the different phases. So we need to create the DGen community with DeOrganized, like with the Find2Earn. And when the communities grow, because like everyone like the game, because obviously it's a giveaway. We just give away the money. But in the same time, the process is fair. It's unusual for crypto. The process is completely fair, and when the person loses to another person, he just gratitude him. He say, okay, man, it's a cool. You are winner. Like,
right.
Yeah.
They congratulate each other. We're happy when all of our regular players and friends win. It's a very fun time. You know? And a huge shout out, by the way, to the meme coin communities that have been supporting this for forever. Leo and Nakamoto won, but Rucoin, Bitcoin Pepe, Flat Earth, the STXAI, STX.ai project. We had George's meme was on here for a while. Rap Nothing, the Welsh community. Like, we've had a bunch of participation throughout, and we wouldn't have this if we hadn't gotten support from all of these guys, especially Rue. Rue was on it for forever.
Yeah.
Early and massive support from the ecosystem to help us do this. And it is a great way to build community playing games together.
Yeah.
GP, do you already find it? It's just a whitelist, right?
Yeah, it's a whitelist round, and after we'll play.
And we are looking around in Sri Lanka.
Ooh. That's where my future daughter-in-law is from, Sri Lanka.
Yeah, just start and go forward. Yeah, the opposite way.
I found it.
So I completely understand the sentiment of the market is dead right now, but in the same time, we propose this technology, and we have discussion right now on Stacks forum about encrypted NFT, how we can create the new SIP, yeah, and a lot of cool questions there. Anyone can read and write and participate. And if we bring this encrypted NFT to like other blockchains or all blockchains, and if we, so the goal is the customer, the goal is the user. The goal is not like to make a technology for technology. The goal is make something that be useful for the people.
Right. Actually, I'm going to drop the link for that right in the comments below the pinned post on DeOrganized, so you guys can go read up on it. That's a new SIP proposal as well, presented by Zenitron, and there is some conversation going on about that. But we need input from everybody. You don't have to be like an NFT creator or deep into the technology of it to read about it and participate by giving some feedback, what you would like to see. It doesn't have to be deep technical for you to be contributing in a meaningful way. So I'm actually dropping that.
And you know, like usually like people using AI to read the long text, like to make it simpler for them. So you can use AI just to understand simply what's going on. Like you can use any AI, like
that's right.
Gemini. Yeah.
Just for the record, just to say this in case people didn't realize, but anytime I make a thread, like even my news threads and everything, I am using the AI to first digest and make sure that I understand what I'm talking about. I'll have a conversation back and forth with it. So it's absolutely a wise thing to do to just go copy that entire post that Zenitron made, drop it into your Chat GPT or your Grok or your Gemini or whatever, and just chat about it. Ask questions. Tell me about this. What do I understand? Ask it questions. That's how you learn. You're going to learn way more, way faster.
Right. Because you know, we are very confident. I'm confident about the project, like what we are doing. So you can use any AI and challenge anyhow you want, like, and we want difficult questions. Why NFT should be like with private layer? Why it's encryption? Why it's on chain? Why it's fair competition? Why the competition is important for people? Why it should be with incomplete information? Why incomplete information is important to beat AI? Why AI cannot solve incomplete information? Blah blah blah. Okay, we have a winner. It's Ainka.stx. Congrats, he played so much games. Finally, he's a winner for whitelist game.
Nice. That's a new name. That's the first time winner.
Yeah, never give up. Never give up.
Never give up. Let's go. Congratulations.
Yeah. Let's play last game for today. Can you make countdown? It will be stacks, 30 stacks for the winner.
Jack, you want to give us a countdown?
Yeah, man. Y'all ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go.
Let's go. Chicalo. Mujezua.
Man, you could take that. That's the cool thing about Find2Earn is like you could use this as such a strong educational tool as people start rethinking like what education is going to look like in the age of AI. Anyway, imagine you seriously you could create a geography education out of this like you would not believe. Like and you make it fun.
We know all sorts of ways to say let's go just from playing this game. Really, like we learned a lot from just that, and you also get really good at using Google Maps too.
Yeah, I agree completely with Jack. To be honest, we just need smart people, big players in crypto to see what we are building together, all of us, because they just didn't see us yet. We just have to catch this moment. When they understand deeply, they will support. Just believe me, the day will come.
100%, 100%, and it's growing. Like people are, well, it depends. You know, the normies, the non-crypto natives, right? Like just an experience I had at last weekend for my family Christmas party. I was getting ready to leave. My dad asked me about a post I had made about Bitcoin, and he's old. And his position is I'm just too old. I don't want to try to designate. I don't understand it.
whatever. And then and my cousin goes, oh yeah, Bitcoin, yeah, sorry Steve, but nope. It's like he doesn't know a damn thing about it. He doesn't know anything about it. He's a line cook. He works for a catering company. And I love my cousin. I'm not trying to downgrade him, but people have opinions about things that they don't know anything about.
Right.
They need to know more. It's part of our job is to actually spread awareness as to what's going on. Bitcoin isn't just I don't even know what he thinks it is. Like to have just a lot of that's just a nope. What do you mean nope? Okay.
No, it's wild, and you're right, because we need to keep doing what we're doing because people don't know. I just don't, and
people don't know, and it's to his detriment. It's to his detriment that he's in a situation where he could accumulate some Bitcoin and earn yield on it significantly, based on his personal situation. He's in his, I want to say he's probably in his mid-30s. Single, and has a trust, a small trust, not a huge trust, but he has a trust. He could absolutely, be, accumulating, and he's not. And he doesn't know anything. Like he's not even. My dad manages his trust, so people need to know.
Think about it like this: like right now. In this country, at least, everyone's talking about how oh my God, like how much money's being wasted on fraud in the government. And I don't know how many times we've talked about this on DeOrganized, but it's probably, at least 20 by now. If your actual finances at the government level was on chain, you eliminate government corruption overnight. You just there is no missing money. There's no missing money on crypto rails. It's all got to be transparent for everyone to see. So
the single biggest vector for financial crimes today is U.S. dollars.
100%.
Without a doubt. It's not even close.
Right. And that's the thing. Like if they wanted to, so someone could be like, oh, Bitcoin's stupid or Bitcoin's this or Bitcoin that. Well, actually, no. Like we wouldn't be having, this discussion where people are about to figure out, because right now they just know a little bit. They know about Somalians in Minnesota. What they don't know is our entire lives. Governments have been ripping off taxpayers to the tunes of trillions of dollars. Trillions. And the day that the government has to be transparent, all of that changes. And you have the technology in this space to make that happen. You have the technology.
That's why they've resisted for so long.
Right.
That's why it's been being resisted, because it ends the game. We've been living in this big Ponzi game. Government, one of the government's biggest jobs is to create inflation, because technology is deflationary. I know we've talked about this before too. The governments create inflation in order to, if they didn't, we don't want massive deflation either, by the way. That's not necessarily a good thing. Having slow, steady growth and appreciation, it's complicated. But because we need that paradigm, because we need elasticity in money to keep from having major breakdowns in the system when things don't stay aligned, it's a huge vector for corruption and graft. And so there's like so much money that gets spent on things that have nothing to do with any kind of value. I mean, I don't know exactly why we stopped looking into it. That whole US aid thing where there was like massive fraud uncovered in US aid. And then all of a sudden they kicked Elon out of the administration. And they're like, you know what? We're not going to really focus on this anymore. It's because the house of cards is such a huge house of cards that they were concerned about collapsing the whole thing if they pulled that slush fund away.
because so many things are dependent on that fast and loose money. Bitcoin fixes this, but it's going to take time.
Yeah. So I mean that's why people need to know about crypto, because the technology, the money, all of this works together, and it's all integral in repairing or rebuilding, or the creation of a new, better system going forward. And it's coming whether we like it or not. So we might as well just learn and now, you know.
Okay, chat, we have a winner. It's DeFi Dictator.
Let's go.
Let's go. Congratulations.
Congrats everyone, GG. I believe we will be back in next year. So what's your schedule for the show, please?
We're gonna do morning shows this week. Might take New Year's Day off. Haven't decided yet, but we're not doing we're not booking a lot of guests, so just kind of easy, getting back into the swing of things, and then so if you have games you want to bring in, we can, or we can delay until next week, or we can do one on Friday if you're gonna be around on Friday.
Okay, maybe on Friday. Yeah, I will talk to you later.
Yeah, we'll talk in DMs and we'll coordinate it. But just so everybody knows, probably no game tomorrow or Wednesday. Maybe no games until Friday.
Yeah, we'll see.
We will have more Find2Earn games coming soon, and a little bit more of a. We got to figure out what days we want to do it, how we're going to do it.
Hunters chat, everyone. So remember, we have a plan how to grow, and we will share this plan with you in chat. I believe in our X chat. We'll explain everything. Thanks, everyone. I will be back in Underworld.
Thank you, Zenny. An excellent episode of Find2Earn. Always a pleasure, and we look forward to doing many more of these in 2026. A great show, as always, when we are joined by the legend of Stacks Legends. Anything else we need to chat about before we wrap up today, Jack? Anything else you wanted to mention?
How fast did 2025 go by?
Stupid fast. I know you've observed this as well. The older we get, it just goes faster and faster. And the older people that I talk to, it's even worse. So
that's why we need to just move everything to block times so we can at least verify.
Is time really going by this fast, or am I somebody messing with things? The levers are being manipulated. I don't know. I will tell you this, though. It does seem like one of the factors in why things seem to be going by so fast is that we have this constant draw on our attention, and it's ever increasing. Like, we can't get away from information. We don't have time to ever be bored. There's no slow path. We don't have to wait for anything, because while we're waiting, we're reading, we're looking up stuff, we're entertained and or engaged. So I think that's why time seems to go so fast, because we're distracted from it.
Okay, so that's such a good point, because you'll remember this. Well, GP will remember this to a degree, maybe. But look, TMI, I don't care. I remember a time where I'd be in the bathroom reading the back of an air freshener. Now you be in the bathroom learning about Somali fraud in Minnesota and how this all is supposed to be.
The worst is when you go into the bathroom and you realize you didn't bring your phone. It's like, what the fuck am I going to do for the next 10 minutes? But I really do think that that's a factor in why. I think it also goes by faster when you're older, just because you're aging, you're more used to it, you're desensitized to things taking a long time, you're more patient.
but I also think that the distraction level is just off the charts these days too, and it's impossible to. I can't believe it's already Christmas came and went.
All right.
That was so fast. So fast.
Dude. Yeah, 2025 just blew right by. Not gonna
How
lie.
old your grandson now, Jack?
Dude, gonna be a whole solid month, you know, working on like a month and a few days, and it's like it just happened. Like,
right,
you know, it just happened. Like you still.
You're gonna blink and he's gonna be 5.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing. Like, you know, especially with like a newborn, they change fast. You know, like watching how quickly that process happens. Every time I see that kid, you know, he's like more alert. You know, because when you first get a baby, it's like a house plant. You got to keep alive.
Right, they just
they're
just there.
You know, but even now, even still early, like now you're starting to see it be more engaged and, you know, and so forth. But yeah, like, dude, that happened so fast. And I mean, just this last like month and a half has just flown by, you know, like, I don't know. I think we're going to turn around in 26. We're going to be doing this all over again. And,
right.
you know,
We're going to be like, oh man, I can't believe DeOrganized Me is only getting 30,000 views a day. Crazy.
The question is, are we going to do any kind of DeOrganized New Year's Eve specials or anything? That's the question.
I was thinking about doing one. Man.
In my opinion, we can do whatever. We can do whatever we want. It's our platform. But based on last year,
yeah,
just people don't. It's slow. You know, there's not a lot of people on crypto Twitter or on Twitter in general. They're out partying and or doing their stuff, or so I find it ends up being. I would make it casual, if anything. You know, not too serious, not too much guaranteed length of time. Maybe just because we do the stream all day anyway. The stream's there, so we can drop in, drop out. We can, if people want to come get together and hang out. I'm probably not going to try to make it to midnight.
No,
I was awake at 3 this morning. You know,
that would be a cool show for next year, though, like a year in review. You know,
with a little more time to plan it out, and maybe a little bit more of a mechanism to do those things. Like I'm still just getting. I wish I had the capacity to really do more with our clips, more with our content, be more organized. I'm, you know, or more deorganized. I don't know, but we're not like I just don't have. I would love to be able to just be like, look at this is all of our highlights from the year and Jesus. But what is Jesus thinks we should do a New Year's Eve show or?
Yeah, I think we just celebrated his birthday. He's feeling good.
I think if we do a like I don't know, as AI gets better, you know, like AI gets better. We'll be able to like have more of those tasks just automated, you know, like that's
getting there. It is. It's getting there for sure. It's getting there. I would love to be able to do a recap of all the videos and everything. I just don't have the time to put it together. Like it's a lot of work to do because we have so much. Plus I could do. It's a lot. It's a lot. But I am not opposed to having some kind of something. Last year I thought it would be a great idea to do an extended run until midnight, and I was expecting to maybe have a similar turnout to like we had for the election before then. It just didn't go that way because while people are tuning in to the election and there's constant results, so you have things that keep people's attention. New Year's Eve isn't a news event.
Yeah, facts. Yeah, unless we like fabricate like a Y2K, you know, and we can start that now. Yeah.
Unless some major bank goes bankrupt and completely collapses in the next 2 or 3 days, which could happen apparently.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, can't rule it out, but no, like I think that again, it's important, especially right now in crypto, to look at where we're at with the correct perspective. And where we're at is like a transitional period, not just in crypto, but for the entire world. And like this wasn't the case in just a few cycles ago, right? Like this is like where we're at right now is crazy. And I think for the people who are paying attention, they're trying to position themselves as smartly as possible, and being positioned in your solid bets on crypto is part of that. But most people are completely unaware. um, they just don't know what's coming, and no one knows what it looks like, not even people who are plugged in. But it's a fascinating time right now. And yeah, wherever your convictions at, look, if you were a gold bug or a silver bug, you had a great year.
Oh
Like
yeah.
you had a fantastic year.
Yeah,
If
it's
you were
amazing.
if you were a Bitcoin guy, like if you've been in crypto, like you had again, we had Bitcoin run from the 20s to 120K. Like if your convictions in the right place, you're positioned well. We just have to see where this all shakes out, how it shakes out.
100%. And everybody has their own method and their own risk tolerance. I miss doing the Learn TA series with Landy. I learned a lot about that. I know how to do the analysis to make me decide whether now is the right time to take some profits, or maybe I should wait a little bit longer, or what. Maybe I missed my opportunity and I should hold. But I'm still more of an accumulate and hold type of person versus a trade kind of guy. I'm not. My experience with trading is that I mostly stay zero. Like I'll win and I'll lose, and I'll win and I'll lose, and I don't win more than I lose enough to the point where it makes it worth it to me. But conviction plays, finding things that I actually think are going to be valuable, sticking with them and accumulating them over time has done well for me over the last several cycles.
DCA is the way.
Now I have bought Bitcoin at like 70K and watched it go all the way down to 15K. And I bought Ethereum at $100, watched it go all the way up to, $2,000, watch it drop back down to like 1,100, sold it, tend to watch it go back up and never get back down to 1,100 again. So, it's like, it's not easy no matter what you do. I would steer clear of the lottery ticket plays, the ones that you think are going to just rocket, because usually by the time you've heard about them, they've already rocketed. You missed your opportunity, unless it's a project you're working on. And that's what I would actually recommend to everybody. Find people working on things in crypto, get to know what they're working on, and figure out where you might be able to provide value in that process, even if it's not on that specific project. Get to know what's going on, get to know who's building, get to know the people involved that are actually creating things beyond hype. That's actually the biggest value, is the network of people, knowing who to build alongside. That's actually that's why I made Stacks my home, because there's so many people here that are aligned with the Bitcoin ethos, which is what attracted me to crypto to begin with. The permissionless, trustless, borderless, open source exchange, and what that actually means for humanity. The fundamental why that appeals to me is because it's going to make things better for humanity down the line. Finding the people that are building along that ethos is really the value to me. It's in the network, it's in the people. It's not so much the platform. it's the people that have chosen to build here that really attracts me to Stacks and Bitcoin and where we are right now.
Oh, unbeaten ethos. Like, yeah. There's nothing like it.
It's the whole purpose. The whole purpose. Because Bitcoin's an answer to something people have been searching for decades before it came along, as far as a way to just keep things honest. Bitcoin's a way to keep things honest. That's why the establishment hates it so much, because they're not honest. And this is going to force them to be. And the people that are building there largely are building there because they also agree with that ethos. So that's why I'm so bullish. You know, that's why I'm interested in what's being built here, because the future looks better with these things succeeding to me.
Our future's so bright that we need shades.
Until it hurts. Shit. That's the worst time to freeze up, GP. It made me feel like
right.
Didn't land.
I can't stand it. I can't stand it. I'm sitting here trying to. Oh shit! I love it. Whenever you mince up the catchphrases.
Well, it's just that in it until it hurts. One is like
in there like swimwear.
Was it? Keep doing it. Do it till it hurts.
So early that it hurts.
So early that it hurts. Or in there, so in there like it hurts.
We need a whole slew of new ones for 2026. That should be a challenge.
Yeah, dude. Oh yeah, that's a challenge.
Yeah.
It should be a challenge. We should do like a bounty, do some catchphrases. I think that'd be
the AI. We'll get the AI guild involved.
Most definitely, got to.
No, we
Shout
have
out
plans
Hero Gamer, by the way, in the chat saying we're back. Yeah, we're back, Hero. We just never left. We just had a couple of days. We had a couple of days where we didn't do the live show, but I was still putting out the stream and everything anyway. We don't leave. We just kind of take a little bit of a break now and then. You know, a little bit of cool off period. A little correction in the market, so to speak. Guys, I can just talk all day. I'm starting to ramble. I'm feeling a little tired. So I don't want to keep you trapped with a half monologuing Please Love Music. What do you got? What else you got going on today, GP?
So today at 3 p.m. ET, I'm going to be doing a screen share in the Stacking DAO Discord.
3 p.m.
Yeah, 3 p.m. We'll be doing something there. I've been doing a weekly recap, just kind of going back over the stuff that's taking place in our ecosystem on Mondays. So, and then making some video style content. And anybody that's interested in learning how to do that, jump into the Stacking DAO Discord, and I'll be sharing my screen while I create. So, doing that, and then tomorrow we got Stacks DeFi show at 10 a.m. ET, and then also the weekly screen share in the Stacking DAO Discord. So, just looking forward to that, getting activated and spending some time with the based community and having some fun.
Right on. What about you, Jack? You got anything cool happening today?
No, man, just some chores and then go to work tonight. That's it. But, yeah.
Well, don't work too hard, and we will be back, guys. Always a pleasure having you, Jack, man.
Yeah, dude. Great to see you, Jack.
Not trying to obligate you, but if you showed up every morning, it would be fine. So.
Yeah, we're working on it. It was a real busy end of the year for me. So much so I pushed it a little too hard and wound up in the hospital. So I had my come to Jesus meeting. But being a part of what we do here is one of my priorities, and if something, I'll be here. Put it that way.
Right on. Love you, man. Always a pleasure. Happy New Year to you guys. And we'll be back tomorrow with some more live content. I will be leaving you guys. We had so many guests the last couple of months. We have endless streams of guest segments to just keep putting out there for you guys to catch up on some of the. There's so much happening on Stacks and in the broader crypto space. You guys need to be tuning into these to keep up. So we'll keep those coming, and we'll be back tomorrow, same time, starting the stream at 7:30, and this stream will be running until 5 or 6 o'clock tonight, whenever I get tired of monitoring it, and then we'll do it again tomorrow. By the way, just a reminder, 200 stacks still up for grabs. We're giving away 200 STX for the month of December. Today, all you have to do is go to the pinned post, which is streaming this stream right now, and let us know, are you ending the year more bullish, cautious, or focused, or some combination thereof? Just let us know, and you're entered to win 200 STX. It's that easy. Thank you all for tuning in today. I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media, coming at you live on Bitcoin Live, decentralized broadcasting every Monday through Friday. Get out there and crush the end of the year.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Good night, guys. To the show, a good friend of mine, one of the first people I ever actually interviewed on a live podcast, actually, along with our good friend, the Legend of Stacks Legends, Jack Binswitch. We have Rafiko, the man, coming on to talk to us about several things, because the guy doesn't stop building. It's incredible, actually. So we're really excited to have him here. And without further ado, and GP might be joining us too. I'm not sure if he's available yet, so I don't see him on his camera. But GP, if you're listening, drop in. We got Rafa coming on. And here he is. What is up, my brother? How are you today?
Hey, everyone.
Looking fresh in that hoodie, my man.
I am.
I should have thought to put on my, I only have the t-shirt version. It's a little too cold out these days to just t-shirt only, but I do love mine. I love the color scheme on that.
Thank you. It's there's a lot going on nowadays. I see the stacks, what's it called, like the capital markets, and you guys are also inviting lots of people. It's an exciting time to be around in the Bitcoin and stacks ecosystem.
Right? Yeah, there's so much going on. It's impossible to cover it all, man. Like really, it really and truly. What's up, GP?
What's up, Rafa? How we doing? Happy Wednesday, brother.
Hey, happy Wednesday to you, GP. I saw you at a sort of art/NFT conference.
Yeah, dude.
It was really cool. Like I have lots of sort of colors and pictures and screens and people playing video games, and
how was it? Insane. It was insane. It was at Beeple Studios, put it on something for Charleston Art Night, and celebrated artists from the Low Country here in the East US. So it was really, really cool, man. Getting to be invited and RSVPing to it, and tons to look at, man. Tons to look at. A lot of fun.
How are you guys surviving through all this non-stop shows and live with people and so much information flow coming your way?
The skin of my teeth.
Yeah, it's about this. Yeah, about the same. You know, it's cool. It's awesome, right? And I think between the two of us, and I don't want to just say the two of us, because there's a bunch of people that are cranking on the team and pulling their weight and making this go. But I can't say anyone's putting in as much work as GP or myself. In anything that I've seen, to be honest, we are hustling. You know, it takes a lot to make this go.
Yep.
And that's why we can get past our warts, actually, because we work so hard. You know, because we do have some warts to get past, like everybody else.
What's this?
Wart? Oh, a wart is like a blemish.
Okay.
You know, it's we put a lot of work in it, and to be honest, it's a lot. It is a lot. But you know what though, man? It's rewarding in a number of ways. You know, if you look at who we talked to today, right? We had Adam Bitcoin joined us, who's an interesting character for sure. Number one, I get to talk to GP and Hunter every day, right? That's awesome, just in and of itself.
we had the Truth Chain guys on, and what Kenny's building, and that whole crew, and we were able to give them a spotlight. And then we had we covered the capital markets space, so we got that a little bit broader exposure, which they didn't need our help, but it doesn't hurt getting a few more eyeballs. And then we had Mark on, and what Mark's building is really awesome and interesting, and that needs to get more spotlight. And we got to hang out and chat with Mark for a little while. And then we had Jeff on to talk about Base Dollar. And that's an awesome project. And we got to learn more about what he's building. And we got to know him. He's a new person. Neither one of us really knows him, but he's been in the ecosystem for a long time. And now we're hanging out with Rafa, the man. So, I mean, it's a lot, but there's a lot of value in it, doing it, you know. So, but thank you for bringing, you know, for kind of, it makes it easier to deal with how much effort it is when it's recognized effort.
Yep. You guys are good. Like, you're showcasing so many projects, very talented people across the board, and it almost feels like a lot of things are converging now. And yeah, Stacks is maturing as well. The entire Bitcoin, Bitcoin allocators, like different types, like retail, more institutional investors are now also looking at making the Bitcoin productive. And so, yeah, it's exciting to see serious builders such as Jeff and others, build the building blocks and making the infrastructure ready for that explosion that is almost inevitable. It's going to happen.
Yes, it's inevitable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So without further ado, I don't know what you guys want to see lately. I've been
honestly, what we're oriented towards our guests. So really, it's whatever you want to show. We've never really spotlighted Fact Fun even, but there's a handful of things that you're working on that are very interesting, novel, and cool. And I think people need to know about it. So I'd like to talk more about the capsule project and what you're doing with that. The just the general function of the BTC to SBTC protocol and what the value is there, because I do think that is also a very interesting development. We could even play that game you're working on if you want to. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know. It's really up to you, man. So here we're gonna share your screen and you kind of lead. You talk about what you wanted to show us, and we'll go from there.
Yes. So briefly, FactFun is a launchpad for meme coins on Stacks, and it etches runes also for some of these meme coins that graduate the bonding curve. There's a mechanism which attempts to remove sort of like the malicious business model of snipers. The way it works is you have a pre-launch before the meme is launched in the bonding curve. You've got a signal that is required from the community. There's like 20 seats to be bought. It's sort of like a pre-sale, and you vest your tokens over 4 weeks, which prevents you from dumping right away. And it actually has been quite a good instrument for removing that pump and dump schemes that can be done even by a 4-year-old. And some of those tokens that have passed the bar are very scarce. There's B blocks and FactFun itself, the meme coin. So you can actually create a coin very easily, a little bit like pump fun. But again, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where users can buy into your token. They need to vest for 4 weeks. There's like a vesting schedule. This provides a community signal to that token itself. Like, it's not just that shiny object that a sniper can come and at the lowest price grab everything and then pump it and then dump on people. It's not completely anti-dump, right? This is still a free market, but that initial sort of first price is a privilege of pre-launch holders. We've got two mechanisms here. If you see my screen, I can zoom in a little bit. So, ticker, name, description, logo, or GIF if you want to. Then you can decide where your token is going to graduate. Velar is a VC-backed launchpad, has a perp as well, perp DEX. In fact, we have our own Uniswap V2 curve. And then, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where 20 seats need to be bought in by the community, or there's the helicopter pilots, which is an option that actually no token so far hasn't been able to pass that bar. And the cool thing about the pre-launch is, it's like trying to remove that sniping, almost sniping, malicious and extractive behavior. And the cool thing is, you as a user, if the pre-launch does not graduate to the curve, you can get a full refund, no fees attached. So the way this translates, it's, for example, I think I know a few of them. So this one was launched a long time ago. Nobody ever bought into this. So you can buy a seat, and then if nobody buys, or if it doesn't graduate, then you get a refund. Although once it graduates to the bounty curve, you're now locked and you need to vest. You also get fees from the bounty curves. Like there's 0.8% that goes back to those people who are vesting. So this was the main idea, and I think I'm quite happy with it, because again, if you look at B blocks, it's the only one that graduated through that mechanism, except FactFun, and it relatively kept its TVL. But I'm sure you guys already know all these things, so it's just a recap.
Yeah, well, I participated in the FactFun launch. I didn't participate in the blocks pre-seat round, but I am familiar with it. But I do think it's very novel. It's definitely worth talking about. I think that there probably should be more awareness of this, because so there's a couple of key things here. Number one, it sets intent for a token project ahead of time, because the investors actually have to believe the first investors have to actually believe in the project. It is low risk if you're planning it out and you don't have all your investors ready, where you guys can put in your money. It's there. You can withdraw it if you decide it hasn't launched yet, but you can, you have options, but once you're there, it's locked in. And then it does give it time to get out of the bonding curve, which is important.
Yeah.
I also
high risk, I would say, meme coins are high risk. They're not backed by any sort of promise or revenue. These are like community meme coins. But I agree with you, like the pre-launch mechanism allows you to buy into something. If it doesn't pan out, you can get your refund. And if it pans out, then you're locked into this vesting schedule, and whatever fees the bounty is generating is going to be 0.8% is going to be redistributed amongst the pre-launch buyers who have given that community signal to that token. Okay, this token is backed by these pre-launch initial buyers who get that privilege of the first price, which is most tokens for the least price.
Right. And I misspoke when I said investors, because it's really, people do look at it like that, but it is because it's a meme token and it's community oriented. That's really what you're believing in, is the community that you're building the token around, or the community you're building around the token, depending on which way you're going. But usually in our cases, it's coming out of our community in some capacity. And that gives it some legitimacy as far as the people getting involved early.
Yes,
feel comfortable about it based on the mechanism. But you're not only launching a token on stacks. This also, when you engage in this, does it every time automatically make runes too? Like, do I actually have FactFun runes associated with my
Yes, Fact Fund has etched runes tokens, and this is based on sort of the community itself. But our plan is to integrate even further when we have the capsule bridge itself, like the capsule mechanism, really solid. Then you'll be able to just etch the runes token, or if you have already like 100% supply of that runes token, you'll be able to bridge it to L2, and then just essentially the SIP10 tokens are minted to reflect the runes tokens, and then trading can start in the same fashion. You've got first the pre-launch mechanism where you need to pre-sell these sort of 20 seats, which lock your community, gives that signal. Okay, these people can literally not dump right away. It's not completely anti-dump, but with a volatile asset such as meme coins, having a vesting schedule over 4 weeks is something that reduces that risk of the Solana pump and dump schemes, and filters out for community-backed tokens. But it's still a meme coin, and the volatility is going to be it's a game, right? It's a game with the community, and volatility is part of the game. But the initial, as you can see here, the initial 4 weeks over here, there's no like one big supply just dumping right away. So it gives that initial birth of a community. It makes it possible.
Yes, exactly. And so I want to, where does capsule come into play?
Right.
How does that come into play as far as the runes go?
Yeah. Before I transition to that, I just want to mention that, this is a pool of your meme token that is pooled with SBTC, which is the official stacks wrapped asset of Bitcoin, backed by institutional signers for the SBTC bridge itself, which are chosen, etc. That this is backed with like real SBTC. So there's one thing that you might want to know is like, how do I get SBTC then to buy the token? So there's the SBTC bridge, which over I think 0.003 or $100, around $100 and above, you can get SBTC in 2 blocks. It's very simple, and it's almost free. Like, it's sponsored by stackers at this point, so there's no real fee to it. And if you wanted to bridge less, because we know that Degen users sometimes they play with less money than which makes sense because this is very volatile, then you could also leverage BTC to SBTC, which is the simplest way to deposit your Bitcoin into SBTC. And it only lasts one Bitcoin block. And it's around $1, $2 if you include the network fees themselves to bridge into stacks.
And there's no price or minimum or as far as how much you can bridge in.
The minimum is around $9. The reason is, on the other side, the bridge is receiving the Bitcoins and they need to consolidate them. So if you send too little of UTXOs, like too little, it makes it very economically difficult to provide the service. So if you go to deposit over here, here's a very simple way for you, under $100, you could bridge your Bitcoin in 1 Bitcoin block. So I can actually demo this, but I'm sure everyone here is familiar. It's just like recap, right?
Right.
But
it's good for the content. The viewer, the audience may not be familiar.
So if I go to, if I log in, I can log in with my Leather or Xverse wallet. I can also log in with my Twitter account, but that's something else. And if I go to deposit Bitcoin, then essentially what I'm doing is I'm swapping some Bitcoin and receiving SBTC into my wallet seamlessly, and that is leveraging Clarity's ability to read the Bitcoin state and everything is sort of mapped between your Bitcoin address and your Stacks address. You're not relying on an operator to do so. It's all governed by code. So here in the UI, you choose the amount of SBTC you receive, and it adds up that little fee, which you can get the details over here. It's around $1.29. And that's pretty much it. Then you can choose your priority fee on the Bitcoin L1 network, and wallet provider was not found. Let me see. Connect wallet. Let's see if I can. Let's try again. Okay, I don't have enough Bitcoin in this one. I only have $5, and the minimum is unfortunately it's like $10. Let me disconnect and try and connect with another one.
So I'd be lying if I said otherwise, that I'm kind of distracted by the fact that you can log in with your X account on FactFun. I'm not aware of that. That's new information to me. Very interesting, because I'm now looking at my FactFun account and I can connect my X. And so is that gonna, if I connect my X, will that actually make me be able to log in with my X and it'll know my wallet? Or is that different? It's just connecting my X account with my wallet.
Currently, it's not linking the wallet and the X account, but I did that X login for nomination. Like, there's a campaign currently for communities who are interested to leverage FactFun and Capsule from Runes or from Stacks. We have a campaign where you participate into a sort of voting or nomination, and you can do so only with your X account. So, for example, so for that you need to be connected with X. So if I disconnect here.
Oh, okay, all right. I haven't gone back and voted. That's new since I voted last week.
Right, so you don't need a wallet. That's the cool thing. Like, inside your Chrome, you can connect.
So communities that don't have a Stacks wallet yet can participate.
So the goal here is to slowly but surely enable mobile seamless interaction with the platform without needing a seed phrase or a wallet. So this is a way of doing it with your X account, and you can vote for a community. Let's say I want to vote for pizza. You do need a tweet to be able to do so. So if I can grab a tweet somewhere from the Pizza Ninjas account, let's see. All right, I got one. So you copy paste a tweet over here, and I'll come back to the demo for bridging because that should work as well. What's this? So you just essentially copy paste a tweet, and then it's going to add a my vote inside of here, as you can see, Rafa Stacks over here. And the winner of this competition is the 4 finalists of this competition get to go to a second round where they compete for this grand prize of 1,500 SBTC yield and becoming Capsule's launch partner. So we'll assist them in being the first one to launch with Capsule from Runes if it's a Runes community, but currently we have SIP10 communities who are championing this competition. And for this competition to succeed, we need at least 169 tweets. So the bar is not low because because it's it's 1,500 Bitcoin. So we will consider this to be successful if we have 169 tweets for one community. And currently it's not exactly the case. And bear with me, there seems to be some timeouts here for some of these tweets. Yeah. Going back to just the demo of the depositing Bitcoin. Let's make it work. Deposit Bitcoin. So, okay, here I have enough Bitcoin in this account, so I think it should work normally. Okay, there's a little bug I need to run, it seems. I don't know why, but yeah, it should work normally. You just send your Bitcoin and you receive SBTC on the other side. Yeah. So that's one thing, right? The other thing is I could demo Runes capsule as well.
Yeah, please.
The game that I'm developing currently.
The game is definitely so. GP was not in that. I don't know if he's in the group now, but we have a DM group going. It started with me and Mark and Rafa, and then it just kind of. I'm not sure how many people are in it now. It's at least
Sailor for the win, man. Against the Bears. Let's go.
Yeah, Sailor versus it's Mike versus Mike versus Bear or whatever it is. I played it a little bit. Definitely fun. But it's just one of those things that's like an interest. There's definitely some other. So we'll look at the game first. Let's take a look at Capsule first.
Yes.
Right. I'm puzzled that this is not working. I've heard some issues currently in the sort of ecosystem, so I'm gonna have to make sure this works. Capsule uses also Leather and Xverse. Maybe we can choose Xverse instead here.
Yeah, I've had to use Xverse for the last couple of days, Rafa. I did talk with some of the Leather crew. They did push an update, and they were working on a fix or so to something. It was a little bug that was found, so but Xverse should be pretty solid there. I've been using that for the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's maybe me as well, because like, you know, as developers, sometimes you build and you break things and then you have to come back, and
this is the way, man. This is the way.
So that's why you actually need always like a team that's fully there, making sure features are working well. Yeah, so do you guys want to see the game, or you want to see the game? Maybe we can play. So this is the capsule thing. So what happens under the hood is this is reading your Runes tokens. So you can actually deposit your Runes token into the capsule, and then Clarity is going to seamlessly read that deposit and mint your Runes token on the L2 chain. So that process is well understood, and it leverages the same technology as the deposit system that is currently buggy, but should work normally. And yeah, just let's see if this works. I don't know. Okay, Xverse seems so as you can see here, I'm depositing 1,000 moms. Confirm. Okay, so this is leveraging the same technology as the deposit, so it's as fast as the depositing Bitcoin. Again, I'm not sure what is happening with Leather, but I'm sure I will be able to fix it. This means that I'm sending 1,000 mums tokens, which are these Runes tokens that I've etched, from my own Taproot wallet into the Capsule wallet. So if I go to my portfolio over here, essentially what I'm saying is I'm taking 1,000 of these tokens here, and I'm sending them to this multisig where my signature is required. Whenever a withdrawal is initiated, I'm going to have to sign. And so that is the idea of making the bridge or the capsule is theft resistant. Nobody can steal my Runes tokens without my consent, without my signature. And yeah, this is just now a question of waiting for this Bitcoin transaction to anchor. And depending on, the priority fees, here I'm paying, I think this much. As soon as this deposit from my wallet into my capsule, anchors on Bitcoin, so you will see this. Balance will increase by 1,000 mums, so it will show 7,138, and then Clarity, which is Stack's programming language, is able to read that Bitcoin transaction state, verify and parse that, hey, this is the mum asset token, runes token, and this transaction corresponds to 1,000 mums, and then it's going to mint over here the 1,000 mums token on L2, on Stacks. And that whole process is going to be, that minting process is going to be a privilege of Clarity, governed by code, not by anyone, not by Rafa or anyone. Again, this is Stacks' superpower. So while we're doing this, I suggest that we go to the game, because this might take like 10 minutes, or depending on how much transaction we have in this block, which we already have quite a bunch. Any questions?
Yeah, I love that the ticker is mom, right? And you're onboarding moms, right? So you're referring to it as you're depositing 1,000 moms into the blockchain. So we're onboarding 1,000 moms is the message, and I like it.
Yeah, from Bitcoin to L2. The reason is because on L2 you can do pools, you can like, the reason is very simple. Like on L2, I mean, it's very simple to just, okay, I'm going to unzoom a little bit here. But if I want to buy, $20 worth of a token, I'm just one click away, and it's going to take me, 5 seconds. Boom, that's it. I'm buying 5 million, $20 worth of Pepe, which was the was created before ETH Pepe, by the way.
Yeah.
The only Pepe token you need to know about is what I say about Bitcoin Pepe.
And you see,
frog.
My transaction is now like instantaneous. Like we're no longer on Bitcoin, so we can do. So this is Uniswap V2. It's really fast. You've got things like concentrated liquidity coming to the excellent Bitflow company, also a VC-backed startup, which will allow for less slippage, for assets that are worth more money, like have more TVL, like something like Dog will want something like that, because you can have an exact price. If I go to my portfolio,
so it's way cheaper to use. It's
exactly
super fast, and it's also still got Bitcoin finality.
Right. I just bought 5 million. No, now it's reflected in my portfolio. I click here, I can see the price. It's pretty cool. This is my my transaction right here. You've got the Explorer. I'm using Staxer Explorer. It's a pretty cool one. Shout out to the team. They have tools for developers which are excellent. Allows you to simulate everything on using mainnet and step by step. Also, shout out to Hugo from Clarinet. These tools are really cool because I can build contracts and make sure that it's fully tested. That I'm confident when I'm deploying the contract that there's no like obvious blunder or exploit in the contract. Also excited about Clarity for it, but I'm a little bit on a tangent. So while we wait for this runes to transaction to anchor, and then seeing the mint in action, what we can do is go to games.
Let's go.
All right, let's do it.
So bear with me, I'm just building this, and shout out to the Lovable team, because most of it was built with Lovable, and it's a very basic game. I want to add new features, and obviously this is meant to be on a mobile, right? It's not meant to be on a desktop. Here I'm playing against the computer, right? Which is sort of boring. But the cool thing is I can play against someone. And so I don't know if anyone who's seeing this wants to take the opposite
What's the address again? Mike versus Mike Beer Love. I got it. I already got it.
No, it's like games.fact.fun. So it's like it's
that's right. You changed it.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I want to add like uppercuts to this game, because when you block, there's no way of like, you just have to wait for the opponent to stop blocking, which is not cool. But yeah, if you want to take the, if you want to battle me, there you go. So fight. Oops. Okay. So you can block, and you punch me when you block. But hold a second. I just want to show the mobile view. It's better. So if you punch me when you block, my energy is going to go up. So go ahead and punch.
I punch you while you're blocking? I got you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And you see your energy is going up, right?
Yep.
So actually, if there are any vibe coders who use Lovable and are building games in the audience, shout out to you guys, and you can DM me and I'll help you add passkeys to this. And I'm working on a way to add smart contracts only using passkeys. So no seed phrase. You can use this inside your Chrome wallet. You see, I'm not connected with any wallet at this point. This is even anonymous. Like
sneak attack.
The rematch.
The Bears, let's go.
The rematch function I need to fix it. I thought I had fixed it. The cool thing is this thing I want to demo. So you can play in anonymous, but then you can also you can add let's add some I don't know, pizza. And you can add passkey, which will persist the data.
So it'll tie the data to your. It basically creates a user account.
Yes. Now my data is going to persist. Like if I go somewhere else, and I want to and I have my passkey, I can look. If I sign out, now I want to sign in again with my passkey. It's possible, right? And there's a leaderboard already. We can imagine, competitions, other games, because this game is very, very simple, right? It's just, but I'm also working on removing any sort of a bug, because if you can govern a little bit of money, a little bit of SBTC or any meme coin asset using your passkey, you want to wager in a game against someone, then you want the game to be bugless. Because there's a bug, then everything goes north, everything goes south, everybody is angry, right? Yeah, if you want to help out spotting the bugs, I already have a few that I spotted, and I want to add the ability to do uppercuts, so 2 blocks and 2 punches, because if I block all the time, then the game is like just pending, right? Any questions, guys?
No, yeah. I think it's awesome. I mentioned this in the DM chat when you first showed it to us, that we'll probably have regular sessions of this on the morning show. I can see us having little tournaments during the less busy, when we don't really have a guest kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to box with Peace. I'm trying to go up against Peace Love Music and 300 and have a small little tourney.
GP, there down the line, there might be a little bit of an option where you put $1 worth of SBTC, I put $1 worth of SBTC, winner gets $1.50, and then 50 cents goes to the platform to keep making cool games for us to play.
we again, like I think so. This was built in a couple of hours using Lovable. In Lovable is very easy to use. Like literally, it asks you questions. There's very little knowledge to know, and you can.
You start in Lovable with basically you just say, I want to make a website that does this. I want a game with Michael Saylor boxing a bear.
Yes.
And then it asks you to like produce assets, or you just kind of upload assets and it does the rest.
No, you start from nothing and it takes care of everything in the background for you. And
so you didn't have to give it an image of Michael Saylor. It found that for you.
Oh, I did that. But just like you can do it in an LLM, right? You can share.
Right. You're right. That's it. You're talking like you're doing it in Chat GPT.
Yes, exactly. I could demo this another time, but I think you guys are already very generous with your time.
Yeah, and we also want to be respectful of your time too, brother. 45 minutes is.
I just want to show
it's a long
this
day.
deposit thing again, maybe for people in the audience. Let's see. Here I have $57 of Bitcoin.
Well, I processed one. I didn't do it on the screen, but I did actually get one to process. I'm still
there you
waiting.
go. Yeah,
I'm waiting for a confirmation, but
Did you use Xverse or Leather?
Leather.
Okay.
Went through, and I just didn't. I did it. You were going through something else, and I didn't want to interrupt your flow to say I did it, but I actually have it right here. Just gonna share it on my screen. Here it is, pending. Just to prove everybody, I did use the bridge. It processed. There might have been just a glitch going on timing wise for when you were doing it before.
Yeah, I'm also demoing one now. I don't know if you guys can see.
Yep. Hold on, I'll switch them up.
But there you go. Like I just broadcasted, depositing Bitcoin, and now I'm waiting for SBTC on the other side. And this is the same thing is going to happen. Like bridging is such a pain, right? You don't know what's happening, etc. So having this little model here that shows you, okay, your Bitcoin transaction is here.
Oh, honestly, especially for somebody like we know what it's like because we've done it a few times. But somebody new, you don't know what's going on.
It's nerve-wracking.
It's right. It makes you
first time you do it. Yes.
Give me my money. I'm sending you your money. You're not even showing me where it is at the moment. So if you currently, it seems Bitcoin is very slow. It seems that like I'm paying 60 cents here, but it's in the second block, so it's not great. But at least I know where it is. And again, we could record this and see the end, and the end is pretty satisfying. It goes from broadcast to, okay, your Bitcoin is sent. We're waiting for your confirmation. Now it's second step is, okay, your Bitcoin anchored, meaning that your this block is going to pass from green, from this bar, right? The green in the mempool over here. And all of these are anchored, the blue ones. So you'll see your transaction is here. And as soon as it's here, now Stacks is really fast. And it reads your Bitcoin transaction, and it's going to say processing. And like 5 seconds later, it's going to show confirmed and with the confetti animation, and you'll see in your portfolio you have SBTC. Just like previously I showed, in the portfolio here, I showed, this is my Pepe here, right? Mm-hmm. Now, like as soon as this is anchored and processed, this will move from 26,000 sats to 36,000 sats, because that's the amount I'm requesting in the bridge.
Fire.
Yeah, it's and honestly, like if it's going to take, Bitcoin's never going to be faster. 10 minutes plus is my transaction was 15 minutes ago now, and it said it was about 10 minutes. The next block I think was saying 30 minutes. I'm not sure. So the next block is right now saying 20 minutes. But we know that that's not actually going to be accurate because we're already 15 minutes into with the last 10-minute block. That's why there's a lot of value on what Stacks brings. That's not only the value, but the first value really is you have Bitcoin security, everything that makes it worth dealing with Bitcoin being slow, but it adds the functionality of not having to deal with that, and it also brings down the transaction costs and then allows other stuff like a code guided smart contract bridge that requires a user signature like what you've built with Capsule, that can't be done the same way on any other chain.
And I must say that the visual cues, as much as I've done DeFi and bridging and all of that stuff over the last 4 years, I'm still the guy that needs a visual cue to let me know exactly what is going on and when, right? So I really, really do like that you incorporated that. You shouldn't leave like a user hanging and like guessing like, hey, when is this gonna happen? So like I love that. I need those visual cues. They make me feel more confident.
No, absolutely. It's horrendous. If you're sending your Bitcoin, here I'm just sending $9, but if you're sending a consequential amount,
right,
you're sweating. You don't know. Okay, there could be lots of things like that can go wrong, right? Are you on the correct URL? Is this, it could be a phishing. So you start becoming paranoid if you don't have all these cues
100%.
that take you by the hand and make sure that, hey, you're in the right place. This is HTTPS, fact.fun, that you're good. And you've got the queue. Your Bitcoin is here. You can check it, right? You can check it also in your wallet if you want to, in the Xverse wallet, but you can also check it here right away. The app is also taking you by the hand. And by the way, I have actually a demo. I did like a video. Perhaps instead of waiting for that Bitcoin block to pass, I can finish the presentation by just showing that video if you guys are not.
If you want to do that, that's fine. That's fine.
All right.
Whatever works for you, brother.
All right, let me find it. View channel. So it's a video. Manage video.
Do you have it in Google Drive?
So it's a video of the runes deposit, but again, it uses the same technology with the Bitcoin deposit, right? It's from L1 to L2. It's very simple. It's trustless. It uses Cloudy's ability to read Bitcoin state. Let me remove the sound. Can you guys see this video?
Yes.
All right, so you select the runes token you want to deposit, and you input the amount you want to deposit. I have 690,000 mums. I want to deposit 69. You select the priority fee. You've seen this before. And this is with Leather, so Leather was working perfectly. And here you go. You've got the same progress modal here, except of course I have to improve the logos here. Basically, I cut the video here. You can see it's going to move from, being in the mempool into a block that's anchored. So there you go. And that video doesn't show the modal, but the modal will show you the STX. The modal will still be here and show you the step 2 and then step 3. But you'll see here that in my wallet, I still have, as if that transaction doesn't happen. So what's going to happen is 69 mums is going to be deduced from my wallet, increased in my capsule balance, and then minted into my list of tokens on L2.
Very cool. So is that actually splitting it's splitting the allotment for you?
So
allotment all together, or do you have individual?
Yeah, the Runes protocol is a hybrid meta protocol that uses the UTXO model as well. So it doesn't exactly split. What it does is like it sort of writes on top of UTXOs. So I'm sending in UTXO from my wallet into my capsule, and that UTXO has 69 months. And just so you see here in my L2 wallet, I don't have these 69 months. But if I refresh, as you can see in my capsule now, I have 69 mums that are locked on L1. And if I look into my L2 wallet, you'll see that obviously my wallet itself has been decreased of 69 mums, right? 690 minus 69 is 689, 931 mums. And then you'll see at the bottom of this, I'll also show, oh, there you go, bam, the 69 mums on L2 were minted to my wallet. Again, that mint privilege is Clarity's, meaning it's the entire process is governed by code.
Insane. No bridging. Like it's just all dictated by code.
Yeah, and as you can see, this has just anchored, right? You can see it just went from left to right, and right away I got my runes in my wallet on L2.
That's amazing, dude. Congrats on building this. This is based. This is one of the tools that we need to onboard people from L1 to L2, right? Like these, like I've seen a few different posts on the timeline about bridges lately, and they're just clunky, right? They're clunky and they're a risk, right? You're taking more risk on. So why take on more risk whenever you could go through this process, use the tools and the coding language for what it's for, and let the code do its thing. I mean, this is brilliant.
Yep. No, absolutely. I think this is really great technology. And oh, there you go. Peace, love. Your transaction has been confirmed.
Let's go. Just went through.
That's awesome. So we can see, like, if we go here, that your transaction has confirmed, and that's it. After one block, you have your STX or SBTC in this case is credited to your, to your account. And your account is, so you are just like, if we go back here, Peace, Love, Music, right? So cool thing is, if you type here, Peace, Love, Music, I'm going to sort of dox your...
I don't care. Let them all know.
Let them know
everything about me. I don't know.
So you remember how much SBTC you had, but you have more now, essentially.
Right. I have $10 more SBTC, or $9.98 or $9.97 or whatever it was, roughly more SBTC and a little bit less BTC as well.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. Sorry for doxing you a little bit.
Nah, I'm not a problem. I don't mind being the guinea pig, and
BNSs are public.
I'm comfortable being exposed. What can I say?
Same. I do everything for my GPSC.BTC wallet. Is for transparency, right? They can see our convictions.
Yeah, so very excited about this tech. Let's see how it pans out. If you are a Runes community out there and you're interested to become our launch partner, check out fact.fund/capsule, and you can you can participate in this competition. Otherwise, the other thing I'm very excited about is games. The fact.fund, and I want to help anyone who's building a game, be it via Lovable or vibe coding in somewhere else, to add that passkey way of signing into the app, so you don't need a seed phrase, and then hooking it into a smart wallet where you can manage funds on stacks just using your passkey and the best way to demo this is using a mobile device, because you'll be able to do Face ID with this, and that's pretty pleasurable, so to speak. I'm using big words here.
Biometrics. Let's go.
It's actually awesome, and I just oversaw Hero mentioning that you're willing to help people set that up in the alpha group, the Leo Alpha chat group there. Awesome stuff, and honestly, it's inspiring me to try to carve out some time to go develop a game on Lovable, and then just be like, because I think that's actually, if we have like 20 games in the ecosystem in a place where they're easily accessible.
Yes.
And, it's composable accounts through passkey. So they can, it makes things a lot very cool. And I do want to shout out what GP is working on with Crypto Dude and Cryptonauts, because it is also really interesting. It's different kind of gaming. Obviously, it's more advanced. It's more robust with Unreal Engine kind of functionality, but these are the kind of developments that are going to really onboard your mom or onboard the people that are non-crypto native, giving them experiences that they would seek out in real life, and then adding the Bitcoin or crypto layer in an abstracted way. Like, they don't really need to know that they're dealing with crypto when they're dealing with this game per se.
Yes.
Once we start adding transactional volume, like transactional stuff, that's a little bit different. We need to on-ramp some fiat and make that easy for them, which I believe there are some people working on that solution as well. But this is a huge unlock.
Here's what we could do. We could have a DAO where I think that was your idea, Peace Love, where a fee is charged whenever somebody is wagering on a one-to-one multiplayer game, and that fee goes into the DAO and helps onboard new users. So the new users don't even need to on-ramp. They could play and get rewarded, or get points and then get rewarded, and end up having real SBTC flow into their passkey governed smart wallet
with a budget that's just giving them money, like giving them some free SBTC to play with.
It's the fun layer, right? It's the fun layer on top of stuff.
But that's actually the same. That's the casino model, except for decentralized and more holistic, right? Not mob run.
Yes. So in some of these users, I have I'm not going to say who, but like brother-in-law in Turkey, right, or another one in Belgium. So they can do it directly from their mobiles, like iPhone or even Android, and as long as the game is completely bugless, which is a bit of work, but as soon as this is your game is solid, it's stable, you can play with anyone in the world. You create a room, you share that number with them, they join, and you're having fun, and you accrue a little bit of real SBTC into your passkey wallet without having to on-ramp at all. Like, you never had to do so. That would be pretty cool. Like, and again, anyone who's building a game, I would love to help set you up with the passkey plus smart wallet, or even guide you. Like, all these things will be open source, and working together as an ecosystem to onboard your mom or brother.
Man, it's really this is so cool. And I really love how this is all so many things coming together all at once in the space. Hero, by the way, wants us to, and he's reminding us that he hates the word DAO, and I don't necessarily disagree with him. He wants to have it deleted from the dictionary, which we know what it means. That's why we use it. It communicates the idea, but I also understand what he's saying. Like, we want to create a DAO. What we really want to create is an organization for onboarding that is funded by these games and run by the people that are facilitating and creating these games.
Yeah, the exciting part, the DAO thing, like DAO is I agree with you. It's an acronym. First of all, it's difficult to understand. A lot of them have not panned out. More like creating a code governed flywheel. So some mechanism that is automatic, that cannot be tampered by humans, and that helps anyone to participate. I think Trip and Monkey has the same idea with his protocol as well. I think that's something we should have, so that I'm building that game, I'm going to help that flywheel to take place, but there's this other game as well, and all these things can help each other, and creating value for everyone.
Actually, it doesn't even have to be games. It could be It could actually be protocol wide. Anyone that's building in the space. It could be this is again bad wording, but almost like a voluntary tax where people have the option of designating some of the income they're generating from their app towards this entity, and it's code based so they can verify what it's going to do and it can't deviate from that, and it doesn't really even have to make any decisions. It's just set up in a specific way. And then if it doesn't,
That's how companies work. Like companies provide value to the community and they extract value from it. Like there's a value exchange here. So
right.
This is very similar to how companies work, except the value itself is perhaps not exactly a service, or except there's like some sort of mechanics that help that flywheel. But one last point I'm interested is like conversion of AI and Bitcoin, and you will be able to play your game in your Chrome, in your mobile, without any apps, like without any wallet. Just your passkey. That is an idea that I think is very powerful for onboarding people. Like you just Face ID, and then you do something that you enjoy doing, and you participate in a community. That is very powerful to me.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the biggest hurdles for crypto right now is just easy onboarding non-crypto native people. And there's two components of that. One, it needs to be easy to do. And downloading an app and writing down a seed phrase is not easy. It's a hard thing to do. It's a pain in the ass to do. It takes time. Nobody has time. So the passkey solves that. The second one is there's got to be a reason for them to even want to download a passkey, which is easy. There's got to be an enjoyable, authentic experience on the other end of that. So that's why the games and/or anything we can do that's creative, that would be interesting to get engagement, that would warrant having a passkey and/or a wallet with the passkey. And then if we have that composable, so would it be the passkey that I haven't set it up yet because I didn't want to play with my phone on the screen and I have to scan the QR code. But for the passkey for Fact Fun for the game, will that work? Can I actually have it so that I have a different website? Like we have our DeOrganized website. Maybe we have our own games that we're hosting there, and that passkey can work in our.
Yes. So this website has obviously a backend, super base, etc., and we'll know that you've got this passkey. But what the piece that I'm going to build now is the smart wallet governed by the passkey, and that smart wallet can be that's public common goods that any app can leverage. So it's like having a wallet governed by your passkey, secured in your secured enclave in your mobile, but you can use that anywhere. The smart wallet, you control it via your passkey, via your exact device, but you can sign in on any other apps, and you can use that money that is stored in your smart wallet using your passkey, whether you're on games.factfun or Deorg Media or BoostX, any other community built, even something like Hermetica perhaps is going to leverage the passkey in one way or another. Perhaps not. Perhaps if this model becomes successful, perhaps they want to enable it. Like the smart contract itself is just when you sign with your passkey, you're allowing some amount of money to move from your smart wallet to somewhere else. So that could be anywhere on L2.
So but it could be the same wallet that they used on Fact Fun can also be the same wallet that they're using, that they're just that it's embedded in our. Is that wallet embedded on Fact Fun?
No, it's a smart contract on Stacks that when you store money, it's like a vault where you put money, and the key to moving the money from that vault is you signing with your passkey. And I'll be happy to come and demo this in a few weeks when it's ready, or even before that. But essentially, that vault is a stack smart contract. So we could imagine, that smart contract can do what you tell it to do. So depending on how it's written, it could integrate all of these pieces that I mentioned, right? It could integrate, receiving SIP10 tokens, SBTC, even enabling an agent. That's something, that AIBTC is working on, but they have this concept, or even Bitflow has a keeper's wallet where you're enabling an agent to act on your behalf. Obviously, you customize how and you restrict how that agent can act on your behalf. But that is the same concept of a smart contract, programmable money. But this simple concept is your money is programmed and moves based on your signature. So you could imagine anything you want. Yeah. Did I answer you simply the question, or was
So what I don't want to get into the weeds. We had a great show, and I don't want to get too deep into it. But I do have. I don't quite understand.
I want to give you like a simple answer.
So I think just start from the beginning. New person coming into FactFund through the games. They found a game. They're going to come in. Their friends bringing them in. They're signing in with their passkey, and so they don't have a wallet. So they're creating a wallet when they do that.
The wallet is created on their behalf on the background, but it's their wallet. Like
it's their wallet.
Move the funds without their.
The wallet exists, and their access to the wallet is through the passkey, which they sign with.
Exactly.
But when they go, so now they go to another app that they can sign into that app using passkeys. They now have a wallet set up. Will that just having the passkey, the app, as long as it's this next app can determine the wallet from the passkey on the user's device. When they click login, they can log in with the passkey, and it'll seek the passkey and then derive the wallet, and then they sign in with that wallet.
Yeah, I think, the standard does not exist yet. So we're in the early innings of it. But the simple answer is yes. And to some extent, you can also, if you have a little bit of money in your smart wallet, you can send it into another wallet if you want to. And that second wallet is maybe now, if you're in another app that supports another wallet, you can simply do that. Right?
So how do I interface with that? So I've created the wallet in FactFund. Right? I'm a new user. I'm just onboarded. I created the wallet in FactFund. I'm not on the FactFund platform anymore. All I have is a passkey.
Yeah.
So how do I engage with that wallet? How do I send funds?
So the cool thing is, like, smart contracts are trustless. So what you saw, for example, with the deposit UI, the FactFund backend is going to take your Bitcoin transaction, is going to transform it into some parameters, and then feed it into a contract to unlock the SBTC to your wallet, right? Wallet address. That whole interaction anyone can do. So the same applies to your passkey governed wallet. That is a smart contract on Stacks, and any provider can help you bridge the UI gap between you and your wallet. You're not attached to FactFund. You can exit FactFund whenever you want, and you can. And the cool idea is you can do this in your mobile phone without a seed phrase. That's a cool idea.
Without a seed phrase and without an application.
Yes.
All you have is a passkey. You don't have anything. You don't have a leather wallet necessarily. You don't need to go into the app to access it. You just got to find some kind of UI that can interface with your passkey, which will be developed as this becomes adopted.
I would recommend that whenever you have a portion of amount in that new wallet that is going to exist, that you at some point send it to a proper sort of a seed phrase wallet. It's still a hot wallet, but it's better, because if you lose your device where your passkey is secured in your enclave, you lose your wallet. Whereas with your seed phrase, if you have a piece of paper or something like Writer, shout out to Louise and Marvin Jensen, like who are cheerful geniuses and are building this iPhone of seed phrase cold storage wallets. You know, when you have a large amount, by the way, when you have a larger amount of money, it's preferable that you send it to something like a Signa. Shout out to also the team there. It's a you know, multi-signature, or something like Writer, because nowadays you can be hacked really easily. Like two days ago, I was contacted by someone who was impersonating Albert from the Bitcoin Startup Lab, and I was literally one click away of.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. You were very close, and you said it was by chance. Something
money in these hot wallets, so I have to do some like frequently. I have to reshuffle and send the money out to, you know, cold storage.
Right, and that's a best practice. So, and that's stuff that you don't need to play around with a game that's a low cost, low transaction fees, and all of that stuff, because a lot of this might be sponsored by such a decentralized organization that is code based that we won't actually name because Hero hates that. But to onboard your mom, they're going to be funded. They fund onboarding so new users can come in, play with these apps with a low amount of money. When they start to get ready to engage in something where they're going to be starting to put money in and or significant amounts of money, there needs to be an effort to educate them on cold storage options, best practices, and whatnot, so that we're not, because the last thing we want to do is onboard people and then have them have bad experiences.
Yeah,
that would defeat the purpose.
One thing we could do is we could take the idea that Marvin and Louise had with, you know, the recovery system, where you have like several friends who could, you know, together help you recover your seed phrase. That could be baked into a smart wallet that uses passkeys. You could have like your mom, your father, your sister, everyone sign, and then if you lose your device, then you have a secondary way of getting your money back. Otherwise, it's locked in the smart contract forever, right? But I don't know what you say, like transactions, because these games don't require any transactions, right? Just for the reward part or the wagering part. And the cool thing is that I think I'm also interested in. Yeah, go ahead.
There's got to be, at some point, there's got to be some kind of a transaction, because otherwise, why do you even need to? What do you need the blockchain for?
Sure, like for wagering, for exchange of value, for rewards.
It could actually be, though, it could also just be a better way to keep track of your gamer ID and your assets. Game assets could actually be part of it too, which you might earn. You don't necessarily have to buy. And then therefore you do, but then you also have transactions there. I know that's a large model of the Cryptonauts. They've been making like composable assets, and then because the assets are on the blockchain, like I could then go make a game with that leverages assets that is already in Cryptonauts. Therefore, anyone that's playing Cryptonauts is automatically getting something to come play our game. And so it leverages their community that they've already established, and so on. And so it could be, it doesn't actually have to be like transaction based with a lot high fees or even actual money.
Yeah. Can I share my screen like for another minute?
Yeah. Well, like I know GP's getting hungry. He looks like, no, I'm just kidding.
I'm right here.
All right.
It's Rafa.
All the time Rafa needs.
All right, so I just wanted to share my transaction was also confirmed. This is pretty magic, like to be able to just bridge like in less than 30 minutes, even when the Bitcoin is heavy. The other thing perhaps I wanted to share to see if the runes deposit also has worked. Let's see. Oh, that's a different account. Okay. That's in a different account. Let's see, where is it? Oh, there you go. So this is my Bitcoin transaction. As you can see, it was processed and confirmed. So that's good news. And then if I go to also my portfolio here, there you go. Remember that here there was 69,000. Now it's 70. And here it was deduced. So essentially I send 1,000 mums from my wallet into the capsule. And if everything has worked, we should see it as well exactly here. You see 70,000. So this has worked perfectly as well. You will have also the same modal progress. So you'll see instead of Bitcoin, you'll see mums on L1 and mums on L2, or dog, right, or something else. The last thing I wanted to also share was the idea of like off-chain intent messages, which makes the UX instead of what I showed earlier with even though it was very, very quick, like just buying a transaction, this is really settling the transaction on Stacks. What you could do is just sign a message. And shout out to Rosar and also to Breeze, who are working on a little different protocols with message intent, like off-chain, a bit like Lightning. Like Breeze is working on something like he calls it pipes, which are decentralized off-chain messages. And that is really cool because there's no 5 seconds waiting at all. It's like instantaneous. It instantly is reflected, and your transaction is eventually settled later on Stacks. So you don't need to wait for the 5 seconds. And that's something that also, I think, coupled with the passkey ID, is going to interest me when it comes to games. You could wager, and automatically you'll see that, okay, I'm wagering this much, Welsh token or Leo token. And what you'll do is you'll deposit first. You'll see your balance, and then you can wager and see immediately the reflection in the app. And if you win or lose, you'll see that settlement. You'll see that settlement. Like you'll sign a message, so it'll be reflected right away, but the settlement will happen later. That UX is going to be very interesting.
Very awesome stuff, man. There's honestly it's almost like a little bit of information overload, and it's a lot of stuff I already know. But there's so many pieces here, bits and pieces. And you've been cranking on a lot of this stuff for a long time, and a lot of stuff we didn't even talk about, stuff that you've been building too. So I mean, there's really there's like stuff that you've built in the past.
The kinetic energy is like being stored and built up, and it's just gonna expand and explode. I feel it. I can feel it coming, dude.
It's popping. It's popping now. We're at the event horizon. It feels like.
Yes.
Yeah. Not only me, like the entire Stacks ecosystem is brewing. The leadership and capital markets presentation are like world class. The builders are, building apps that are audited, that are peer reviewed, that are upgrade. We have V2 contracts for Zest protocol now. Hermetica also is going to leverage. I'm interested to see how Jacob and the team are going to leverage perhaps passkey in another way, like perhaps in double auth, or I don't know what his idea behind this, but again, like having that onboarding frictionless from the Bitcoin L1, as we just saw in this session, that you can deposit Bitcoin as low as 10,000 sats, and then above that, above $100, you use the SBTC bridge, and it's almost free to do it. And then you can either use like Stacks settlement or things like message intent and games and all the wonderful work like you guys are doing, and Hero and AI and AI BTC. This thing is about to explode.
100%, man. There's like the developer energy is fantastic. The community energy, the people that are here that have been cranking, that are like the content creators. there's so much going on, man.
The content creators are becoming developers now because of tools like Lovable. Vibe coding is accessible.
Fair. Yes. That's absolutely accurate. Bro, everyone can be a music producer now.
Yeah, it's insane.
Hero Gamer is producing like sick, radio friendly music. It's insane, and I mean it's crazy. We are in a very, very interesting time, and the people that are here that are cranking that just don't stop, and there's so many guys like Rafa, like GP, Crypto Dude, Trippin' Monkey, Hero Gamer, Blockface. Like I could just go on and on. It's incredible what's going on here, and I'm excited to be here. Rafa, I could actually talk to you all day, man. Yeah. We talk often when we're not tied up with other things, but man, it's Hero saying, are you saying I'm a developer? Yeah, kind of, Hero. Yeah. You started making websites, and you're a music producer.
The AI is incredible. Like try and tinker with Lovable. It's so fast. Yesterday in 4 hours I did 84 commits, and almost like it didn't require much in terms of
84 commits is crazy.
And talk to the AI, etc. So it's like it's bum 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 bum, and then the app is forming like slowly but surely. And I'm very interested in terms of also like what 3Huna is doing with the music. Like he gave me a crash course on suno.com. You can follow me at 3AI3. It's where I produce my AI lo-fi music. These are areas that are very interesting, and yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting because things are so fast. Like even non-developers, I think non-developers will be better because they don't have the stigma of things have to be a certain way. We have to do this first, a Figma, we have to do that, etc. Which is fine, for like world-class applications. But like for ideas that you just want to, go ahead and see them, you want to produce them in the world right away. We need that explosion of creativity to come, and AI is funneling this and coming to our stack for sure.
It's coming. That's the thing. It's all coming. It's just a matter of we got to be patient and keep putting the work in. Just keep chipping away, as a wise man once told GPSC.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You keep chipping away, and eventually you'll break down that rock, and then you'll find another thing and another rock to break, and you'll teach people along the way. So that's the powerful part. You see more and more people start to do more and more things.
I think that's you hit on the nail on the head, GP. The magic in this ecosystem is that where everyone supports each other. No one's guarding their ability. We're trying to actually spread it around and help share it and make everyone better. And that's actually the fundamental key of why this is going to work. Everything's in line except for the price action, and the price action is a result of the people outside of the ecosystem not understanding exactly what we have here.
Yeah, fundamentals only continue to get better and better, and price action is down across all alts. It's not like Stacks is like bleeding in market cap against other alts. It's just
there's a number of reasons, but one of them is a lack of understanding of what's actually going on here. Unless you're actually hanging out, unless you're actually talking to the people, you're playing around with these apps, you don't understand.
Get into the game with DeOrganized is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to follow. You're supposed to subscribe on YouTube at DeOrganized Media. You're supposed to follow on X, DeOrganized BTC. That is DeOrganized BTC. Get into the know. DeOrganized is where it's at.
Let's go. Also, don't forget to follow Rafa. If you're not following Rafa, you need to follow Rafa. It's what is it now? At Rafa Stacks.
Correct.
And then it's Rafiko. You can look him up. Rafiko. Fact Fun. It's fact.fun. I think is it at Fact Fun?
Correct.
Let's
go. There's the other one. You don't have one for Capsule yet, right?
Yeah, Capsule is going to be integrated into Fact Fund when it comes to life. I'm still working on the withdrawal piece and putting together, a mind group, like a group of potential signers, or on further understanding what can be done in terms of BitVM, because like if the standard exists, then it makes sense to have the best solution for the runes community, not just something that is great, that serves a purpose, but having the most the best solution, which is a solution that removes any human interaction or factor into it, is part of an equation where the real explosion, the real backing of one-to-one can happen, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure, man. Awesome. And then the bridge, you do have a Twitter account for, which is
BTC to SBTC, simplest way to deposit Bitcoin in one Bitcoin block. There's the SBTC bridge that we will also integrate into that app, so that if you want to, you will be able to have the option to use the SBTC bridge instead, which is completely free, but is a minimum of around $100 and above. So yes, you can follow that, and it's currently implemented at fact.fund/deposit. And beyond that, I think like all the developers, all the app builders, I think will slowly but surely integrate the bridge, so that the users doesn't have to move away in a different experience, in a different app. They can deposit Bitcoin directly into the app that they're using directly. Last thing I want to say, again, like I'm insisting on this, but it's been great. 501 now. I'm also going to have to jump, but it's such a pleasure to have you guys and to be one of a guest. You guys are really hustlers. I agree with you. The amount of value on Stacks is underappreciated, and most people don't know about it. I see the efforts that are being done by leadership, and I think this will pan out in a way that I think will surprise everyone. That the Stacks technology is ripe for adoption by entities that understand the risks they're taking and want the best technology out there, which happens to be Stacks, in my opinion.
So Hero is putting out a PSA real quick. So during this bear market,
I don't want to step on Rafa's awesome sentiment, by the way, but Hero Hero just said that during this bear market, he's renting himself out. If you have loneliness problems, he's here for you to rent.
You ain't right, Hero.
Hero is going
build a game, and then I'll hook up all the stuff from Stacks for you.
Let's go.
Rafa says build a game so we can generate you some income so you can stop being a gigolo.
Yes.
That's a great note to end up on, guys. It's been a long, awesome day. We've had a ton of great guests, rounding it out with our good friend and awesome dude, Rafa.
Media for the win.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Fact Fund for the win. Let's go.
Thank you all for tuning in. We'll probably have a little bit more replay content. I might replay the segment with George from Bitcoin Magazine yesterday, because it's important. This Bitcoin for corporations, with what's going on with MSCI. I'm going to let that run after we close out this segment, and then we'll end the stream for the day. You guys still do have a little bit of time to enter for the $200 the 200 stacks contests for the day. We're giving away 200 stacks for the month of December. And thank you all for tuning in today. Thank you again, Rafa, GP. Much love, you guys.
GP.
We'll see you.
I'll come and demo the smart wallet.
Let's go.
You let us know when.
Cheers, fellas.
Right on. Good night, guys. Take it easy, GP. Peace out, guys.
The afternoon session is about to begin. We are going to go through the Hacker House demos. We are getting started in 2 minutes. Please begin to make your way to your seats. Very much like that live.
You guys may notice that lunch sign at the top.
All right.
That was a great lunch.
Time for section number 2. 2 minutes goes fast. 3 minutes goes fast. That's how much time each of the projects that you guys are about to see, that's how much time each of them gets. So really quickly, what you're about to see is coming from multiple days of these builders spending day in, day out, working on their projects at the Stacks Hacker House over the course of the last week. So this has been a very fun and enjoyable experience where several of these projects have won some sort of Stacks builder competition previously. This was a campaign that started back in late September, early October. And so every project that you're about to see has had the opportunity and earned their spots to win a hackathon and earn their way into the Stacks Hacker House. This was a 4 or 5 day long hacker house with different workshops, different times where they're just spending every minute of the hour working on their projects. And now they're going to be put into this very high pressure, stressful environment of giving their demos across in 3 minutes. So we have 11 projects that you are about to see. Yes. So in this order, I'm going to quickly go through everyone. Up first, we have Reparito. Second is Bitcoin University. 3 is Big Market. 4 is HyperInsure. 5 is Stacks Machines. Then X402 Stacks, followed by Certificores, followed by CV Chain, Rather Strategy, and then B2 Picks. We're going to get through all of those, one project, 3 minutes at a time. Let's hear it for our first presenter. Right here. Let's hear it for Reparito.
Let's go.
Hello. Thank you for being here. It's a beautiful sunny day. So I am Omar. I am the creator and founder of Reparito. Reparito is the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. So I have been doing freelancer for a long time, especially here in Latin America. That is really important for this part of the world. But there is something that is really painful. Most of the time, freelancing is lonely. It's hard to do the work. It's hard to find clients. It's hard to, do all the networking. I mean, it's really hard. You have to do everything yourself. So thousands of Web3 talents don't have the opportunity to be discovered. When I entered the industry, I realized this. So thousands of freelancers worldwide are wondering, what's next? How can I get a client? How can I get a new project? How can I be part of something new, to be part of a new project? So I think this can be different. What if there was a platform where you can find your next freelancer project by help of people you trust? Enter Reparito. Reparito is a decentralized talent platform for Web3, built stacks and secured by Bitcoin. We align incentives between freelancers, talent scouts, and clients through smart contracts to ensure that everyone involved receives their fair share. So Reparito is focused on link referrals. So the whole system allows the users to connect to each other. You can see here a little sample of this. So this platform allows the freelancers to set their commissions, to also, with blockchain, be sure that everybody will receive the automatic commission distribution. So And the best part is that everybody can be a talent scout for all the users. So I'm going to show you a little demo here. All right, this is how it works. So a user enters to our platform, connect their wallet. So the user set the profile and can, decide how much profit, commission fee can give to someone to find a job for him. And he can actually search for other users and connect and get a referral link. With this referral link, they can actually connect with other users. There was a transfer happening in the blockchain. So you can see the platform is working really well. We are working in do some little stuff to prove it. So yeah, this is Referido. So we are building the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. So with Referido, freelancers set their own referral commissions, talent scout, and automatically the blockchain enforce who gets paid by automatic commission distribution. So if you want to join this project, there is our link to our Telegram. You can take a picture. So with Referido, we are starting the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. Thank you. Great work, great work. All right, we're getting right into the next one. So speaker number 2, Bitcoin University, please start making your way up to the stage. Woo! Here for Bitcoin University. Buenos dias, Buenos Aires. I'm so excited to be here and share with you guys why I'm here and what I'm building. So my daughter, I'm building for my daughter. She's my biggest inspiration. I'm building Bitcoin University for her. I missed her birthday to be here. And so I just, I told her I was going to be here for a reason. And that reason is that I believe education can unlock sovereignty and opportunity for the next generation. That's why BTCU exists, to create a pathway to financial freedom and meaningful work in the Bitcoin economy. The world has changed and is still changing. People worldwide are fleeing weak fiat currency, seeking stability and control over their wealth. Bitcoin offers global, borderless, sovereign money, accessible by anybody with an internet connection. But we still have an education gap. Traditional education systems haven't evolved to teach people how to participate in this new economy. Traditional universities are failing the next generation of learners and workers. It's too expensive. The curriculum is outdated. People aren't graduating and getting jobs in the field that they're studying. And they're graduating with debt. People need skills, not diplomas, and they need income, not debt. That's where crypto comes in. It provides an opportunity. The Bitcoin and Stacks economy is rapidly expanding, but there's no talent pipeline to fill these critical roles. Companies are hiring and opportunities are abundant, but beginners have no clear way in. The real problem is that wallets are confusing and seed phrases are scary. Educational resources are scattered across the ecosystem and fragmented. Career paths are unclear and people don't know which skills lead to real jobs in the crypto economy. That's where Bitcoin University comes in. A friendlier, simpler, modern way to learn Bitcoin and enter the global crypto economy. BTCU removes every barrier between curiosity and capability. We're building the front door to the Bitcoin economy, designed for absolute beginners with real opportunities. So we're designing beginner-friendly courses for anybody, regardless of technical background. We have a mobile-first UX design so that you can learn anywhere, anytime from your mobile phone. And we're using AI to personalize instruction that adapts to your personal learning style. We are going to connect you with peers in the space that you can learn with, and also mentors to help you guide you through your journey. After completing courses, you will receive on-chain credentials. And we know all of the companies in the Stacks and Bitcoin ecosystem that are building on Bitcoin, so we can connect you directly to companies that are hiring talent. So frictionless onboarding. We partnered with Turnkey and developed a way for you to create a wallet with your biometrics, so Face ID or fingerprint. And so there's no passwords, no complexity. You get an instant wallet and you can jump straight into your first lesson in under 30 seconds. So by limiting friction at the entry point, we ensure that nobody is left behind. So as you can see, it's very simple. You log in, you sign up with passkey, your seed phrases are stored on your device, and you can instantly get access to course content and resources. And when you're finished, you can mint your NFT certificate. Bitcoin University, let's build a future for our children. Thank you. Well done, Bitcoin University. Moving on to our next project. Come on up, Big Market. Yeah, of course.
Hello, and good afternoon to everybody. My name is Antonio. I'm representing Big Market, and let me tell you about what Big Market is today. So Big Market is a prediction market, and for those who don't know, prediction market is like a platform that helps us predict future. For example, will it rain tomorrow? So we build a prediction market around one certain problem. And the problem is that information does not necessarily always means that that is truth. And truth, we believed in the past, that leads to wisdom and power. So we are overwhelmed with misinformation around us in today's world. And the question is like, what can we trust? So basically, one of the basic problems that is facing humanity today is like, how do we distinguish that signal from noise? Everything in the media, we are bombarded with like untruthful information. Libra here happened in Argentina. Can we trust governments? Can we trust politicians? Like, what can we actually trust? And the notion of prediction market exists for quite some time, but we have built Big Market completely different. We have built Big Market around a concept of DAO, and we have made it like severely or radically decentralized. Participation, anybody who participates on the platform basically gives signals for that truth discovery. Accuracy, if you are the person that has insider knowledge or information, will it rain tomorrow, will basically make you earn more reputation because information that you're providing to the platform is more accurate. Resolution on the platform, where other platforms are lacking in terms of the speed and trustworthiness, we have a triple layer system, and basically AI, oracles, and humans are working together to resolve the markets, will it rain tomorrow, on the fastest possible way, which leads us to the multiple applications in DeFi around our platform. There is a saying, when you come into the casino, house always wins, right? Because big market is built around concept of DAO, we have built it on a way that we build the house and we invite everybody to join in just by participating. You don't need to stake money, put money, just come there, leave a comment, and you immediately receive in our ecosystem something which is called soulbound token, like something that is very tied to you. And your soulbound token, soulbound reputation token, cannot be traded on, cannot be traded or exchanged for anything else except for the big market IDO token, meaning that everybody can participation, take part into the protocol. Speed matters because triple layer system makes market cycle through very fast, which allows multiple applications in different industries.
Sure. Come on up, Hyperinsure. Okay. I check. Yeah. I've been sure. So we are protecting institutional Bitcoin transactions. Imagine this: you have a massive arbitrage opportunity. Agents has been placed, counterparties aligned, millions of liquidity has been posted, and suddenly your transaction or your trade doesn't go through. That's gonna be suck. People have been posting about it on X, and these are like some of the real numbers here. Like approximately 1,000 transactions, which are of very high value, didn't go through. Like 18% of failure rate because of the massive spike at a network congestion level. If you ask me, protocol risk is very real. It could be related to, not paying the enough amount, mempool congestion at a Bitcoin level, or every missed block impacts on the liquidity that you are holding. So you wouldn't want that when you're dealing with that level or that volume of trade. So here comes Hyperinsure. What you have to do is before putting that high volume of transaction at a network, just buy one of the insurance policy at our platform, and we take care of everything from network congestion to network monitoring from mempool, and we make sure your transaction goes through. And if it doesn't, and if your claim is legitimate, you will receive the payout. So ready to eliminate the protocol risk? I'm going to show you a small demo how it works. All you have to do is just connect your Leather wallet. Simply, as soon as your wallet is loaded, just select one of the package. Now what it does is here you have standard packages. Just have to make sure okay, I'm okay with this much amount of delay time. Just enter the amount, purchase the policy, perfect. Now once you have the policy set, all you have to do is
submit the claim. If your claim is legitimate, you will receive the payouts. Everything is done by automation, smart contract. So the payout and everything is automated. And guys, what? We are live with HyperInsure. Just scan this, test out the whole platform, and there you go. So that's HyperInsure for you.
Nice job, HyperInsure. Okay, next we have Stacks Machines. Come on up, Stacks Machines. Time for you to take stage. There we go. Yay, Stacks Machines.
Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Jan Alarcon. So I'm gonna present about Stacks Machine. So the problems that we realize is like we want to help developers and we want to help founders, and we realize that these two important people face two problems. First, developers, they need more, assistant or tools for them to keep and develop fast. And founders, they need to show their idea, their product in a better way, in a way like this idea is almost production ready release. So that's why we have Stack Machine, this tool, AI tool that will give to you a high quality clarity smart contract. It means with this tool, you can get almost production ready clarity contracts and you can show and you can keep shipping. Also, with this tool, is especially for developers, so we can onboard thousands of developers that we have here. And the idea is to accelerate, to boost. For example, in this case, we can achieve very high speed. So how does it work? So we will collect so this is the architecture, sorry. So basically the user or the developer is gonna ask any kind of question related to clarity, stacks on our environment. It can be Visual Studio Code or Cursor. And we'll have an internal server that will handle all of these queries that we have. But before that, we have to ingest all of this knowledge data into our database, so the MCP or the tool can actually retrieve this data to the users. So this is the main flow. So here I want to show a bit more, but it's not showing. How is it? It's not showing my slide, but anyway. So yeah, happy to partner with us. So the idea is to scale this. For example, this is a project on early stage. We are just a POC. So, but the idea at the end is to scale this to production, to have this tool that can provide a much better response, a much faster response, and can provide an answer or can reply this developer's question in a fast way. Yeah, that's basically it. So with this tool, we can achieve what Stack is needing to build BTC-Fi projects. So anyone can easily just come, log in, register, and start building the projects that is gonna leverage BTC-Fi into the next level. This is my QR code, so happy to connect. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you, Stacks Machines. For our next presenter, come on up. Let's hear it for X402 Stacks. Sí, gracias.
Hey everyone, great to be here. My name is Antonio, and you guys can see the screen, but basically this is a cloud interaction. I was trying to get Cloud to use an API, and he says it's not possible. Why? Because internet payments are made for the old use. What is that flow? So for example, let's say you want to interact with an API. You need to go sign up, get an API key. And once you have that API key, now you can start using that API. But there's a problem. Basically, agents don't have a credit card. They want to pay for a service, if they want to pay for a API, for anything, they cannot pay, but they still need to get some resources. That's why I want to introduce you to X402 on Stacks, the native Bitcoin payment protocol. But first of all, what is X402? So whenever you guys go to the internet, you're going to get a response on the browser, on your mobile device. Whenever you try to go to the internet, you're going to get a status code. That represents the action. So for example, if everything is okay, you're going to get a 200. If you cannot find a resource, you're going to get a 404. You know, like the one in the ground with the dinosaur. So those are the status code. We also have the 402 status code, which represents payment required. In the past, we were not able to use this status code because there was no way to have micropayments. You won't pay with your credit card. You know, like it's more expensive to pay with a credit card 1 cent than actually doing something else, right? So we were not able to use this status code correctly. But now with Bitcoin and micropayments, we can add the payment details to that response. So this is the basic flow of how X402 works. So we have a client, let's say your AI agent. That AI agent wants to consume one resource, maybe an API to get a TikTok video, whatever. So it goes to that API, and the API will respond with 402. That's their normal flow. Actually, that works right now. But instead of only responding with 402, now the backend is going to send also the payment details, my wallet, and also the amount of SBTC that I want to receive for that resource. So once I get that information on the client, your agent will send that amount of SBTC to the backend. The backend will verify, the facilitator will verify the transaction. And once the verification is done, you are going to get the resource you were looking at, X402. So what this means for the industry. So basically, now every content creator, like if you are posting something on your blog and maybe an LLM is scrapping your blog for that information, instead of only get scrapped, now you can charge and get paid on Bitcoin for that resource. All right, another content creation. Something important I want to touch here is that yesterday, 30% of all the base transactions were made by X402 protocol. 20% on base. That's a lot, and that's a huge opportunity for the Bitcoin ecosystem. So I have a quick demo here. I think I'm going to skip it because I cannot see it here. But basically, I was trying to get information from that TikTok video. That's the cloud example I was showing at the beginning. So I couldn't do it. But with X402 on the stacks, now I can get paid with SBTC, with Bitcoin, and get that resource. I'm going to skip the video because we cannot see anything. But, well, let me introduce you to the team. So my co-founder and CTO, Cloudco, he's really good at AI, at coding. And me, Antonio, I've been founder many times before. I did Y Combinator a few years ago and also launched the first crypto credit card in Mexico. And, well, if you guys want to start Stacks X402, you can scan this QR code. It's ready. It's now ready on TypeScript. And if you're gonna connect, my DMs are open. So thank you so much, guys. Woo!
Well done, X402 Stacks. Let's bring up our next presenter, Certificors. You are up. Take the stage. It is your time. Let's hear it, everyone, for Certificors. Come on up, Christian.
Yeah. Oh, boy. That's it.
I need more muscle. Hold this right here. Hold on. Gonna fall down.
Sorry.
Okay, knock it over. Oh, there we go. There we go. We got it. We got it. Ooh. Yay! Look at that muscle.
All right.
Mike's looking like her.
Delante justo con el otro compañero. All right, so quick pivots. We are going to bring up a different project, and you will go after the next person. We will give out headsets. Yep. Yes. Yep. So, my mistake, everybody. Our next project is actually going to be Move Your Wallet. Move Your Wallet. Let's hear it for Move Your Wallet. Come on stage. Woo! After Move Your Wallet, then we will do Certificate's. Certificate's presentation is going to be in Spanish, so the production team will be handing out headsets. If you need a translation to English, just raise your hand when they come out, and they will give you a headset. But for now, we're going to go to Move Your Wallet. Este nomás.
Hello, everyone. My name is Manuel Elias. I'm the CEO and founder of Movia Wallet. But before I talk about my project, let's imagine that we are out and ask a random person if he can send us one USDC. Do you think that it's possible? Most likely not. And how many time it will take to teach that person how to create a wallet, save the seed phrase, have the token for the gas, and a lot of basic concepts and a lot of time. That's why I created Movia Wallet. It's a smart wallet for everyone, but focused on web to person, where you don't need to understand blockchain concepts, have the network token for the gas, or sign the transaction, because it's gasless and signless. You just need to connect your Gmail and send messages for help transactions. That's all. And now I will show you a demo. Right now, we connected already our Gmail, and we are on the dashboard. We added pounds, and we just need to go to a chat, write the same 0.1 STX to the person. Let's wait a little. The agent is saying, would you like to confirm? Yes, and you just need to wait. Here you can see the transaction, the hash, then we have the history. And another feature that we have is that we can add a contact. Not only this, not only transactions, you can make swaps, just sending messages. It's like this. So the person that you went out to talk, now, yes, he can send you money, just with one transaction. What's Movia different from the other wallets? Simple access to your wallet and the integrate AI system for transaction and swaps. This wallet is self-custodial. All the data will be stored in your phone, so we won't have your seed phrase or your private key, nothing. You have it. Our roadmap, we have 5 stages. We are right now in the second one, building the MVP. Next, we would like to have at least 1,000 users from Bolivia, Argentina, all Latin America. Then we would like to add all the feedback that we received, add new features, and finally have a pre-seed investment secure. This is the business model. We have 3 models. The first is commission for swaps, 0.5% for each swap. Then if you have a pro account, of course, you have to pay a monthly fee. The commission will be less for the swaps and priority super. And finally, the
Well done, move your wallet.
Standing up till I'm crazy, man. In the heat.
So for our next demo, we are going to be bringing up Sebastian from Rather Strategy to give us our next demo. So let's hear it for Rather Strategy. No, somewhat. Antes lo probamos. Antes de una por favor. Okay. Thank you very much. There we go. My name is Sebastian Rosenberg. My name is Sebastian Rosenberg. I'm project manager. I'm part of the growth team at Rather Labs. Rather Labs is a local software company. We work with different foundations like Arbitrum Foundation, Near Foundation, Multiverse X, among many others. And this is our first approach into stacks and clarity. So we are really excited. And what we built is the Rather Strategy Protocol, which is about automated token strategies on stacks. So this strategy is trend. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's a hot topic right now across different ecosystems. It was following the Michael Saylor's strategy, which is selling a token in order to a stock, in that case, in order to buy another asset, Bitcoin in that case. So the first one in this case was Punk Strategy, who launched a token called Punkster in order to buy CryptoPunks. They currently hold over 34, I think, CryptoPunks, which is huge, and the market cap is over $35 million in this dip. The week before it was like 9 figures. And beside this, it's happening with different NFT collections. And another example I added is Node Strategy, which is a token trading node monks, which is a Bitcoin ordinals collection. And also is a way to prove that this works and made the collection pump over at 70%. But there is a problem with Bitcoin ordinal. These strategies are not automated, are run by a centralized team. So we are aiming to solve that too. So how this automated token strategy works, just to make it short, basically someone launches a token and a liquidity pool to trade that token. That liquidity pool generates a trading fee. It can be set up by the creator, 5%, for example. So each time anyone buys or sells the token, it generates a fee that goes into a treasury. That treasury has an automated token strategy, and when it reaches the floor price of a particular NFT collection, it buys and releases it on profit with a premium, let's say, for example, 20%. So when that NFT gets sold, all the proceeds are used to buy
and burn the strategy token. This way, the strategy token helps the NFT collection, and the NFT collection helps the NFT token because it buys and burns it. So it generates a perpetual flywheel between both. And again, it's proven that it helps a lot the collections. So this is how it works. Next one. And we have built, I don't know if with the sun you can see the front end. The main developer behind this was Mauro Coco, who's present here. And we built a proof of concept, an MVP, to show this can be done on Clarity, on Stacks. We did 4 smart contracts, one for the token interacting with LP, another one for the marketplace, another one for the NFTs, and for the trading strategy. So this works. We can see the other one. Here you can see the treasury balance of the trading fees. The floor price of the NFT collection is trading, so now it's ready to buy and release it on top. And the amount of the strategy token that have been bought and burned, it's a fixed supply token. So again, we want to bring this proven tool to the Stacks ecosystem and also solve this clear pain point on ordinals. So thank you for your time. You can connect here and we shall.
Well done, Sebastian. You're good. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So for our next presenter, we're now going to bring certificators back up on stage. Christian, are you with us? Yeah. All right. So while we're waiting for Christian, Christian's going to come up now. After Christian, we have Beta Picks. We're going to finish up with Hawk. So, Lisa? Let's hear it for Christian, everybody.
¿That's okay? Perfecto. Hola, bueno, mi nombre es Cristian, fundador de Certificate, y hoy les hablaré porque el fraude de diplomas hoy en día es una industria que mueve más de 7.000 millones de dólares cada año. Sí, así es una industria. Esto les está costando a las compañías miles de millones en malas contrataciones y asuntos legales. A los estudiantes no logran comprobar su verdadero valor y las instituciones ven dañada su reputación. El sistema actual es lento, caro y basado en la confianza, no en la verificación. Ahora iremos desde los sistemas obsoletos a un futuro de verificación instantánea, inmutable y universalmente certificable. Somos Certificate. Somos Certificate, la fuente oficial para la nueva validación de certificados académicos. Usamos la blockchain de Stack para lograr crear una verificación en segundos, proteger marcas de instituciones y una verificación instantánea de certificados. Nuestra plataforma crea valor para todos, las compañías, reclutadores, estudiantes e instituciones. Nuestro modelo de negocio es B2B SaaS. Compañías y reclutadores pagan una suscripción anual por nuestro sistema para poder verificar certificados. Ya tenemos un MVP trabajando. Dentro de los siguientes meses planeamos lanzar nuestro piloto con al menos 2 escuelas e-learning. Ahora veremos la demo, donde solamente ingresando el correo pueden encontrar la wallet y ingresando el nombre del curso certificamos en la blockchain de Stack. Aquí podemos ver cómo se genera el ID y está registrado en la blockchain de Stack. Sin ningún problema. Luego, como estudiante, pueden ver todos sus certificados listados. Y dentro de una certificación tendremos un ID que nos llevará a validar el certificado de manera inmediata, sin ningún problema. También tenemos un explorador público donde con el correo podemos buscar todos los certificados de un usuario, los datos de una academia y más información sobre un certificado particular.
Si buscan real talento, Certificus hoy lo certificará. Muchas gracias. Well done, Christian. Well done. Let's hear it one more time for Christian. Great job. All right, so moving into our next speaker, we are down to our final two projects. Our next presenter, pointing to you, Ronell. Come on up, B2Pix. It's your time. Take the stage. Let's hear it for B2Pix, everybody.
But I did everything and made everything awful.
Like keep it more in 4 days, but what is it when it's ready to have the people understand from
Yeah, your program is like what you've done, what you've
it's just going to be so far so good. Forget it. I'm not sure every so often I lose connectivity. And I'm not sure if GP is accidentally hitting buttons and switching cameras.
I'm from Brazil. I'm the founder of Bitcoin. We are bringing Bitcoin self-custody for over 200 million of Brazilians. I worked over 15 years as a software engineer. During this time, I met Bitcoin. That was designed to be P2P, right? But trading, P2P trading with fiat currency has several issues. We become a place full of scam and long negotiations, so we surrendered to the centralized exchange. We giving up our custody, our privacy for convenience. But if we could make P2P trading more secure and faster. Well, in Brazil, we have PIX. PIX is a standard payment system created by the central bank. Everyone there uses PIX to transfer money, to make purchase, any kind of payment. That's very popular. So what if we connect PIX with Bitcoin? This is what B2Pix did. B2Pix let anyone buy Bitcoin as easy as buy a cup of coffee. We took very seriously the simplicity and security. To buy Bitcoin, you just come to our website, create your wallet if you don't have one with your passkey, without the need to install any app. So choose an offer, pay with Pix. In a few instances, the system will verify in the seller's bank account if the payment was confirmed. So it will release in the smart contract the Bitcoin for the wallet, the buyer's wallet. We built it in the Stacks blockchain that can confirm the transactions in a few seconds and have the Bitcoin finality. Also, we use both protocols. Both protocol enable you pay the transaction fee with Bitcoin. So it avoids the dual token that it provides the best user experience like a Web2 experience. We already live on the mainnet and we are open gradually. So you're welcome to access our website and join our waiting list. Thank you.
You sold your piece. You sold your piece. Let's go.
Well done, B2Pix. Okay, so we're down to our last presenter. So let's go ahead and get into it for our next presenter. muy especial. Feliz cumpleaños a ti, Pablo. Let's hear it. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, that's my double. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's
Made it.
Take your time. Take your time.
So thanks, my ass.
Copy what they use. Maybe can franchise people will have to buy them. No. Can I rent you? Yeah, whenever you need it. You don't need to own stuff. Just like 2 suitcases so you can move free wherever you want. It's like picking up, I don't know, you don't need to own stuff.
Okay, thank you.
What if we like co-own it? You know what?
You have boats only go down in value.
Exactly. And you want to change the boat and now you need a smaller boat. Then you're going to move from, I don't know, Ibiza to, let's say, France. It's expensive, takes time.
Yeah, but how did I finance it to begin with? I loaned out my Bitcoin, right? My Bitcoin's gonna go.
Yeah, the big business and she wants to be paid.
Oh,
Goods and services, I guess.
so don't own the boat.
Never own a boat. Own a small fishing boat. I own a small fishing boat.
Well, but then you're monetizing.
Huh?
Then you're monetizing.
I just fish with it, but that's like a small fishing boat. But like for the bigger boats, always run. You don't need to be more on. You need to go.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Hola, hola.
Hola.
Muchas gracias por venir. Bienvenidos a Buenos Aires. We like it. We like Buenos Aires, right? Yeah. I want to know who I'm referring to. First, I follow hacks. I've been developing since a lot of years, like more than 7, and also researching Bitcoin since late 2018, and going to very networks on in the digital sphere. And now I'm building on stacks since more than 1 year. Also studying for being a Bitcoin core developer here in Argentina. I'm gonna go back to the Amazon where is my origin the next year. And right now I'm very, very grateful to be part of this project. You know, you did check that name, right? You understand what is it about. It's the legacy industry of the music. You know, communities are pretty messed up. We are seeing a lot of applications that didn't got really the fair compensation for the artists. So I'm as a musician and as a programmer and as a 3D modeler even, I'm really pissed off about that. So I building with our DAO here also in Latin America is cross countries. Sumac, that means belleza, beauty in Quechua. It's a software universal music art kernel. Basically, it's a protocol for people to share music, art on the Bitcoin L2 stacks. It's so easily to just share what you are making on. About the flow of this process is practically making a contract, charging a fee for all the entities that are the artist, curator, buyer, or remixer that can use your work. So we already have the first song minted on Bitcoin stacks. That is Cholo. Is now driving also the advance. Yolo Cholo is the first album. So how to earn Satoshi really? That's what people ask, right? Not just how to buy it on the floor or whatever. It's like how to really earn as an artist. We have Satoshi from SBTC, this network that is really strong. I really believe in that. I want to test it. You just have to meet, list, launch, and earn and repeat. That's what you need to do in this ecosystem. So practically I'm doing this for open source. All my work is open source. You can check it on GitHub, anywhere. On my site, that is hacks.pe. So we stand for a right to play. I invite you to check sumac.app. Maybe you can get a little bit of fun over there. I follow hacks. You can follow me on Nostr or whatever. Do what you want. Okay. Thanks.
Well done, Paolo. Let's hear it one more time for Suman. Let's hear it for all the presenters, everybody. All the demos, Tiger House. We're really happy to see the final projects. Really pleased with everything. So we're going to keep moving along with our agenda. So up next, we're going to have Kenny Rogers from Stacks Labs come up and give an overview, a workshop into Stacks and Clarity. So I love this energy that we have in the audience. Let's just keep that energy high. Let's do it nice. Round of applause. Welcome to Kenny Rogers.
Yeah.
While Kenny gets set up, what the rest of the afternoon looks like is after Kenny, we're going to hear from the Stacks Latam team. If you're here at the beginning of the morning, I gave an overview as to why we are here, why we are in Buenos Aires. The Stacks Latam team is going to give some context as to why that is. After the Stacks Latam team talks, we're going to hear from Eric Toy from Stacks Labs, who's going to talk about bridging Bitcoin with SBTC. And we're going to round off our last speaker with Raphael, so from Hero. And so Raphael will be talking about how to build real applications using stacks and chain hooks.
Yeah, baby. Well, yeah.
That's enough.
Or another grandma.
Hello, everybody. I just got to say real quick before I get started, I've been with all these builders for the past week watching them build their projects. And we could just do another real quick big round of applause because watching them go through all of this. Crazy crowd, all of them, super cool. This is probably one of the coolest events I've ever been a part of. Honored to have been able to be with them during this journey. And I'm also going to put Ilyana on the spot and give her a big round of applause. So with that, I'd like to welcome you all to the nerd portion of today's programming. We're going to be kind of digging into how Stacks works. We've been talking a lot about some of the opportunities. We've been looking at some of the people that are building things on it. And now we're going to kind of get into the how it actually works. And I was up vibe coding a little something last night. So you guys pay attention. We're going to play a game at the end, and the winner is going to get 100 SDX. So if not paying attention, get out here and let's do this. So one of the things that I think is super important when we're talking about all this stuff is we look at the opportunities for why we should be interested in kind of this whole idea of activating the Bitcoin economy and building on Bitcoin and everything. But where does Stacks actually come into play in helping us to do that? And really, I think Bitcoin kind of serves as two things. Most people understand that Bitcoin operates as money. I think that part's pretty well understood. But the other piece of Bitcoin that I think is maybe a little bit underappreciated or less understood is its ability to operate as sort of this foundational layer for a new, better kind of internet with the same concept as what it does for money. And that concept, I think, really comes down to ownership. What Bitcoin does is it allows people to own their money. And what I really like about Stacks is Stacks builds the piping that allows developers to come in and then build the systems that money runs through and have that same concept of ownership be built in. If you look around the internet today, it really runs on like a rental model. Very few businesses really own their entire stack from beginning to end. And so we may have the good money, but the pipes that money is flowing through they're still centralized. We still don't own them. They can still be taken over, shut down by somebody that's not us. That's not the one that owns the business. And so the vision for the future that I have with Stacks is, can we get those pipes that the money runs through to have this same ethos of decentralization and ownership and freedom and everything. So we're going to look a little bit today at how Stacks approaches that. And so I have open right here
the stacks docs. We're not going to do any slides or anything today. I'm just going to run through and we're going to kind of walk through a couple things together. So we've got the stacks docs up here, and I find that the best way to kind of help people get their head around how stacks works is to go through each of the components. We're going to kind of go through these one at a time, but if you're a developer and you go here to the stacks documentation, that's really the best place to start to kind of get your head around what all these different pieces are. And so we're going to kind of go through some of these in order. We're actually going to start right here. Do you guys read those? Probably not. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit here. There we go. So this is kind of what I would say almost like what you might call the like transaction journey of how somebody's going to interact with stacks and how that's going to flow from when the user first initiates an action and how it's going to flow through the whole system and ultimately settle onto Bitcoin. It's another term that we throw around a lot. Stacks helps things settle on Bitcoin. So today we're going to kind of look at the path that actually goes down. And the first thing is obviously the user app. So this might be a wallet, this might be a DeFi protocol, whatever. This is really going to be the first point of interaction. And usually what's going to happen is that when a user uses their wallet to call a transaction, behind the scenes, that's going to be using a JavaScript library called Stacks.js. So real quick, how many people are developers out here? Okay, so like half and half about. So if you've ever built on Solidity, Stacks.js can be thought of as like Web3.js or Ethers.js, but it's really going to be the interaction layer between the user and the Clarity smart contracts. So that's kind of where the journey is going to start from the user perspective. They're going to interact with an AMP. That's going to use a Stacks.js function to then call a Clarity contract. And Clarity is kind of the lifeblood of the Stacks ecosystem because that's the language the smart contracts are actually written in. And so what we're going to do right now is I'm going to have some audience participation. That's okay with everybody. We can't see this one either, can we? Okay.
A little bit.
How about if I...
Oh, we can't.
This may not work. We can't see this, so that's okay. We're going to wing it. All right. What this was supposed to look like was a nice, beautiful little set of templates for what we actually want our contract to do. But basically what we're going to do right now is we're going to build, it's called a multiplayer counter contract. Super simple. The goal is we're going to maintain accounts and anybody could initiate a transaction to add on to the account. And so what we're going to do is I'm going to call out what we need to add next, and you guys are going to help me kind of put together this Clarity contract so we can kind of get introduced to some of the concepts. So what I want you to do is I want you to look over here on the right. We've got a collection of a bunch of different elements of Clarity functions and contracts that we need to put together in the right order to write our contract. And so the first little block that we have over here that you guys can't see, the first thing that we have to do is define a storage map. So I'm going to start calling on everybody to shout out. If we need to define a storage map, which one of these do you think that we need to use? And I'll give you a little bit of a clue. The pink ones are the ones where we need to define something, so create something new. The yellow ones are where we need to call a function. And then the blue ones are going to be variables, so they're going to hold some values. The orange ones are going to be different data types, and the green ones are going to be the actual data itself. So if we want to define a storage map, which one of these are we going to grab?
Define map.
Somebody said define map. Hey, we want to name it counters. Which one?
Counters. The blue.
Yep. Now, we want it to be keyed by the user. And what that means is a map is basically a data structure where you have a piece of data that has an identifier. And so what we're saying here is we want the data here to be able to be identified by a user. How do we identify users in crypto?
Principal.
Addresses. So in Stacks, an address is called a principal. So if we remember that the orange is the type that we want to put here, and we need it to be an identifier for a person or a principal, so that means we're going to put what here?
Principal.
Principal. And we want them to be storing a type of a number, but it's a specific kind of number called an unsigned integer, which basically means a positive number. So if we say unsigned integer, and it needs to be this same type of data, which one are we going to want to throw there?
Uint.
Uint. Now we just need to end. I'm not going to make you guys guess that one. Next, we need to define a read-only function. Which one's that going to be?
Define read-only.
Read-only. Nice. If you can pick up on what I'm doing here, I'm trying to highlight how readable Clarity is, because you can basically just pick and choose for the thing that you need to do, and there's going to be a function that's going to be named similarly to that. So we want this function to be named getCount. And the yellow ones are function definitions. There's two different ones here. So which one do you think we're going to want to use here if we're just trying to define the function name?
GetCount.
Right? Now what we need to do here is we need to define the argument that we're going to pass to this getCount function. And we're going to call that argument to, and it's going to be a principal type. So we're going to want to do which one there?
At the bottom.
Nice. And now what we want to do here is the first thing we want to do is if whatever we're about to look up fails, we want to have a default fallback value that we're going to fall back on. And so we need our value here to default to something. So what are we going to want to call it here first then?
Default to.
Cool. And we want it to default to 0 if it doesn't find anything.
U0.
Okay. Now what we need to do next is we need to look something up in our map. And there's a little hint here for functions that end in a question mark. That means that we're going to be going out and retrieving something that may or may not exist from a map. So which one are we going to want to do there? And which map do we want to get it from?
The first one we created.
Okay. And now, remember we set up this identifier here by the principal. So now what we need to do is we need to tell this function how it knows which of these map items to go look up. And the way that we want to do that is by using a particular keyword in clarity that identifies the person that sent the transaction. So what do we want to do there?
GetCount TX sender.
No. Oh wait, I'm wrong. There we go. The guy grabbed the wrong one. What's going on here? What did I do? Oh, okay. I failed my own test. So this is probably going to be the trickiest part of it, but what we have here is when we define this function, we define an argument called do, and when we call that function, we're going to pass a principal into that, but we need to be able to reference it from within the function. So what do we want to do there?
So we need to define a public.
Not quite yet. All we're doing here is we're telling our function who we want to look up, and it corresponds to the variable name that we define.
Who?
There we go. So that's what we want to do there. And then we're just going to end that one, and we're going to end that one, and we're going to end that one. What do we have time? Okay, we speed up a little bit. Next thing we want to do, define a public function. Which one's that going to be?
Define public.
We're going to call it count up. Function's going to be named. Now this one doesn't have any arguments because we don't need to pass anything into here, because what this behavior is going to do is it's just going to increment the counter that we have right here. So what we want to do is, if this succeeds, we want to return a success message. In clarity, there's two return types. There's OK and error. So we want to tell this function that we need to return a success message. So we're going to do what right here? Now we need to set a value within our map. So we're going to run the map set. We need to tell it which map we want to update. It's going to be counters. And now we want to make sure that whoever calls this is the one whose count is going to be updated. So whoever sent the transaction.
Okay,
that's what we were trying to do before. Now we need to do an addition function, and operators work a little bit differently in clarity. If you're used to other languages, you might be used to saying, 1 + 1 = 2. In clarity, what you're actually doing is you're calling the add function and you're passing arguments to it. So we need to call a function that's named plus, which means we want to grab this guy right here. And the next thing that we need to do is we need to get the current count of this person's counter. So we're going to retrieve that value from the map. Then we are going to add 1 to that. And now it's just a bunch of end parentheses here. And congratulations, we all wrote without putting in contract. So with that, we're going to talk a little bit about the next tool that we have in the Stacks ecosystem, which is Clarinet. So if we go back and look here at our diagram right here, Clarinet's right up here. And Clarinet is really the home base for Clarity developers because it's where they're going to initiate the process of writing their Clarinet contracts or Clarity contracts. That's where they can set up a local developer environment, get all that stuff going. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a command called Clarinet new, and we're going to say multi We're going to change into that directory. Then what we want to do is we want to create a new contract called multi-count. And we see here, we've got a couple different folders in here. We're going to pop open cursor. You guys can semi-see that, right? We're going to get our contract right here. Right now, it's just empty. And so we're going to see if this is actually a valid contract that we just wrote together. We're going to save it right here. We're going to run back, and we're going to run clarinet check. Congratulations, we just wrote a valid Clarity contract by putting some building blocks together. Nice. So that's the quick tour of Clarity. The next thing I want to go over quickly is proof of transfer, because this is a pretty core part of how Stacks actually operates. When we talk about how Stacks is like a Bitcoin layer 2 and settles on Bitcoin and has Bitcoin finality, proof of transfer is the mechanism by which all of that happens. And so we've got a diagram here that can hopefully help make this a little bit easier to understand. I don't know how readable the words are, but we'll go through each piece of it right here for what we can see. So basically it starts with the miner, which is this little guy right here. And what that miner is going to do is that miner is actually going to spend the Bitcoin. So that's how mining works in proof of transfer. The Stacks miners will start by spending Bitcoin. And what that's going to do is that's going to put them into a weighted random function to decide who's going to become the next miner. Now what they do next is a result of the Nakamoto upgrade that happened not too long ago. Previously, Stacks blocks were tied 1-to-1 with Bitcoin blocks. They happened roughly every 10 minutes. Now with the Nakamoto upgrade, what we did is decoupled the block time from Bitcoin. And so now Stacks blocks are roughly 5 seconds or so, sometimes less, is how long it takes for a block to confirm and for a transaction to settle. So most of the time, when you initiate a Stacks transaction, you go to check the Explorer. By the time you actually open it up, a lot of the time it's already confirmed, which is great. So when that miner gets selected, they start a tenure. And what that means is their tenure is going to last that whole Bitcoin block, but they're going to be mining blocks every few seconds during that amount of time. And then what they're going to do is they're going to pass those blocks to signers. So the miners do not append the blocks to the chain. The miners just propose the blocks. They pass them to signers, who are a separate party in the mining ecosystem. And what they're going to do is ensure that the blocks the miner pass actually conform to the rules of the chain. And if they do, then they're going to confirm them onto the chain. And so where does that Bitcoin actually go? That Bitcoin gets sent to stackers who are related to signers in the ecosystem. Stackers are people that are locking their Stacks tokens up in exchange for earning that Bitcoin as yield that the miner sent over. So when you earn yield on Stacks, you're not earning some randomly inflated token. You're actually earning real Bitcoin. And so the staking mechanism in Stacks is not deflationary, because it does not increase the supply of the SDX tokens outside of the set Coinbase reward. It's part of the emission schedule anyway. And so this right here, this whole picture, this is what's called a reward cycle. And a reward cycle is 2,100 Bitcoin blocks, roughly 2 weeks long. And so what'll happen is these stackers, at the end of that reward cycle, they'll get a proportion of that Bitcoin yield distributed out to them, proportional to how much they stacked in the protocol. So that's the quick whirlwind overview of proof of transfer. And the next thing I want to cover is SBTC. So SBTC is really how we can actually use Bitcoin on the Stacks chain, because as most everybody knows, Bitcoin by itself is not programmable. So if we want to take it and use it in a programmable environment, we have to somehow find a way to represent that Bitcoin within the programmable environment. Most of the time, that's either a centralized or relatively centralized solution like wrapped BTC, for example, on Ethereum. And so what the Stacks core developers sought out to do was they wanted to create as decentralized of a version of this as possible. So when Andre was up earlier, one of the kind of principles he talked about was, what can we build on Bitcoin with the technology we have available to us now that is as decentralized as possible, that then also leaves open a path to further decentralization over time. And that's really the core ethos behind how SBTC works. And so the way that this actually works is, maybe another example of not being able to see what I get from being a dev and doing dark mode on everything. But basically, we got Alice up here. Alice wants to use a Bitcoin and DeFi protocol, but she doesn't trust a custodian to hold her Bitcoin. And because Alice is super smart, she decided to join the Stacks ecosystem and try out SBTC. So right here, down here, you can see we've currently got 100 Bitcoin stored. This isn't real numbers, by the way. We have more than that, but for the example, we have 100 Bitcoin that is in what's called the peg wallet of SBTC. And so what's going to happen is Alice decides she wants to convert 1 Bitcoin into SBTC so she can use it in the ecosystem. She's going to send that Bitcoin to that special wallet that's collectively controlled by the signers. Now, these are a separate group of signers than what we talked about for Stacks, but it's a decentralized group of signers that are going to basically collectively control this wallet. So it's not like a single organization, it's a distributed set of organizations that are going to control this wallet. She's going to use something like the Bridge app that we have set up on the Stacks ecosystem, or as you can do also if you're an application, you can actually build your own custom version of a Bridge into the UX of your application. So her Bitcoin is going to get sent to that wallet. We have a couple different components that are then going to basically notify the signer software that that transaction has occurred. So now we've got 101 Bitcoin wrapped up into this wallet. And when I say wallet, this is really represented as a single UTXO. So what'll happen is the signers will go through and consolidate all of these transactions into a single UTXO that represents all of the Bitcoin that is being held as SBTC. So the signers will detect that, they'll pick it up. And then what they're going to do is after that gets sent to the signers, that transaction has happened, they're going to verify it. And then what they're going to do is they're going to then basically vote on if that is a valid transaction or not. If they reach 70% consensus, it's considered valid, and they are then going to mint SBTC in response to that. And part of the bridge process is that Alice will also send over a Stacks address she wants that SBTC sent to. So that's a clarity contract on the Stacks side of things. It's then going to mint that SBTC to Alice. She can now take that. She has 1 SBTC now in her Stacks wallet. She can deploy that in DeFi. She can do whatever she wants with it. Then let's say, okay, I did the DeFi stuff. I want my Bitcoin back into layer 1 Bitcoin. Now she's going to call that same contract that she's going to call a withdrawal function. And that is, again, going to ping the signers to say, hey, we've got a withdrawal. They're then going to initiate the process of withdrawing that back to Alice on the L1. So Alice gets her 1 Bitcoin. After they have verified that that transaction has occurred successfully, then those SBTC signers are going to burn the corresponding amount of SBTC. So because of this system, SBTC is always exactly 1-to-1 correlated with Bitcoin, and people can move it in and out of that as they wish. So that's how SBTC works. And all of this eventually settles on Bitcoin because there's one piece of that proof of transfer protocol that we didn't quite mention yet. And that is that what happens when a miner switches tenures to the next miner, what they do is they will record the hash of the last block that they mined in that handover process. There's a transaction that will initiate the handoff from one miner to the next. They're going to record the last hash of the mine that they blocked, the block that they mined. When the miner then the next miner takes over and they start appending blocks and proposing them to the signers, the first thing the signers will do is verify that they are building on top of the correct block that they're supposed to, and they're not going to allow them to mine those blocks if they're not. Because if the miner's not doing that, that means that they're attempting to overtake the network and create their own fork of the Stacks chain. So the Stacks chain will always follow 1-to-1 in lockstep with the Bitcoin chain. And this is what we mean when we say that Stacks has Bitcoin finality. Because of the way that that mechanism works, if you wanted to go back and reverse a Stacks transaction, you would actually have to go back and reverse the Bitcoin transaction that it was included in, because it's not going to be considered a relevant block to build, and the signers are going to reject it, because the signers and the miners have complementary incentives. So they're not competing, but they're not the same either. So the signers are incentivized to make sure the blocks are valid. The miners are incentivized to mine the blocks. And so that complementary system is what helps lock down that Bitcoin finality. So, you guys want to play a game? I want to see how much you were paying attention. We're going to play Stacklander. There can only be one. If anybody gets that reference. So, I'm going to hit this. You guys are going to all get your phones out. And we're going to scan this. We're going to play a little trivia game. The more correct answers you get, and the faster you answer them, the more points you get. After the game's over, I'm going to send 100 stacks to whoever gets the top spot. So hopefully y'all paid attention. I'm going to have my feelings hurt if you didn't. Let me know if it's not working.
Can I put my BTC name or does it need to be, yeah?
I'm just gonna manually send it, so put whatever there.
Blockface is the first one in.
If you don't have a Stacks address yet, put that in there and talk with me after and we'll get you set up with one. Everybody good? Anybody still going? Wait, all right, wait. We got 6 minutes. The game only takes about a minute and a half, so we're good.
Bravo, you're trolling on these. Yeah, I totally. No wonder it wouldn't let me get that name. I know. You were stuck with Pendejo.
Have some company from there. Also, fair warning, I put this at like midnight last night, so I tested it a few times on my own, but just keep that in mind. Everybody in?
Yep.
Somebody say no? Mike, are you saying no or are you stretching your neck? Okay. All right, we're gonna do this. Everybody get ready? You're gonna be looking at your phones. That's where you're gonna wanna look. Questions are gonna pop up. You gotta get the right answer as quick as you can. Ready? Get ready. Halfway there.
Yes, Harold, I will tell him that.
All right, we're down to the last question. Let's see who's gonna win this thing. Here it comes. Wow,
Oh!
Congratulations. No, Fred's the real winner. All right, that's it for me. Thank you, everybody. Okay, if there's any questions, we need a question for a couple minutes if anybody has any.
Anybody have any questions for Kenny?
All right, guys, that does it for me for the live stream. Switch off.
Thanks.
Hopefully, GP's in the wings to reset up the screen share for Restream content. But we are wrapping up our presence at Buenos Aires. We'll see you all later.
Buenos Aires. And so one of the reasons as to why that is due to the efforts of a few important folks in the Stacks community. These guys have been working really hard and doing lots of community programming and activation for the last 18 months. They're going to talk a little bit about their stories, some lessons they learned along the way, what they've achieved, and what they're going to get involved in.
Oh no, we're gonna stay. We're gonna stay. I didn't realize it was Stacks Latam up. Let's go. Woo! Brother, can you do me a favor? Yeah, sure. Can you just hold this on that for a minute? Sure. He's that's it, man.
Hi guys, it's glad to come here. But this brief summary is super important. The DP kind starts that down. Here, beautiful. Now, downloading a development and pass on to Colombia. Well, 2024 was a big year. Start that mission to increase developer adoption in Latin America. 2025 was awesome because you are here for that. Well, again, 2024 was expand and increase our ecosystem in countries like Peru, Colombia, Argentina, Brazil. The idea was launched the first graduate camp in Spanish. We received over 100.5 applications, and finally, we invest 15 hours learning. Next, Nagamora Meetups was a perfect skills to increase our scope. For example, we have 6 countries in 9 big cities to explain how works stacks, how works clarity, few weeks under the Nano upgrade tablets. Well, hopefully, Bitcoin was an event and our purpose to increase our scope to explain how stacks is working with Bitcoin. In the end of 2024, we executed our first online hackathon with different countries in order to meet your projects and increase our impact for the next year. And that's it. Rolling 25 video. Okay, thank you, Jonathan. So, what happened in 2025 is a shift plan. We start growing the ecosystem, we continue growing the ecosystem, but we try to focus more in retention builders. So we did a roadmap for this year when we try to activate every city in North America with different kinds of initiatives like IRL meetups, like technical workshops, and online bootcamp. We can have many developers from Latin America here.
You're officially a DeOrganized.
Yeah. Very exciting for us to have many projects from different countries from Latin America here in Argentina, building and sharing their projects to all the crypto and Bitcoin community. This was part of the plan. We did a lot of meetups in Chile, Colombia, Peru. We activated the tech partnerships here in Argentina, like Rather Than, who already won a prize in Tax by Coding Hackathon. We unlock new developer communities like Bolivia, countries we've never been before. And also we expand our presence in other countries like Argentina, like Mexico or Brazil. The results you didn't see, but it was around growing around 600% between 2024 and 2025. We grow with more than 40 developers in the ecosystem right now. In comparison with last year, when we did a hacker house, we had approximately 80 developers. So it's exciting for us to have more developers in our ecosystem right now. But what was our
one of our most important regional milestone. We did a hackathon last month, an online hackathon, the Start Latam online hackathon, and we have more than 250 builders from across Latin America building projects and stuff. We achieved a record with more than 50 tax-based projects. Our initial objective was 10 projects, so it was a good result for us, like have more than 50 projects building and doing things and stuff. And the winners from this hackathon come here to our hackathon in Argentina. We have winners from Brazil, from Peru, from Mexico, and Bolivia, winners that you already saw in the previous presentation, like P2P, like certificates like X402 and stuff. Other success stories we have here in Latam ecosystem. 2 of the 3 winners from the Global Stacks hackathon, Bitcoin hackathon, came from Latam. Rudder Labs, the first prize, the first place from this hackathon, they are from Argentina, and they won the hackathon after participating in one of our clarity workshops we did with them in the month of September. So this is good for us because with this initiative we activate a region like Argentina, which is going to be important for the ecosystem here in Latin America. And also the winner of the 2024 Stacks Latam Hackathon and Stacks Latam Hackathon we did last year during the BitConf, here in Argentina, still working in the Stacks ecosystem and be part from the Stacks program, which is like one of the most inclusive programs in the Stacks ecosystem. And he joined to the Stacks ecosystem and the Stacks Hackathon, for his participation in our program. So that's it. Well, that's what we want to share with us. This is part of the result we had in these 2 years. We have a growth between the quantity of builders we retain between 2024 and 2025. And now Latam is one of the strongest contributors to Stacks ecosystem builder panel. What else? Right. Well, as Jonathan told us, we are just now 3 people in the Stacks core team building, but we invite you, if you are a developer, if you are a builder, if you are an educator, builder, or even you are interested in being part from the Stacks Latam. It doesn't matter what country are you, if you are from Brazil, from Mexico, doesn't matter. We come together, accelerate the Stacks adoption and create impact across the region. If you are interested in joining us in this ecosystem and continue building and continue growing the ecosystem, you can scan this QR code, share with your friends, share with any people who are interested. We speak Spanish, we speak Portuguese, we speak English also, so we have space for everyone in Latin America to continue building in Stacks. And what's next for 2026? So we want to increase our presence here in Argentina, but also in other cities important in Latin America as Mexico or Brazil. We have the mission to expand not only developer education, we want to continue with community education and also help with other protocols and other the apps or projects who are already building in Bitcoin with the Stacks to connect them with the Latam builders, with the Latam ecosystem, and give more opportunities for our people to work with them. And we are going to continue keep pushing to accomplish that the next major fronts, that the next major Stacks projects come from Latin America. So I think it's all. Thank you very much. Gracias. Español. Obrigado.
Well done, Stacks Latam team. You guys earned and deserve a little bit more of a louder round of applause than that. Let's hear it a little bit louder. Well done, Angel. Well done. So while they pack up, we have a quick update. So next we're going to hear from Eric. Eric is going to talk about bridging Bitcoin and building with the SBTC JS library. And Eric is going to be our final speaker of the day. So when Eric is wrapped, I'll do an official close, and then we will go into the happy hour closing event of the entire conference. So let's hear it for our last speaker of the day. Let's hear it for Eric Toy from the Stacks Labs.
Hello. Oh, nice God. Oh, I'm live. So, for those who have seen my demo on Sunday, I demoed basically how to bridging your Bitcoins to SBTC via the SBTC library. And, oh yeah. Yeah. It's, oh, okay. Well, yeah, they can see it. Okay, cool. This is fine. Yeah, this is the browser. Yeah. All right, so let me see how I can do this. All right. All right, so I don't have any slides. Yeah. I'm just raw notes and raw code. So, all right. So for those who've seen me on Sunday, you've seen me demo how to use the SBTC gas library for pegging in your Bitcoins to SBTC. And I did the reverse of pegging your SBTC out back into Bitcoin. For those who are still sticking around for the last workshop, you know what? I'm gonna peg in the Bitcoins and have somebody else receive the minted SBTC. Who wants the SBTC? Oh, okay, let me randomize it. Who should I pick? Who can say SBTC the loudest? Let's do that, all right? Who can say SBTC the loudest? Well, let's do it on 3. 3, 2, 1. SBTC! Oh, I think you won.
Yeah, absolutely.
Send me your stack's address in a Telegram group. Okay, so yeah, this workshop is going to be about using that library so that anybody, any app, any builder can integrate a peg in and peg out process for SBTC for their users. At the moment, there is obviously an official SBTC bridge app, but with this library, with this JS library, you can integrate that into your own app and customize it based on the flow of your app and the UX of your app. Scrolling down, so the goals for this workshop is, to understand the Bitcoin to SBTC pegging flow, understand the reverse, which is the SBTC back into Bitcoin peg out flow, and to persuade you to build your own SBTC bridge UI. So I feel like everyone here is in the know already. Do I need to explain this? What do you think? No? Yes? No?
Give the 10-second version.
Okay. What does it mean to bridge Bitcoin? It means to bring Bitcoin from the layer 1 to the layer 2 on stacks and to make Bitcoin productive, programmable, unleash Bitcoin's power. All right, a high-level overview of how the system works. We have, think of it as 3 different parties. On the left side is the Bitcoin chain, on the right side is the Stacks chain, and in the middle are very well reputable, trusted men in suit and ties signers, right? These are the guys that we're trusting to sign the SBTC operations, communicate with the SBTC contracts, and also help to manage the SBTC UTXOs. The SBTC UTXO, to give you a little quick glimpse of what that is up over here. Let me refresh the page by clicking on this. This is where the single SBTC UTXO lives on this ginormous taproot address, and this is controlled by the signers. It's very dark right now, it's very hard to see, but the current balance is
about 4,300, and that represents how much value is in SBTC on Stacks right now. So,
Just under 400 million.
Go back here. And yeah. All right. So this is understanding the peg-in flow. We're going to go one level deeper into the peg-in flow. Let me make it bigger. Did you send, Antonio, send your Stacks address to me? Okay, yeah.
He needs it now.
Yeah, he's getting the minted SBTC that I'm going to be demonstrating. Lucky me in right there. All right, so this is one level deeper for the peg-in flow of what we're going to demonstrate. The user, that's me, I'm going to be on Bitcoin. I'm going to send my Bitcoin not to the signers, but to a custom Taproot address or a custom P2TR, pay to Taproot address. Once this transaction confirms, the signers will then sweep this UTXO right here into their main address that I showed you a second ago. They're going to complete all their configuration checks and whatnot. And then once they feel that it's confirmed and that they have UTXO in their address, they will then invoke the clarity contracts on the right side, on the stack side, and then Antonio will be getting minted, freshly minted SBTC. So the overview of the deposit peg-in flow of what I just went through in that diagram. As the builder, you have 4 things that you need to do. You need to build the SBTC deposit address or that custom Taproot address, sign and broadcast the Bitcoin transaction, notify the signers that you are making a deposit, and then confirm the user's balance at the end. All right, let's get into the demo. Any questions so far? No? Well, that's a good thing. All right. So I have this code over here. I'm gonna run it locally. Right now it's running locally on a local server. I'm gonna bring up that website. Slide this over. Pretty good. All right. So yeah. I'll repeat it again. What we're going to do now is peg in Bitcoin from my wallet into SBTC to Antonio's Stacks address. And let me get that address. Oh, send me a tested address. I need, like, we're dealing with real money here. I'm going to be sending you real SBTC here, not testnet.
Yeah.
But I can go through the code. Oh, that's kind of hard to see the code, right?
We can see it. Oh, we can see it.
Okay, from my angle, it's like blurred a little bit. But oh yeah, you're right. Come on down. All right. So let me make it bigger. Actually, it's kind of small. Oh, you sent me.
Yeah.
You sent me a main address. Nice. Perfect. Update the code. All right. So this field over here, I'm gonna get rid of that field, and I'm gonna replace it with Antonio's address. Oh. All right. That's All right, cool. It's working now. Let me just refresh my app. Oh, cool. And let me make the code bigger again. All right. So, all right. So at the top over here, we're creating that custom Bitcoin or custom Tapper address. This address is controlled by me, user, and also the signers. Once we create that custom address, we're going to send it and pass it into this field over here. This method is going to invoke your Sats wallet, and it's going to create a Bitcoin transfer. We're going to specify that custom deposit address that we just made, and also the amount of Bitcoin that we want to peg into SBTC. And then at the end over here, we are going to retrieve the TX hex of that same Bitcoin transaction that we just made. And we're going to notify the signers about it, just so that they are aware that there is a pegging process that is being requested, and for them to basically monitor it, check it, and sweep those Bitcoins into their main address. And that's it. It's pretty simple. We're using the SBTC library for that create deposit address method. And also with this client over here, this client is using, he's able to communicate with the signers via the Emily API. And then so with this short amount of code, we can simulate the Bitcoin to SBTC process. So let's go ahead and peg. Well, first, I want to make sure my wallet is properly connected, actually. So let's go and you know what? Yeah. Second. All right, so my wallet's connected to my app, and I'm going to go ahead and click on the purple button. I made it purple just so I can differentiate between peg in and peg out, right? So we're pegging into sets, the old purple facade. So let's go ahead and invoke that function, and nothing is happening. Hold on a second. Okay. Come back. All right. Let's put in my password. Is that what it is? Okay, this off screen, and so nobody can see what I'm typing in, just in case. All right, and we're back. So to summarize, I'm making a Bitcoin transaction to mint into SBTC. The transaction is going to consist of 0.01 Bitcoin. That is at the moment the minimum to peg in. And then we're going to confirm it. And then in about maybe 2 or 3 Bitcoin block confirmations, you should be receiving freshly minted SBTC on mainnet.
Woo!
Okay, and my Bitcoins went through. At the moment, it's probably inventful right now, waiting for confirmation. But essentially, it's honestly as easy as that, and you can customize this flow however you want to based on the purpose of your app, the UX of your app, UI. So just a little glimpse as to that custom deposit address that we created. Essentially, we're creating an address or Tapper address that Let me make it bigger. Okay. So we're creating a temporary address that contains a deposit script that is controlled by the signers, reclaim script controlled by me if I want to reclaim back my Bitcoins, and an unspendable pub key that's kind of like, doesn't really mean anything, but essentially it technically means that this address right here doesn't have a spendable private key. So meaning like that actually nobody has control over this address, but the signers and I have control over those scripts over there. And honestly, that was it. So it was the reverse process, the withdrawing of your SBTC back into Bitcoin. It's pretty similar. The user on Stacks is gonna burn their SBTC in the Clarity contracts, and then the signers will be receiving that emitted event from the contracts. And then the signers, after performing their checks, they will then send back the Bitcoins to your Bitcoin address. And so the process for the developer is just you want to make sure that the Bitcoin address is valid. Make a contract call to the specific SBTC contract, and then you want to confirm that transaction. So lastly, to sum it up, why build your own SBTC bridge? Well, I kind of stated it in the beginning. One, you can tailor the UX for your specific app's flow. For those who use the main app, maybe there might be some things that you want to add more, such as more status updates or more information regarding that, regarding the transaction either on the Bitcoin side or on the Stack side. You alleviate having your users from moving away from your apps, that you don't need to have your user open up a new window, a new browser, a new app. Localize it, rebrand it for your community, and you can continue to make Bitcoin bridging invisible. And on the final thing that I want to leave you guys on is the official bridge proves minting SBTC works. Your bridge proves what's possible next. So that's it.
Let's hear it for the winner of the new receiver of Eric's SBTC.
He got about $100 worth of it.
Let's go! All because of his loud voice. Sometimes you have to be loud.
And also thanks to the current minimum of how much you can pay in. Right now, the minimum is about $100 worth of Bitcoin. So, okay. Honestly, if there was no minimum, I would have just maybe gave you like $5 or something. But now you have $100 worth of
for minimum.
So.
Awesome. Thanks, Eric. Well done. Well done. That was fun. All right, everyone. So that is a wrap. That was our last speaker. Today, we had a panel, and we had a keynote, and we had a fireside. We had another panel, and we had 11 projects give demonstrations of what they've been working on really hard for the last 4 days, followed by our final 2 workshops that just wrapped up today. I am your host. I'm Adam. I am White. We're going to move into our little closing happy hour session. Don't talk to me. I'm too tired. I need a minute. No, I'm kidding. Let's go have some fun over there. We have beverages. We have refreshments. We have some food. Let's go have some fun. Let's mingle. Let's network with everybody. Thank you for coming out. Bitcoin Builders Conference. Thank you. Let's go.
All right, guys, that's a wrap. We're wrapping up our presence at Buenos Aires for Dev Connect and all of the Stacks events around. I'll be back at my desk, probably not tomorrow morning. I'll be flying in tomorrow morning around showtime. I think I'll see you guys on Friday. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. I'm gonna hook up with GP and we'll get some more content going soon. See y'all on the flip side. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day.
Oh, it's okay. Keep it. Oh. Yes.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game.
What is up, my friends? It's your old pal Peace Love Music. We have a really interesting guest joining us in 1 minute to talk about something that's actually very important and we need to get more awareness about in the ecosystem regarding some new rules proposed by MSCI and indexing or excluding companies from being indexed in the global investable markets if they hold more than 50% of their total assets in digital assets, or they're on their hold more than 50% of their reserves or their on-book assets in digital assets. So we do need to talk about this. It's very important. We need to spread a lot of awareness about this. Before I jump in, I want to just take a minute to level set for folks who may not be familiar with MSCI. MSCI is one of the largest and most influential index providers in the world. They create and maintain the indexes that many institutional investors, pension funds, mutual funds, and ETFs use as benchmarks for where capital gets allocated. When a company is included in a major MSCI index, it can automatically become eligible for investment by a wide range of funds that are required to track these indexes. And when a company is excluded, it can lose access to that institutional capital, sometimes regardless of how strong the underlying business is. So MSCI isn't a regulator, but their classification decisions have real world consequences. They shape capital flows, influence corporate behavior, and quietly set rules that companies, investors end up having to play by. That's why this recent proposal around digital asset treasury companies has gotten attention, because it's not just about Bitcoin. It's about how companies are categorized and what that means for markets. We are being joined by George McHale from Bitcoin Magazine. He's an author, and he's also part of a project called Bitcoin for Corporations. And fortunately, we have entities like this to help promote awareness about this. And let me bring George on. Welcome, George. How are you today, sir?
I am doing well. How are you?
Very good. Very good. We have as much time as you want. Happy to. I really appreciate you joining us today to talk about this because it's a very, very important distinction going on, and I think that it probably goes a little bit. It's not maybe the sexiest of news, so I think it goes past people a little bit. So why don't you give us a little bit of a breakdown of what your background and then what the issue is.
Sure, absolutely. Well, first of all, thanks so much for having me on. I'm excited. Even though it is an unsexy issue, I'm excited to talk about it because it is definitely something that could potentially have a significant impact on our industry. So yeah, my background, I've been in Bitcoin since 2017. I've been a part of the BTC Inc. team for the last 4 years. And I've been running Bitcoin for Corporations for a little over a year now. It's an initiative that we started with Strategy. We launched at Bitcoin Nashville in 2024 with the mission to accelerate corporate Bitcoin adoption. So saw a need in the space to help support these companies that are kind of just starting out by creating a Bitcoin treasury strategy, resourcing them, helping them get the right connections, hosting events, things like that. And so this proposal came on my radar. Actually, Dylan from MetaPlanet gave me a call and was like, "Hey, you got to see this. This is definitely something that I think BFC was built for." And sure enough, we jumped all over it because we have a coalition now of about 40 companies that are in some way, shape, or form adopting a Bitcoin strategy. And so we see part of our role in the space to bring attention to issues that impact our constituencies. So we started this campaign. We built the site that you're showing a screenshot from. It's msci.bitcoinforcorporations.com. you want to check it out, has all the information about what this proposal is, what's at stake, and how people can get involved. So the TLDR basically is that MSCI, Morgan Stanley Capital International is what it stands for. No affiliation anymore with Morgan Stanley, interestingly enough. They've since sold. So MSCI is a for-profit entity, it's a publicly traded company that has a lot of influence in how public markets are shaped. As you kind of shared in your intro there, it impacts significant amounts of passive flows into companies. And so when we see a proposal that basically creates a new type of criteria that's never been contemplated before, right? This is kind of random, kind of out of nowhere, and I don't want to kind of speculate in terms of like motivation or intentions here, but it does seem like either someone just whoever put this together, or whatever group of people put this together, either we're not fully educated on sort of what is happening with Bitcoin Treasury adoption. That's kind of the most generous read on the situation, all the way down to the spectrum goes to there's something kind of nefarious intent, or like there's some interests that want to see Bitcoin corporate treasury significantly impeded. And so there's a really kind of one of those things that happened that was a little bit flying under the radar until JP Morgan published a report that kind of made it more known. I can't remember exactly what day it was, but it was one of the days that Bitcoin had a significant pullback. You kind of saw the market, I think, reacting to this. A lot of people think this is priced in, and so if this happens, so basically they've created a comment period. So right now we're in the comment period. We have until December 31st to submit comments from the public and from investors about why this shouldn't be implemented. And so we're engaged with MSCI. I'm hoping to have a call with them this week. We've shared with them, our kind of logic as to why this doesn't make any sense. We've shared with them that we have almost 1,100 signatures now, including some of the names. They named 39 different companies in this proposal. 8 of them are Bitcoin Corporation's members, including Strategy, Metaplanet, and others. And so, we're doing our part to try to make some noise and try to push back against this. And December 31st, the comment period closes, and then they'll have until January 15th to decide whether or not they're going to implement this.
So, and, again, we're not trying to be provocative. We don't know exactly the intent behind this. It could be just a lack of understanding. I do think that the timing is kind of curious. Just because of where the market is heading, it kind of already makes the companies that have been adopting Bitcoin on their balance sheet more vulnerable to a potential shock if they hold a certain amount. I don't think there's a lot of companies that have more than 50% on their balance sheet at this point anyway, but actually, I guess you would know better than I don't really know.
So, I mean, out of the 39 companies that they named in their proposal, basically they're split up into 2 groups. One is a group of 18 of these companies that are currently in MSCI indexes that would face immediate removal if this were to be implemented. And then the other 21, they're not currently in the indexes, but they would be barred from future inclusions because they match the criteria. So, 18 companies right away would be removed. That would represent significant forced selling, significant inconvenience for investors. It's just one of those things. Again, it just doesn't make sense for really anyone involved. It doesn't protect investors in any way. It doesn't move the ball forward in capital markets. Like we're really trying to get to the bottom of okay, who is this for? Who does this benefit? What's the intent here? And more importantly, if there is kind of a concern about these companies looking more like funds, well, number one, that can be solved with a little bit more education and a little bit more insight into what these companies are actually doing and how they are actually an operating business. But number two, what makes Bitcoin any different than any other asset? It's just like going to a real estate company and saying you have 50% of your assets in real estate, then you're going to be removed from indexes and ignoring the underlying operating company that runs the actual business. It's like we don't do that.
And then there's also when you look at it, cash is pretty much a digital asset now anyway, isn't it? I know it's not, it is and it isn't, right? Hold on, we have GP joining us here, and I just got to set the size so we can all fit on the screen together.
Cool.
GP, you with us? GP is my co-host with the mostest.
What's up, GP?
Cutting off your head though, GP. We gotta.
Yeah, I got it.
There we go.
What's up, man? I'm GP. How are you doing, man? Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a glorious Tuesday. Sorry I missed the first part of the conversation.
Yeah, you're late. You're gonna have to catch up.
No worries.
So,
man. Good to meet you.
Yeah. So where were we? We got derailed. Oh. Cash is a digital asset right now. Anyway, the overwhelming majority of dollars exist only in digital form. Anyway, I realize it's not classified as a digital asset, but it's kind of like, what is the systemic risk? What is the rationale that they're concerned about? Oh, well, I mean, I guess we're talking about, they're considered, maybe these companies are more of a fund than a company. And I can appreciate that being an issue there.
Yeah, but I mean, it just ignores so much. It just ignores so much of the actual day to day of running one of these treasury companies. Not to mention, if you look at a company like Strategy that has this legacy business, is a software business intelligence company that represents the majority of their employees. That are working on that, and so I just don't know where you start drawing the line on some of these things, and it's just that once you start classifying companies based on their assets as opposed to based on their operations, you start getting into some really murky waters. And I think you really, like, if you implement something like this, you really have to start considering a whole host of other criteria that you have and how that's impacted.
Right. Well, and there also hasn't been any occurrences or events that would warrant a stricter eye towards these things either, or at least not that I'm aware of. So again, it's the timing of this does seem curious. Why are they really doing this now? Are they sensing that? So I don't want to drive you into speculation, but I'm just thinking out loud. Are they trying to take advantage of a market condition where they can maybe kind of prolong a little bit of negative sentiment and make it easy for people, in the know to accumulate while they're causing this negative activity? That's one thing I consider as a likely motivating factor. It doesn't seem to be to protect investors to me.
Yeah, I just don't see where the protection is. And even to take that a step further, that's not really their role. They're not regulators, right? They're an index provider. An index provider isn't. It feels like a little bit of like some scope creep for what their actual position in the market is, what their responsibility in the market is. Not saying that all entities shouldn't be interested in protecting investors, but I'm just saying that's not their primary mission or primary goal. So that part of it also feels a little bit weird. It's like you're trying to take the job of a regulator with this action, and rather than focusing on ensuring that the indexes are optimized for the best possible outcomes for investors, so the most potentially profitable outcome. So you take that line of reasoning, it's like excluding Bitcoin treasury companies based on the, if you look at historic performance of Strategy, and like now you're excluding some of the best performing stocks out of your indexes. So you're doing the exact opposite of what you're supposed to be doing, essentially.
Yeah, and it just seems, it's very suspect that there's not some kind of other intention behind, ulterior motive behind it. So I guess the question is, you said that there's only a short window of time to basically let them know opinions about this, to hopefully weigh in and get them to change. And I have actually queued up here. You guys have a website on your website now. There's also a petition you guys have going on.
Yep.
And this actually, is this a way that we can actually include comments on?
Yep.
On
yeah.
that?
there's a place to include comments. If you click the view letter button, you can see kind of what the core of our argument is in the letter that we're submitting to them. To the don't go down there, down to the right. Organization, yeah, right there. Sorry. Yep.
Okay.
So this breaks down kind of the flaws that we see in the approach and sort of we are trying to put a foot forward that doesn't assume any sort of any intent or any really anything. We're not trying to assume anything. We're really trying to get to the bottom of the why before we make any assumptions or draw any conclusions. We're saying, hey, this logically doesn't make any sense to us based on your own criteria that you've had historically. You're violating some of your own core principles with this, and we want to understand why. And we have 1,000 plus, almost 1,100 people who also want to understand why. A lot of them are investors, a lot of them are executives from some of the biggest companies in the space. And so, yeah, I want to be clear about that because, I do want to engage with them in good faith. I do want to hear them out, and I want them to hear us out. And I hope that, cooler heads will prevail, and that this could be the kind of thing where it's like, oh, we didn't realize that about treasury companies, and you've helped us understand it. And so, I mean, honestly, the most bullish thing for Bitcoin right now would be if they walk this back. If the market truly does have this priced in, and MSCI decides that this is something that they want to pursue, or that they want to take a different approach, or they want to suspend this, I think that would be very bullish for Bitcoin. So I'm still kind of holding out hope that ends up being the outcome here.
Right. And I would say even at this point, the conversation or what we need to convey to them is not so much as why are you doing this, but maybe why they should not do this and why they should reconsider. And that seems to be really the focus here too, is X, Y, Z here is a bunch of reasons why this shouldn't be happening. So, if you have, and then maybe there's a conversation to be had, but even if so let's say, worst case scenario, if we get through to the 31st, they haven't changed their mind, they do implement this rule. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's it forever. This is something that they could all obviously change their policy just as much as they're changing it now.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think it's always harder to reverse it once it's implemented. So I think now is definitely the time to strike. But yeah, I mean, theoretically, they could always reverse it, always change it in the future. But yeah, really hoping that we don't have to go down that road. I think that, again, that would just be messy for a lot of stakeholders, including just your average investor who has passive allocations to some of these companies. So yeah, I think. Look, I'm still optimistic. I'm trying to maintain optimism here because I don't think that this needs to go through, and I think that if we're able to have a sit down conversation and just have a logical, well-rounded, non-emotional conversation, then we can get somewhere.
Right. And so the goal really is to just kind of make sure that they're aware that there's a large contingent of consumers, investors, and companies that are opposed to this for a number of reasons, and maybe kind of just open up some dialogue to hash out. It is important to understand what their actual motive is, or even what legitimate pieces of that motive might be, so that we can come up with solutions that will solve that concern without actually being as drastic as what they're proposing right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
So we got 300 joining us in the house as well. He's part of the DeOrganized.
Jim.
Coming in from
Jim, George.
Jim. How are we doing?
Oh, good. Sorry, I'm late. So yeah, I heard that you got some alpha for us.
I'm trying to find the alpha. I think the biggest alpha will be this conversation that we're trying to set up with them. I really, right now I'm just kind of going into it dark. I don't know what the tone or what the the people that are directly engaging with us, to what extent they were involved in crafting this proposal, and to what extent they're committed to it. I really don't have any idea, and so I'm anxious to chat with them directly. And I'm glad that the industry has rallied around this proposal. I think the fact that we got 1,100 signatures in a few days. Was able to kind of get on the radar and get their attention a little bit, which is good. And I think that's exactly why they have the comment period, right? They're like, hey, does anyone care about this? And we're like, we care. And like, oh, okay, these people care. We should talk to them. So that's how these things kind of work. And so again, like I said, I'm optimistic, and I think that this is a winnable fight, and I think that this is an opportunity, in fact, for MSCI to position themselves as an organization with high integrity, an organization that listens, an organization that is willing to reconsider proposals that they put forward. That again, it for all we know, they're looking at the market and they're looking at some of these companies that pop up as like so-called pure play Bitcoin treasury companies, and they're in the end they're really just kind of trying to use it as a marketing gimmick, and that isn't good. That isn't good for our industry. That isn't good for the market. And this was the best kind of response that they could think of to put forward in light of that. And we're saying, hey, that's a bit of a overreaction, and that has some unintended consequences. And so let's walk this back a little bit. Let's slow down here a little bit. Let's engage in good faith. And MSCI could end up being a partner in accelerating corporate Bitcoin adoption. If you think of it like completely flipped. And so I'm hopeful that is the outcome, and that they do reverse course on this. But yeah, we'll see. I think the next few days and weeks will be very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. And so I guess the most important thing people can do right now is spread some awareness about the issue and go participate in that petition at it's bitcoinforcorporations.com, and it's with a MSCI dot before it. But I think you can actually get to it right from the main page right now pretty easily.
Yeah, you should be able to. If not, that's a great flag. But yeah,
I didn't actually double check. So let me actually.
If not, we will
I
get
actually don't. I don't see it really right. You guys need to put a header.
That's a miss. Yeah, we'll do that. Thank you. Yeah, so definitely go sign it, share it. Tell your friends. I think even just people that are investors, that are passive investors and 401ks or whatever, there's implications for them. And so MSCI is one of those things that no one has ever heard of up until a couple of weeks ago, and then you start learning about them, and you're like, wow, this company has significant influence in the overall financial system. Not just in the U.S. but globally. I mean, out of the companies that were named, they weren't all U.S. companies. A lot of them were, but not every single one. So, yeah, I think it's an important time for our industry to rally.
Yes, I think that's and honestly, these types of things can actually be catalysts for better organization down the line as well. They help us get better with these things, be a little bit more reactive when future things come up. So participating now is important for not just this immediate situation, but also for being more able to participate down the line when these things come up. Lobbying and pushing for the good policy, both at the government level and at the corporate level, is important, and it's not going to be something that's short term for people that are pro Bitcoin. So
absolutely, yeah. I think we learned this with the presidential election. I think that was the first time you saw kind of the industry unite in some ways, and at least ensure that their voices were heard in some way, shape, or form. And I think this is a continuation of that. And I think it's important, again, as we head into a midterm election year, that we do kind of have these systems and these processes and this infrastructure built out for us to respond anytime there's I don't want to call this like an attack necessarily, but anytime that we're in the spotlight in a way that's going to have implications on our industry. And so I'm very motivated, and I'm very encouraged by the response so far.
All right. Well, I just signed, so I just put my signature on there. I was
Amazing.
Thank you. Like, maybe I really should. I have shared my email on the live stream a few times, but probably not the best practice. So I did it off screen. screen. But I did just add my signature. Also, the link to that page, the direct link to that page, is in the comments replies under this live stream right now. So you guys have easy access to it. We'll probably distribute it out a few times. When's the petition end? Is it up through the 31st?
Yep, it'll be up to the 31st, and then we have already made contact with MSCI, but we'll send them sort of the official letter with all the signatures on the 31st as well, and then we will wait until January 15th to hear what the outcome is.
All right, so we'll keep pushing that link out over the next couple weeks to try to help support. What else?
There's one funny thing too out of this is there's actually a Polymarket line that is the question that it's posing is will MicroStrategy be delisted from MSCI by March 31st? So a lot riding on this. People are betting on it.
You guys can actually go. Yeah, actually, it's very interesting because what many people don't realize is that these prediction markets are actually a great way to source data in general, like market data. So going and putting a bet in the right direction could also actually could potentially be more impactful than the signatures. If you have enough people betting against that happening, it might be like, the market doesn't believe it's true. So that might influence it.
No doubt.
Very cool. All right. So you guys have your instructions. Go sign the petition. It's bitcoinforcorporations.com with MSCI dot in front of that. Very easy to get to. The link's in our descriptions. Also, George, I just wanted to shout out. I know I haven't read it, but you wrote a book on parenting. I happen to be familiar with the subject myself. I have 7.
Nice.
But my wife and I have 7. My oldest is 29. I'm old. And my youngest just turned 14. I've graduated 5 adult humans that are out of my house, and most of them are very self-sufficient. They're all more or less self-sufficient and out of my house and not bothering me. So there is hope for those who are in the thick of it right now. You just gotta kind of. I'd actually love to hear it. Can you give me a brief? I know you wrote a whole book on it. What's the most important thing a parent should do, in your opinion?
Yeah, well, I mean, you definitely don't need the book. 7 kids, that's incredible. Congratulations.
I don't have time for the book.
So yeah, the book is called I Am Not Your Bruh, and it's 21 Keys to Sound Parenting is the subtitle. It's basically in response to modern parenting and sort of some of the issues I've started to notice, where kids are basically literally calling their mom or their dad bruh, and it's like so disrespectful, and it's become sort of a meme and a joke of like, I saw a T-shirt that was being sold that was like, said mom, and mom was crossed out. It said, or like formerly known as mom, or it said bruh, formerly known as mom, or something like that. And I was like, that's terrifying, and that's not funny. And I think that the crux of the book really is just getting back to the basics of parenting. It's recapturing the relationship between parent and child as one of the most important relationships that I think we've lost in a lot of ways in modern parenting, and where you have this dynamic where parents want to be a bruh, they want to be a friend, they want to be buddy and chummy with their kids, as opposed to taking the responsibility as a role model and as a parent very seriously.
That way in the short term.
It is easier, yeah. Yeah.
Where can we get the book?
You can get it on Amazon. Just search I'm Not Your Bruh book, or Bitcoin Magazine store, bitcoinmagazine.com.
I think your book would do well here in Africa because those kids, this generation kids, we call them AMA 2K. Those kids, they are very disrespectful. So what you're saying, it's with what's going on also this side. I think that book would do well here. I'll check it out.
Yeah, please do. I really enjoyed writing it. I have two teenagers. It's I think really geared towards parents with younger children. I don't pretend to know what I'm doing with teenagers right now. I'm still figuring that part out. My kids are great. I'm very fortunate.
Just gonna weather that storm, brother.
No, I mean, I'm enjoying it. I mean, every season is a gift, and it comes with its own challenges. But yeah, it's a book that I really believe in, and it's something I'm passionate about. I think that as Bitcoiners, especially, having children is the lowest time preference thing you can do if you think about it. If we're serious about changing the world, if we're serious about this next generation being, the generation that essentially inherits the earth, inherits the financial system, and is kind of the leaders of kind of the future, then we need to be serious about parenting. And so that was kind of the motivation behind it.
That is 100% true. The best thing you can do is to make more good people. 100%.
Amen.
There's not a whole lot more anything better you could do is than to just create good people that do good. And there are a number of ways to get there, but one is you can't learn somebody. One piece that I came across just in my experience is you can't learn somebody else's lessons for them. So you have to equip them with the tools to learn from their mistakes, and it's hard.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually very hard because there's you want to protect them, but you got to let them mess up or they're gonna Bruce. Yeah, they're gonna they're gonna have a hard time adjusting as an adult when they're going to eventually make mistakes anyway. And so letting them know how to deal with it is actually a hugely important thing. And that it's not that big of a deal when you make mistakes is also important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome stuff, though. I want to just be respectful of your time. I know you're a very good man.
Yeah, nope, I am at the end here where I do got to jump, but I've really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you guys for having me on. Thanks for spreading the word on this MSCI coalition letter. Definitely invite you all to go and sign, and yeah, would love to kind of join you guys again in the future and let you know how this wraps up.
Absolutely, man. We actually started streaming. We stream all day, Monday through Friday. We start at 7:30 in the morning. We go until about 5 or 6 o'clock at night. We're East Coast U.S. Well, half of us are East Coast U.S. And we would love to have you on anytime you have something to talk about. We have lots of real estate to bring people on for stuff like this. So anytime,
Awesome.
just let us know.
Sounds great. Good chatting with you. Good to meet you all.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Thanks for
All right,
joining
take
us today. And guys,
Pleasure.
make sure you pay attention to what's going on. And we'll have more stuff coming up on the live stream shortly, so stay tuned. Thank you so much, George. Guys, make sure you're following. It's at G McHale, and
That's
it's
right.
at
Give him a
Bitcoin
follow.
for Corporations and at Bitcoin Magazine. Go give them all a follow so you guys can stay
I gave
informed
you
of
a
what's
follow.
going on.
Thank you.
Thank you again, George.
All right,
And
take care.
you have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for joining. Hannah, GP, we are DeOrganized Media, and we're keeping you guys informed and trying to help spread the news so that we can preserve and grow the very awesome Bitcoin and broader crypto ecosystem. That's what we're here for, the Bitcoin ethos. Y'all have a blessed day. We'll be back with some more commentary and content soon. Thank you all for tuning in.
Peace.
Peace out.
Keeps the mind share growing in
Hey, my friends, it's your old pal Peace Love Music here, and we're breaking in. We have Dream Chasers, one of the guys from the project Sweeper. That is a DeOrganized project. He's going to come on and give us a demonstration for his project. So let me see if I can get him on here. Here we go. All right. So now you guys see two of me. Let me actually just take the second one of me off of here so it doesn't look weird.
Okay.
All right. And you can still hear me, Dream Chasers.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can.
All right. So tell us about Sweeper. Let us what is the project? What are you looking to do with it? And let's see how it works.
Okay, so Sweeper is a chance game. It's pretty simple. You click a box. If you don't happen to hit a mine, you make some money with it. So basically, this is the DApp, basically. So first of all, this is what you're gonna see when you get to the main page. And you can see our upcoming announcement games and stuff, and weekly leaderboards where there's going to be a couple of rewards for anyone that's going to be playing, either, more prizes basically. So let's connect our wallet and let me walk you through the gameplay. Okay, so I just connected my wallet here. Right, so on the left side, you see a game panel. That's basically where you see how the game works, what current row you're at, multiplier, all that stuff, and how many lives you have, and potential payouts you have. And then on the right side, that's basically the game. That's where you get to click the boxes and see if you can actually win some money, basically like Las Vegas. Okay, so let's do one STX.
So you spend SDX to make a move.
Yeah, to make a move basically. So it's like you only make you only spend one STX and then any amount basically. But the transaction only happens once, and then you can click as many boxes as you want.
Okay,
So
one
if you
SDX
can,
or is it a wager, or is it, how does that work? What am I paying one STX for?
okay, so it's not fixed to one STX basically, but it's like it's a wager, like you say. And then that wager you place is actually multiplied by, with each row that you actually win. So currently, if you see right here, it's 0.12 and it's accumulative. So, you don't really have to it's not like fixed to like a specific row. So as you can see with my potential payouts, it's increasing. If I win again, it increases again. If I choose to actually cash out then and there, no need to talk to someone, easy cash out, and you'll see it in my wallet. It's that simple. And then you can start another game again, no hassle free. It's all hassle free. So that's pretty much the entire project, but a lot is actually going in the background, making sure that you have the a seamless experience.
And right now this is in testnet.
Yeah, right now it's still in testnet, so anyone can actually play around with it, break it if you want to. We're actually looking to hear your opinions as well, so yeah.
Awesome. Do me a favor, can you, in the comments, can you drop me the link?
Okay.
And all right, cool. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop this in the live stream, in the comments under the live stream, or the replies under the live stream, so that, which, let me get this off of here, get back on the game here, so that people know where to go.
Yeah.
So every day, guys, you all know we have the pinned post for the live stream. We drop links in there all day, and try out. So is the sweep? There's multiple games on here, or is this link is?
So far we actually have one, but we're looking to actually come up with another one that's called Laser Rush. It's another simple game where you click a box and if a laser doesn't hit that box, well, you get to win some money. You can cash out at any time. It's almost like the same concept, but on a different kind of game. But yeah.
All right, so I just posted that link there.
Okay.
When I have a minute to test around, I absolutely will. I love that's if I had didn't have a show to do, I would spend a lot more time test netting stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
My favorite things to do.
No, it's pretty addictive once you get the hang of it. Because I do so far. I think I've done more than 300 transactions, not just on testing alone, but also playing the actual game, like the adrenaline rush. It's pretty cool. Although it's like faucet money, but I mean it's pretty cool still.
Yeah, well, and eventually it won't be faucet money.
Yeah, eventually. Yeah.
So what's your timeline now? I know you finished your first. How many milestones do you have for D grants?
So far we have 4. We have 4. So our first milestone was actually to make refinements to the whole project. Initially, it didn't have things like lives. You didn't have 2 lives. So if you hit a mine once, well, you would die. But it wasn't like the risk reward ratio wasn't okay. So we decided to add on another life as well. The multipliers now are accumulative. So more money to you if you actually do win. So yeah.
Sounds cool, man. So you got 4 milestones you got to crank out between now and the end of January, probably, right?
Yeah.
And there's going to be more games on the platform too, though.
Yeah. We're looking to so for now, with each month research and all that, we're looking to actually add more games as we go. Right now, we have like I said, Laser Rush. We wanted to do a no lottery, but we saw it was a lot of people were actually doing that, so we wanted to do something actually different. So we came up with Laser Rush, and then later on we'll come up with more games.
All right, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm gonna share my screen on here.
Okay.
I'm gonna play. We'll see
Okay.
We'll see how it goes. I have a test net. I have a little bit of test stack, so I can do this. I'm prepared. So let me. Am I sharing on that? Is this me? Yeah. This is me. Right.
Yep, that's it.
All right. So let me just make sure we don't need to zoom in as much. There we go. All right. Let's see. Can I? So I got coming soon. Laser Rush coming soon. I got my game count over here, my leaderboard. I'm going to get on that leaderboard if I have enough time to play. And so my bet amount is the max is 50.
Yeah, max is 50. We want to encourage everyone to play, not just you alone, because if you do happen to bet the entire liquidity of the contract, you might make everyone else, not play. So yeah, we're actually encouraging them to actually play the whole thing.
You would rather play with the fit. It's okay if I do the max.
Yeah, it's totally okay. Totally okay. Yeah, you can actually do 50.
All right. So just approving the transaction. I mean, why not? It's faucet money anyway, right? Like
it's faucet money anyway.
All right, so I click one of these.
Yeah, you click one of these. If you don't want to play for that box, you can actually hit the skip button, and then you can head over to the next row, and
All right, so over here, if I have to play at least 2, is that what it is?
Yeah, you have to play one more. So when you play one more, and then it allows you to actually cash out.
Oh no!
But the beauty now is you still have 1 life, so you can still cash out even though you hit a
cash out right now. But now,
you can cash out.
And now it's so it gets to be one less. Is there only 1 mine in there? Is there multiple mines?
They can be multiple mine. They can be 1 mine. You can never know for sure. So yeah.
I think I'm gonna press my luck. Let's see. What do I want to do? I've had luck with the ends so far, so let me. All right.
Ooh, okay. I see you.
Now I'm gonna.
Let's
see. I'm gonna.
Normally.
Go ahead.
Normally, I chicken out on row 3.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah. Normally, I chicken out on row 3.
So in my 110 stacks on the line, I'd probably cash out too. But we're testing it out. Let's keep going. I'm gonna take the middle. Oh man.
Ooh, okay.
All right, let's see. Let's take the end over here. Oh my gosh.
Oh wow.
I'm lucky.
Oh wow.
I'm just a lucky guy. It's true. Especially when
Yeah.
there's nothing real riding on it. Super lucky. Let me all right. Hey! Oh my god, I can keep going?
Okay. Wow, it's going. Okay.
Keeps
Wow.
going. Is that how it goes? It keeps going? How far does it go?
Yeah, it keeps going to I think it's the max you can go it's row 25, 23, 25. Yeah.
Oh man, all right. We're not gonna go to 25, but I'll try to get to 10. Let me see if I can get to 10.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh.
See, that's what happens when you press your luck, fam. That's what happens.
Yeah.
But man, honestly, that is fun doing. It's especially fun doing live with people, right? That's the
True.
experience we've had with games so far.
Yeah, true. So so that's pretty much it. I'm sure people, content creators like Tindley could actually have a go as well.
Well, we should definitely
spend
have
some money. Yeah.
Tinderly's part of the DeOrganized team. He's welcome to come on. He was on a little bit. I actually caught him hanging out, lurking in the channel a little while ago. So I surprised him. I turned on his screen and I said hi, and I asked him. He's doing some kind of stream project today with. He's just teaching some girls some stuff about crypto. But but he's billing it as he's having a sleepover with so I was about that a little bit, but he's a good kid. I like the dude.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but we'll definitely I'll do a session maybe when I get back from Buenos Aires, because I'm not going to be on the show for a couple of days. I'm going to Dev. They're sending me to Dev Connect. They want me to network and try to build some business for the ecosystem, which I'm going to do.
Yeah.
But this is really fun, man. I love the game. Can't wait to see it iterate further. I probably won't be as bold when there's real stacks on the line, but it's definitely fun to do. And you could actually probably you might even be able to get an audience participation thing where people can make bets on it, like predictions as to how some does and stuff like that.
Yeah. So I think one of the things that we might actually do as like a branch, apart from Sweeper as a whole, maybe to create a DApp that allows tournament bets. So if a certain player wins, anyone who plays the bet and for that person actually gets to win. So it's still in the pipeline. I think I had already created something, just a proof of concept, if you will, for that as well.
I like it, man. Good stuff. Well done. This absolutely, if you need me to, I'll happily chat with Hattie and make sure he knows that this was all set. Satisfies the demonstration as far as I'm concerned, as a steward, but not the steward in your track. I hope that satisfies your milestone one. Looking forward to more. Feel free to come on anytime, by the way, man. We love having devs come on and stuff. It doesn't have to be just when you're ready with your milestone. You just want to show us something, you want to come on and chat, feel free to reach out. We'll happily cover your stuff again, man.
No, awesome. Thank you for having me, though. Thank you so much.
All right, man. Looking forward to more. You have a great rest of your day, and thanks for being flexible and doing this in the middle of the day, unplanned. This was unscheduled, guys, by the way. He was not
so unscheduled, yeah.
But he did it anyway, and we got it done.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Dream Chasers. Guys, if you're not following at Dream Chasers, it's with a Z, right?
Yeah.
On X. And is there an X account for Sweeper yet?
Yeah, there is an account for Sweeper. I think it's Sweeper_STX.
All right, let me actually get that on the screen real quick too.
Let me triple check. Let me make sure it is. Yeah, it's sweeper underscore STX. O caps. Yeah, that one.
Oh, I'm not following yet. All right, now I am. All right, check them out. Make sure you get it's sweeper underscore STX right here. Make sure you go check them out. They're building games, real games with real crypto on stacks. That means on Bitcoin, my friends. Games on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
With Sweeper. Man, thank you for joining. I appreciate your time today, and we look forward to more from you.
No, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, man. Awesome. Awesome stuff. I'm really glad. I'm glad we did this. I'm glad we figured out a way to get this on and be stable with it. So
I'm glad you're actually excited as well for the project. Wow, it means a lot. It means a lot.
Oh man, I love people. You know, I know it takes work to do this stuff. I know what it takes.
Yeah.
And it's not easy. It's not easy.
No, it's not.
Putting yourself out there, showing people when it's not quite ready. Like it takes some work. So good for you, man. Keep up the good work. Looking more forward to more from you, and really appreciate you doing this today. And thank you guys for watching. We're going to go back to our regularly unscheduled programming, and we'll be back. We'll be back later.
Yeah.
And make sure you follow Dream Chasers on X and Sweeper underscore STX. Thank you guys for checking us out today. Yeah, we're off screen.
The basics of what Bitflow is and how it adds to the stacks ecosystem. How you can use Bitflow for various stuff like swapping of your favorite token, putting your BTC to use, single-sided liquidity and yield on Bitcoin. So since we're waiting for others to join, let me quickly do this.
Peace, are you there? Nice.
Okay, so I'm going to wait a bit, then start the class. I'm trying to get everything sorted out real quick. But yes, let's start today's class. So again, welcome everyone. Welcome to another episode of the Stacks AI Build Bootcamp. Today we're going to be going over what or how you could like create content on Bitflow, since most people don't know what Bitflow is since they're so new. So first, what is Bitflow? Bitflow is a decentralized exchange on the Bitcoin ecosystem, on the Bitcoin blockchain. So Bitflow is designed to help solve the problem of fractional liquidity. That means it helps you trade both stablecoin or Bitcoin-pegged assets. Basically, it helps you trade Bitcoins, tokens that are on the Stacks blockchain, like your main coin like Rush, Leo, and the likes. Also, what Bitflow aims to solve is that Bitflow aims to solve the problem of idle assets, which Bitcoin is all about. So Bitflow is here to create a yield or DeFi strategy for the assets on Bitcoin. So basically, it involves you can supply your SBTC on Bitflow and get rewarded through liquidity pools there. Then there are various core features in Bitflow. Mind you, I'm going to go through this real quick because I'm also going to do a recap of the original classes, just a quick recap. So Bitflow allows you to swap. That means you can swap your meme coins, your stable assets, or anything with minimal slippage, and you can also earn real yield. That means you can stake your assets and get rewarded with sustainable returns. And then Bitflow also offers single-sided liquidity, which you can see from your STSTX on the Bitflow pool. And through that, you can supply only your STSTX and get rewarded for that. So next, the benefits of Bitflow, why Bitflow is so based. It is created on the Bitcoin layer to which leverages stacks to bring smart contracts to Bitcoin. So what Bitflow does is that it uses the programmability of stacks to allow DeFi on Bitcoin. It allows SBTC integration. SBTC is a one-to-one pegged Bitcoin, which enables users to perform DeFi with it. So Bitcoin allows people to do that with the SBTC. And now I'm going to go over the last class. We've talked about prompting, how prompting could help you grow, and how to do effective prompting. So today I'm going to just go brief on how you can do effective prompting without having to do too much. So first, when you want to create, when you want to make effective prompt, you have to know what your context is. You have to be clarified on what you want to do, and then you have to define your constraint. So first of all, when you say context, that means what your AI is. That means you have to give your AI personnel to get effective prompt. For example, like let me give an example, a practical example to be precise, so you guys should not be confused. I'm going to go to okay, so my screen is not. So now I'm going to show you guys how to give your AI a persona. So first of all, you can use any AI for this, mind you. So for me, I'm going to try to use my Google AI Studio, since I already have a persona there. But let's go over how to create a persona with Gemini. Okay, so first of all, you have to think about what type of persona you want, or what the features you want your persona to have. Like for example, I want to create a prompt engineer that is well versed in the creation of AI images and AI videos that looks more like 3D animations. So I'm going to tell my AI to give a set of system instructions that gives I hope my screen is visible, that gives an AI the set of personalities. So now I'm going to, although it's advisable not to use bullet points or asterisks or stuff like that, because some AIs do not work better with those. So I'm going to try to do this the easy way. So I'm going to ask it to tell the AI that you are a very advanced AI prompt engineer skilled in the field of AI images and video creation. And also I'm going to add this for clarity, also with experience and would reward photography. The reason I said photography is because when you want to like create an image, the photographers have better sense of how to create images, what images should look like, how they should look like, the best way it can come out, the best angle, and stuff like that. So I'm going to run that and see what Gemini gives me. So it gives me this. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this system instruction and then take it to my Studio. I'm going to show you. So the site is aistudio.google.com and you can access it. It's basically free for everyone in case you have no access to subscription. So I'm going to put this in and then I'm going to switch this to Gemini. Okay, so now I want to like create a normal image, but I don't want to use a reference image. So I'm going to tell you to create an image of, oh yeah, another important thing. The best way to use prompt is by using them as JSON files. So JSON files are like super important when you're trying to create a personality. So always make sure to add the fact that all its output should be in JSON format. And so I'm going to add that all output must be in JSON format. So since I've done that, I'm going to ask it to create an image of I said her humanoid kangaroo. So I'm going to run that and let the AI go through that and see what it gives me. Although it's most AIs usually work with more complex prompts, but most are very easy to use, like Nano Banana. Nano Banana literally just gives you what you give it and gives it to you back in better format. So now it's running the prompt. Oh yeah, another important thing is that for your prompt, always remember that you must add a negative prompt, because negative prompts are more like what you don't want to see in your image. Okay, they are what you don't want to see in your image and what you wouldn't like to see in your image. So an example of a negative prompt is maybe disfigured or 6 hands or 6 fingers, stuff like that. They help distinguish between what you want and what you don't want. So now you can see that in my prompt here, you can see that it's first went through the concept of what I want to do. So it analyzed the concept of an humanoid kangaroo, that is a kangaroo with human features, and then it's recommended the like a framework for it. That means like a framework. So wait, was someone on the so next it's analyzes the type and it gives me suggestion about what its skin should be like, about the texture of the character and its anatomy. So, and then the next one was it gave me suggestion on the lightning of the image. I mean, that is why the photography side was very important. And then it's also gave me the camera settings. That's also this. And then it gave me final output, and it says here this is the explanation of what it does, what it did rather. So it says I chose specific keywords like anthropomorphic and bipedal to enforce the humanoid shape, reference to Aaron Sims creative and unreal similar AI. So basically what it says here is that it tells me the reason for the prompt and why it is optimal. So I'm going to copy this prompt real quick and take it to I'm going to use two different AIs for this. I'm going to use Gemini and run this, and I'm also going to use Google AI Studio for the second one. So it's loading. Let's see what it gives us. That's fast. So voila, see what it gives us. It gives out a kangaroo with humanoid feature that and standing upright, because kangaroos don't normally stand this upright. So it gave it the shoulders, the hands, the legs standing aloof, and then you can see here that the background is more like as if it's taking a picture. Do you get it? It's very, very smooth, and you can see how clean it is. So next, I'm going to show you another type of AI you can use. So I'm going to try image and for portraying this image.
Is it possible to make the kangaroo like somehow more bit flowy, like themed?
Oh yes, definitely. So I'm going to have to go here and edit my prompt right here. So mind you, we must first know what bitflow basically represents. Oh wow. So we're going to go to bitflow's page. We see that they have a yellow and black yellow and black logo, but mind you, they do not have a mascot. So I'm going to download the logo and head over to my AI. Head over to my AI, copy this real quick, paste it, and then I'm also going to upload my logo. And mind you, this is the tricky part. Okay, so the tricky part is how we can integrate this logo into our prompt. So now, since I can't for sure say that, okay, does the logo can be like in the background, because the AI would have to like go through many steps to just do that. So I'm going to ask it to manage kangaroo comma add the uploaded image as a. So my sense of thinking is I should make the image a logo on its chest. Okay, so a logo on its chest. But then I don't want the kangaroo to be shirtless, so I'm going to have to be specific more. So wearing I'm just going to go with the black shirt. I'm going to add the plus on its chest area. And then I'm going to run that and see what it gives me. In the meantime, so I'm going to teach how to use the image info voucher, which is best for JSON prompt. But today we're going to be using this now. And we're going to be using this. And mind you, your aspect ratio is very important when you want to use an image for something. So if you want to use an image for a video, but then video is a landscape, you choose the 16:9, which like works because this is the standard video mode, that's landscape, or you want to do a portrait mode, that is 9:16. But if you select a 1:1, it does not give you the desired output where you want to make a video. It makes it less, very, very compacted. And that is not good when you're running the video because it's then, it then changes the output and makes it less what you want. So now the AI is running a consultation on what I just showed. So they want to invert. It thought about the fact that if it adds a black logo to a black shirt, it will basically be invisible. So it thought about a more better way, but I don't think it's worth that. Let me check. Pixels, okay, bright orange, yeah. So although the image may not be concise, it may not be the way you want it, because for most of this AI, they do not do well with already uploaded image. So I'm going to have to upload my image here again, just to be clear with the AI what I want. So now this is the tricky part. So pixel art logo, I'm going to put in bracket right here, image provided. Okay, so what that tells the AI is that, hey, I uploaded an image already. Why don't you use that image to create the logo that is in the centerpiece? So now I'm going to run this and see what the AI gives me. In the meantime, this is what is given for the other AI. You can see here that it gives the kangaroo in human form. You can see how better it looks than the nano banana, but it also has its benefits. You can see the yes, but yeah, you can see that it's quite good the way it looks. So I'm going to save that. Mind you, when you're creating with AI, don't think that the first image you create is the best one. Okay, always try to create more than once to have a proper, should I say, average image, like the best image possible. Okay, so once you keep it, okay, yeah, this is what we got. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
So this is what we got. Because of
So are you recommending people to have almost like different platforms open and then have the same prompt feed into different platforms so you can get like a collection of different results?
yes, because that would help you get better at what you do. Okay. If you're able to like, yeah,
what I'm thinking is, one way to approach this is to generate a prompt and you feed that prompt to different platforms, and then you check the best result from all the platforms, which one you prefer, and then you take that one and develop it further.
Yes, exactly. You take the best one possible and then you create around that one. Because no matter what you think, you can't necessarily have the best output with one AI. Okay, you have to like engage with various other AIs to always make sure your output is way better. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I'm going to try it out. Due to some issues, I'm going to, since the bounty says a Christmas theme, so I'm going to try to make the kangaroo more Christmas themed. Did you get? I hope you guys can hear me. So now I'm going to upload the beautiful image again. And then run that. And I'm going to go back here and try running what try running what I got from this and see how this comes out. So mind you, I will drop this personality in the Discord for anyone that wants to have access to it. It's everything here is basically free to use. Anyone can use it for a limited amount of time. Because I think when it comes to the image aspect of Google AI Studio, I still think Google AI Studio is the best because it gives you unlimited image generation per month. You could also try LM Arena. Let me type that so you guys can see that. Now. So LM Arena basically uses Nano Banana without any other inflation. So we're going to go here and see what we've gotten. Yeah, because of I did not add the logo, it gave me a whole new logo. So this is the limitation of this, because you won't be able to update a logo. So that's why I recommended using different AI, because then some AIs will allow you to upload while you are creating images, but others won't allow you to do that. So I'm going to copy this prompt. No, I'm going to create this prompt. I'm going to change this to average to see how it goes. I'm going to see how it goes because for some reason, because of I made the shirt black, the AI decided that making it black and this one like that doesn't work. I'm going to try to make the shirt orange and see what I get. Does anyone have a question so far? So we can, we can go through it together just to be safe. Okay, so this is how you use LM Marina. LM Marina basically allows you to create an image without any updating or try to get anything. So now I'm going to try to upload the image. This image? No. I'm going to try. I'm going to upload the image. See, I can upload the image with this. So I'm going to have to add the fact that this is the image. Uploaded. So I'm going to close my bracket and run that and see what the AI gives. So in the meantime, let's go check out our last prompted. So since the background is orange and the shirt is orange, it makes it even more better. So let us see what the AI gives us, and maybe we could work with that. Now this is loading. So now, since we had a bounty launched earlier, late last week, about the creating a Christmas themed beautiful bounty, beautiful video. So for now, I'm not going to create a video because I want you guys to create with your full imagination. So what I'm going to do is just show you how to create a themed image with what I'm doing. So now I'm going to wait for this to load and repeat this prompt and run it. So let's check on our, okay, so and the marina is done. Oh yeah, you can see it now. You can see the two different types. Although this one did compromise the image, this one brought out the image perfectly. Hero, did you see it?
Yeah.
So you can see that this one compromised the image, although the character looked better. But this one brought out the logo better, but the character is a bit, not up to us. I'm going to save both of them.
Okay.
So now we are going to go to Gemini to try the festive aspect of this. I'm going to upload that upload the image. Mind you, the reason I'm uploading the image, like I said, is for the AI to have a, should I say, like a preview of what it wants to create. So it wouldn't like have to hallucinate and create its own image. Okay. Most AI, because they don't have access to most of what we say, like when we say create a logo and we try to explain it, most AI don't have access to that information. Their database is not that advanced. So they tend to create it in with how advanced they are. So then that's usually like it makes it differ from what you actually want. And that is not what we want right here. So we want to create the pattern perfectly. So now I'm going to go over here and explain why the prompt is like this. So it says that I define the shutters vivid orange to blend with the logo background, ensuring the black pixel art geometric leaf stands out sharply as the brown element. That means it made sure that the beautiful logo is very, very evident and it's not like reversed like the other images. So now we're going to go here and voila. We have Rue in the Christmas art, wearing a
That's
beautiful
really
shirt.
cute. Can you post that on social media, just so that there's a, the BitFlow people can see it. There's a record of it, and I really like to share some of these workshop stuff on X.
I'm going to drop all the images in the Discord. So I'm going to try to do the prompt with this one. So mind you,
Tell
we're still
people
going
where to go, like where to find CTSN Discord, because maybe few people know that.
Oh yeah. So to access the CTSN Discord, just head over to the CTSN.ng. Hold on, let me try to get access to it. So you can always have access to the CTSN Discord through the CTSN X profile. The link is in the profile, and I'm going to try to access it right here so you can see. So all you have to do is go to your search button and press CTSN _ng. So once you go there, you're going to see the Discord link right here. And then if you click that, it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord. Is this the right? I think advanced liquor store. Let me try to text. So it's going to take you to the situation Discord. Let me try to confirm it's working. Yes, it's working. Yeah, I still that. Wait, why does it say that? I think you should be taking Restream. So it's going to take you to the situation Discord, and then to access everything that we've done so far, you can head over to the content creation channel, which is totally open for everyone. But just to be clear, you can get through at state channels and roles, or you could get it. So you can head over to the content creation channel, and you have access to all the past recordings of the bootcamps. So in case you are curious about what we've been doing and you have no access to it, you can head over to the CTS in Discord, and you would have access to every material that we've used so far, and also every tools in regards to both development and the music production. So head over to CTS in Discord and get in there to have everything that you need. So now I'm going to go to LM to see. Oh wow. So as always, the first one, let's be crooked, but then this comes out well. You can see the Beachflow logo, the enchant, the Christmas environment, and everything. So I'm going to save this and send it. So the next aspect is video creation. So since most people do not have access to most people do not have access to paid Gemini or Flow or Google Video. So we're going to try to use Video 2, which is basically free for everyone, but you do each. So that's why, mind you, this is not an advice. That's why it's perfect to have more than one email when you're dealing with AIs, to have the opportunity to access the different tools available. So once you're able to do that, you'd have little to less issue creating as much as you want and exploring. So I'm going to switch to Veo 2, basically. And then this is another important aspect. So like I was saying before, when you want to create a video, there are only two aspect ratios available. There's the 16:9 and there's the 9:16. So although most of the images created by Banana have been in 1:1 because of the limitation in law. So I'm going to have to just work with them. So I'm going to go over here and upload my image. Mind you, the thing with video creation is that you can choose to be more specific with your prompt, or you can choose you can use keywords, or you can just use advanced prompting. So I'm going to have to use keywords for this. So I'm going to ask the AI to animate this with a celebration aspect. And although this is just for show, it is not like the normal web prompt. Like you don't prompt like this because this is not advanced. You also have to make sure that whenever you're prompting the video, you have to make sure that you take into, you must take into factor the camera angle, the lightning, and the way your character is. So I'm going to say let character work with camera move. Let character work while. Okay, so I'm going to, for more details, I'm still thinking about prompt, so I'm going to ask character to work as if it's uploading a vlog. Okay, so we're going to run that and see. Oh yeah, see, you can see here that there's the 10 over 10 generation. So that's for free limits. You can generate more than 10 without using the Gemini API, basically. And to, although you could just subscribe to your Gemini and get a more better option, but for those with no access to, no access to exclusive aspect of it, so I'm going to ask Gemini to do the same for my image. Since I'm just going to change this to shooter, because when you upload the numbers, it's working on it. So now I'm going to check on this. Yeah, it's downloading, and now okay, so let's see what that gives me. So I hope you can see that. You can see that, like I said, because of it is not 16:9, the image is cut enough. You can see it is not even in half, it is more like in quarter. You cannot see the logo, you cannot see the art, you can only see the little background and stuff. So I'm going to save that, and we're going to have to work on this aspect again. So another thing you can do for this thing is to make sure you add the aspect ratio in your prompt. Okay, that's another important thing. So if you say you want to like create an image and then you add it to your prompt, the AI would, okay, let me try to so I'm going to try this, copy this, paste it, and then I'm going to tell it AR, which basically means aspect ratio 16. So now this is the important part. So I'm going to have to go with 16 ratio 9. So let's see if the AI would be able to do that for me. I'm not too confident in this. So now this one. So because I did not put a dialogue, the AI had to generate a dialogue for me. So I'm going to be sending this to the chat for those who want to listen to it and see the difference between both generations. So you can check the CTSL Discord for access to the videos. And then I'm going to go back here and see what this one does for me. So I'm just going to be giving a little bit of like input to what you guys should do for the bounty. Since Bitflow does not have since they do not have a mascot, my best advice for anyone is to make use of one of the various meme coins available on Bitflow. Oh yeah, it did the thing. It did the thing. I forgot to add the image. So it did the thing, although the image is still 1:1. but it looks okay. So now you can check the Discord for access to this, to the video. So okay. So the next aspect is we're just going to go over. We're going to try to like create a dialogue for this character. Okay. So I'm going to go over here and copy this and paste this. So I'm going to upload the character, and then I'm going to tell the AI the important thing is the way you structure your prompt, like I said. So I'm going to try to structure my prompt in such a way that the prompt is not complex for the AI. So I'm going to make it very, very simple. So I'm going to ask the AI to let the dialogue by go as follow. So I'm going to say welcome to the month of December worship I've seen. I'm going to use Exodus for night mass. So I'm going to say trade on Restream. I'm going to say don't forget. I'm trying to make sure that my prompt is not, my dialogue is not more than it's supposed to be. So okay, so straight on the flow. So let's see if the AI is able to create the old prompt around this. And another AI you can use for your video is Flow. Although Flow requires Flow does give 100, so 100 points I think per month. Also, so you can basically create using 100 flow points per month. And once you create those, you would have access to the voice and the animations and everything. So I'm going to go over here and see. Okay, let's see the so I'm going to go over there and see. So now I have access to my phone. Let me check real quick. So it's slow again. And let's check our Gemini to generating. So mind you, when you're working with Flow, you can let your imagination run wild because Flow works better with imagination. So you can let your imagination run wild, tell it what to do, how to do it. So as access to Nano Banana, you can basically create image with Flow. So now another perfect aspect of Flow is that there is the text to video aspect, in which you put in a prompt and Flow helps you create that image or that video rather. And then you have frames to video, which you have to upload two different frames and add them together. So let's say, for example, you have like two distinct images. So you can, wait, let me try to do something to show you guys. I'm going to try to these two. So I'm going to make this to set from of the course as true. So I'm going to try to run that prompt to show you how the frame to video work. So my video is ready. I'm going to go at it and see it. So this came out perfectly like the code it would. So I'm going to try to upload it so you guys can have access to it. If you do not understand anything, please don't hesitate to raise up your hand or ask any question, because this is an open class. Everyone is welcome to ask a question. Uploaded, so you guys can have access to it now. You can check how it's so much. So you can check. So we have kind of error there. So you see how the frame to video works. It's basically made sure both of them are in the same image. And then it's also, this is the first frame, but then this is like the middle frame, what the prompt I asked it to do. And then this is the last frame. Okay, so normally what it does is that it doesn't like add both frames together. It makes them separately, but because I asked it to add both characters together, it's had to do that. So now we're going to go over this one. So now you see how good it is. Yeah, and you see that both frames are also in the video, so showing that the frames of video is meant to like make sure both frames like mingle with one another. So I'm going to save this. So I'm going to save this, and then the next aspect is ingredients to video. So what ingredients to video is that it basically allows you to upload more than two images. I think more than two images. It allows you to do that, and then at the end of your upload, at the end of your uploading, your prompt will define how both images will interact with one another. So now using this, I'm going to ask the AI to make this to characters, but to like mind you, you can also use the prompts from your Google AI Studio system instruction personality, but I'm just taking it slow because that would take more time than we have, and I wouldn't want to take too much of you guys' time. So I'm going to try to show you guys how the latest video came out. So I'm going to upload this and show you guys, so you guys can have access to it, so it doesn't seem like it's, So I'm now going to, you can also create image with Flow, but that is less used on Flow. So I'm not going to have to work with the BitFlow image created. So I'm going to use the prompts that we used for Gemini. So I'm going to upload that, and then I'm going to do this, copy the prompt about this. Okay, so I'm going to crop and see. Waiting for that to upload. Oh yeah, the video is done. You can see both characters. So that's the beauty of AI. AI, you can do anything you want. So what do I say after this? So I'm just going to add the word human and add the command there. So I'm going to run that, and we can have a look at what we created. So you can see both of them are fighting with the silvers. Well, yeah, let's check this one out. Alright, was that too much? And then you can see that although it's not like super fixed, but it still works. So now we're going to have a look at good. Okay, so seems like our the engine is created. So I'm going to play this and see what happens. So this came out as good as I thought it would. Let's make the second one. So I'm going to upload the and mind you, you're all free to so there you go. That's how you can experience AI stuff. That's how you can create various AI while also, doing other stuffs. So if anyone have a question, they're free to ask the question right now because we've come to the end of the class and hopefully you guys learned a lot. Oh yeah, Tim Lang, what's up?
I have a question. So,
Yeah, ask.
when you try to use an image as a reference for video generation, right? And let's say that the said image has like writings on it. Sometimes when you use the video generation, it doesn't give you, when it comes out, it doesn't give exactly what it's supposed to give, like exactly what is on the image. It just writes like gibberish text.
Oh yeah, text is another limitation for AIs. Some AI cannot analyze text and remake it. So your best option is to add it after you've created the image. Do you get? That's one of the uses of that's one of the use of the Canva and your CapCut.
Oh, okay.
Any other person have a question? Okay, since we have no other question, I think we've come to the end of today's class. Thank you for joining. I hope to see you guys next class. I hope you all have a great night. Good night. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, that was a great session by the Stacks AI Guild and our good friend Bolupeak, showing us how to use some of these amazing AI tools available to us. Thank you guys for tuning in. I am going to continue with some pre-recorded content momentarily, and I believe GP and I will be back with you guys around 2 p.m. to cover the Fed speech. It's scheduled for 2 p.m. still right now. If that changes, we'll let you know. But we'll have something going on, and stay tuned for more content. And as always, thank you guys so much for continued support and tuning into what we're doing here. We really appreciate you, our audience, and just want to say that. We'll be back with more content shortly. Stay tuned.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Or from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning.
All right, my friends, it's your old pal Peace Love Music, and we are back. We have another live guest segment today. We have Jeff, the founder of BSD, Base Dollar on Stacks. What's up, Jeff? How you doing today, man? Thank you for joining us today.
Hey, GM, thank you so much. Happy to be here, and it's great. I'm doing great. I'm getting ready for the holidays.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's fine. You can feel it winding down. Things are getting a little less chaotic, except for us, where we book back to back interviews on the same day. But
You seem like a very, very busy guy to me. Yeah, like when I've been watching more and more like bits and pieces and segments, and I'm like, this guy is always live on the internet, always.
Well, and we started. We've been doing the daily live streams for Monday through Friday for a little over. We're just going on almost a year and a half, about a year and 4 months. We started out of Stacks D Grants Cohort 2 last summer of 2024. And, it's iterated from doing a 15 to 20 minute, good morning check-in to an hour-long show to an hour and a half show with a couple of different news segment and a guest spot and game show, and then other segments throughout the day, like different shows. We had Landy coming on and doing TA. We used to produce Melanie's good kitty Melanie's show and Bitcoin and Beyond show. We do the SIP shows on Friday, and then so it was like in October, it was like, you know what? Why don't we just stream all day, and then we can drop in. So some of what we play throughout the day is just reruns of recent content segments. So after I'm done talking to you today about BSD, and I know that there's a ton of people out in the Stacks ecosystem, especially in our audience, that want to know more, very interested in the project. We'll cut that out and we'll replay it throughout the next couple of weeks to get more exposure. So people don't have to just tune into the live, but by doing the live stream all day, we can more accommodate founders like yourself for us to come spotlight. So, but this isn't about me and what we do. This is about you today. So I am relatively new to your project. We met a couple weeks back. There's a project that I've been working on with Rafa, and we had you on to talk to us about some stuff. Just not on, but we had a meeting. That was the first time I met you, and then you just happened to be on the Bitcoin and the Bitcoin Building on Bitcoin show with the BitFlow guys, which is also they have their show today too. last week, and I heard a little bit more, but I really want to get a handle on what you're building, because I know there are definitely options for dollar stable coins is important. You know, we don't want a centralized system. You know, USDC coming to Stacks is great, but you know, I'm a huge fan of what Jacob's building at USDH, and I think just more options in the marketplace make the ecosystem stronger and better for everybody. So I'm really intrigued about your niche and what you're working on with BSD.
Yeah, nice. Thank you so much for that tee up. And before I jump into that, just to sort of put a final point on everything you were saying about the show, I really appreciate what you're doing for Stacks and what you're doing for Bitcoin, and there's just so much work to go around. So I think you're really providing kind of a valuable service for our ecosystem. So thank you.
Thank you for saying that, man. I really appreciate it. We work hard, and there's a small team behind me. There's a lot of people chipping in, but it's a lot.
Yeah.
It is a lot. If I'm being honest, it's a lot.
Yeah, I can imagine. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm happy to give a little intro, and then I'm happy to talk about BSD base dollar, and then I've also got I've got teed up here to do a live demo on testnet.
Awesome.
And I think it's the first time I've ever live shown people like how to take a loan in BSD, and there's a few other features to look at too. So yeah, I'll launch into that. Sound good?
Yeah, actually, why don't we start with a little bit of your background for those that don't know?
Yeah, sure. So I've been doing interface work as either a front end designer or front end engineer or product leader at tech startups for about 20 years now. Got into crypto about 2018. And really was looking for like where I could contribute, and happened to get introduced to the Stacks founders back then. And yeah, I worked for Hero for a number of years, and then spun out my company I have now. There was a bunch of kind of like Hero alumni that spun out small companies all around the same time, like around 4 years ago, when the ecosystem was really decentralizing, and the token launched, and then what we kind of currently think of as like Stacks 2, or like the first version of Stacks that had smart contracts. All around that time, a bunch of people started little development companies like mine. And worked on a couple different things in Stacks over the years, and been working on BSD now for about a year and a half, like heads down building. And yeah, like we're finally live. We have a live beta that's up right now. And yeah, we've got real loans, real Bitcoin. We've got real dual stacking working. Like it's been also for us. It's been a long road, and when you start building one of these protocols, you just always realize that it's like 5 times more work than you thought when you first started. And it's really yeah. And there's always kind of a steep learning curve and kind of hard education on computational tasks that are pretty simple, but when you try to do them on a blockchain, involve all kinds of funky stuff that you have to design around. So yeah, that is kind of the background. Yeah, now I'll kind of launch into what BSD is and why it exists. Sound good?
Yes, sir. Great.
So a Bitcoin collateralized stablecoin is not a new idea. There's been various permutations over the years on a couple different L2s. But it's one of the things that like the early Stacks team, like us, when we sat around thinking like, why would we want to build a blockchain in the first place? It's to enable things like this. This is like very core building blocks of Bitcoin DeFi. So Bitcoin lending and stable coins. So I've been talking about this idea with the early Stacks team for, I don't know what now, 5 or 6 years, and so I also was a really big fan of liquidity on Ethereum. I just thought the mechanism was very elegant, and thought it was a kind of beautiful hybrid between a lending protocol and a stablecoin. And so I always thought that had a lot of value, and I thought it was like a mechanism that really leaned on the strengths that you get on a blockchain and really can't be done in CeFi, and is really something quite special. And so I kind of like, I don't know, fell in love with the idea, I guess you might say. So that's really one big motivating factor. Not to mention the fact that, there's sort of huge markets in lending, huge markets in stablecoins. So yeah, the closest thing that exists currently on Stacks is Arcadico. So, but Arcadico started as a Stacks-based collateral stablecoin, and they've kind of added Bitcoin, and we wanted to just do Bitcoin from the jump, and wanted to also include, all of the sort of like latest and greatest mechanism design insights that the Liquidity team had, and which is like, effectively it's like Liquidity 2, which is the current version that's running on Ethereum. So we we like look to them as thought leaders and say, how are they solving these problems, and then essentially copy them. So a nice way to summarize like what BSD is, that stands for Bitcoin synthetic dollar. And a nice way to summarize what it is it's liquidity on Stacks, but instead of ETH, you swap in Bitcoin. That's like the simplest explanation. The core mechanisms are roughly the same. And yeah, I mean, it allows you to lock your Bitcoin. This is SBTC in this case, and mint a synthetic dollar against that as a loan. And it's a closed loop system. So there's no fiat, there's no like under collateralized borrowing. It's like a system that is designed to add debt as long as the Bitcoin is backing that amount of debt, and then to wind down that debt or deleverage that debt in an orderly fashion, so that the system is always over collateralized. And the idea of minting stablecoins against collateral is very old and very simple, but all of the complexity around that, what I just said, comes in with the liquidations and the redemptions, and also tracking, tracking the vault state across many vaults, and trying to do aggregate operations on them on the blockchain is very tricky. So all of the, it's like 80 or 90% of the work is the last few things I mentioned, but the core mechanism is pretty simple. Yeah, I'll pause there. Do you have any other questions before I go into the demo? Like any other?
Yeah. So it's similar to, with all the regulatory that's coming on around dollar stable coins. A lot of people are suggesting ways to, leverage. Basically, it seems like they're trying to establish, the traditional, the government and the traditional finance system are trying to establish rules around stablecoins, which mean that they have to be T-bill backed. It seems like that's the goal. I don't think that that's necessarily the right way to go. I can see why they would want to, but it seems like what you have now and how it's designed now is basically similar, except for instead of a T-bill, you're just backing it with Bitcoin. I mean, is that more or less how do you peg the price of the dollar? How does it stay at $1 for a BSD token?
Yeah. I probably won't go into a deep legal analysis, but I think my guess is that you'll probably see additional guidance and things come out in the future that specifically address mechanisms that are not, T-bills held by, a private entity, or like, I guess it could be like a public entity as well. That's like, I think that there's like a distinction between those two things, and there could be further regulations around other mechanisms as well. But you were asking how it works. That was the question.
Yeah. How does BSD maintain? How is the dollar value pegged for the Bitcoin synthetic dollar?
Sure. Yeah. So it follows the same mechanism that Liquidity uses. And so I don't know if they were the first to figure this out, but they were one of the earliest teams to kind of figure this out, which is it's like a redeem mechanism. So the basis for it is that there's a protocol operation called redeem, and you can always bring BSD to this function in the contract and say, I've got BSD and I want to exchange it for like face value, the same exact face value in dollars for the underlying Bitcoin. So like you can, the reason it's worth $1 is because you can kind of always go exchange it for $1 worth of Bitcoin.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the core mechanism. And so that alone, that kind of what that does is that's almost like a singular trading venue that will always consider BSD worth $1. And then you can imagine other trading venues like exchanges where it goes off that peg, right? Like it could be just the way like Bitcoin trades for different prices on different markets. Same thing is happening here. BSD could trade for different prices on different markets. But the sort of game theory around that is that if the price is above or below, it doesn't matter. In both cases, there's an arbitrage you can do. So you can basically by minting and redeeming BSD, you can basically just make money doing that. Just make a profit doing that, and in doing so, you will nudge the price closer to equilibrium. You know, so if it's above, you'll push it down, and if it's below, you'll push it up. And so like I said, the sort of game theoretic kind of aggregate behavior of this is that the price kind of always seeks $1 through time. And so that all sounds like very hand wavy and fancy, but I mean, Liquidity's been doing this for about 5 years without it.
Sure. Well, and honestly, it makes sense because if I see it on Bitflow and it's trading for under $1, I know I can buy it and then take it over and exchange it for Bitcoin at $1 and play the arbitrage there.
Correct,
So that seems like a no-brainer to me.
Yeah. And in fact, I think it's last time I checked, it actually is on Bitflow. Like it actually is trading above $1 on Bitflow, so you can go harvest that. I don't know what size that is. That might only be worth like $10 a profit, but anyway, that's the point, or that's the concept.
Sure. No, and that's awesome. I mean, that will peg it to $1. If I can always exchange it for what the $1 worth of Bitcoin is more or less on the market right now, then it's just an arbitrage play elsewhere. You know, so that's I like the model. I think it's very interesting. By the way, introducing you, I don't know if you've met GP, my main co-host and partner in crime over here at DeOrganized. He was handling some stuff for Zest Protocol, and he's done with that. He's a community manager over at Zest amongst many hats he wears.
Hey, what's up,
nice.
Jeff? Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, we haven't met, so it's great to meet you. Thanks so much.
Man. I've been really interested. It seems like BSD kind of just like popped up out of nowhere, and I was like, "What is this BSD?" And then I'm seeing Tycho and others post about base dollar, and I mean, it's awesome to get to connect and kind of understand more about it over the last couple weeks, and then also got to listen in whenever you talked to Diego and Dylan from Bitflow. So really cool stuff, and congrats on the launch of your liquidity pool over there as well. And yeah, man, cool stuff.
Nice. Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We made a lot of noise about it when we first started developing it, like I said, about 1.5 years ago, and then we thought it would actually, development on it would go a lot faster. And so we really went into a cave basically for a while and then came back out. So yeah, thank you for all the kind words.
Of course, man. So I guess, my question to you is like, what's next? Like, where can they follow and all of that stuff? I've got your page up here.
Yeah, it's on,
website and take a look, just saying, let's take a look at tell the people where to find you guys as well, at BSD Money, right? That is your at.
Yeah, correct.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
Yes, this is good. BSD.money, and then BSD Money on X is a great spot. That's a good place to start. A bunch of long form content there, all the links you need. Yeah.
Awesome. And started your
we started it was about 2 weeks ago, probably ish. Yeah, and you were asking about what's next. Yeah, our besides the beta, launching dual stacking support, so the Bitcoin that you use as collateral is earning, was a big one. Getting the Bitflow pool is a big one. We're working right now on we kind of heard that people are interested in like looping, right? So you can basically loop you can take the BSD and buy more Bitcoin with it and do so in loops. And you might kind of wonder why would you want to do that? I mean, there's like leveraged exposure to Bitcoin, but probably a more compelling reason is to buy more Bitcoin and then deposit it into the vault, and then you can basically roughly triple the amount of SBTC that you have earning with dual stacking. So we've been working on that. We've got a calculator for that, and we actually have done some simulations of that and found the places where there's inefficiencies or just goofiness, and so we're polishing that up. I don't know how much people actually want to intend to actually do that, since it's kind of it's definitely a riskier use case. So I wouldn't encourage anybody to do it, but we're at least going to demo that and create some content around it and sort of say like, hey, this machine of ours can do this crazy looping thing. That's another big one. I think besides that, after that, those are like the core features. We also have worked on, I'm not sure if we're going to release or not, but we're working on like a rebate program to basically just give back the fees to the early users. And then another big one too, which is kind of like in a skunkworks state, is we have a really nice chatbot, actually. So we've got a super AI enabled chatbot with its own custom tooling, like toolkit, that can query our database directly. And so you can basically ask it anything about the protocol. It's like, it's probably about halfway as good to being like me as far as the protocol. I mean, it knows everything in the docs. It knows how the contracts work. And like I said, it has live state to the protocol. So you can ask it like, hey, my particular loan, like, what do you recommend for like, if I wanted to increase the collateral ratio or decrease the collateral ratio or whatever, like anything you want, can you advise me on that? And it can just look up all the details about your loans, like live specific details, and then like give you like specific customized advice. So that's like, I think that's very interesting and very forward thinking. And like, I'm really proud of our work on that. The caveat on that and why it's taking longer is because just like any other AI thing, it hallucinates more than we like. And we're trying right now to get it to really just behave the right way and not give people false answers, So especially when you're asking about a detailed specific thing, like, what is the collateral ratio on my loan? You need it to give you, and you're trusting that answer to like give you guidance on, is my loan healthy and is my loan safe? It can't hallucinate or say anything, inaccurate. And in fact, if it somehow can't grab the data, it needs to say, I can't get the data, I'm sorry, and not just hallucinate a crazy answer that's made up. And that's some of the, I think they're very bread and butter, like AI or agent challenges, but we're working on that right now. I think that will be, I'm not sure, I'm also not sure on that, like how much actual growth that will drive, but it's certainly like a really impressive chatbot. Like I'm kind of amazed at what our engineer has done with it. So that's also coming up probably like early January or mid-January.
Very cool. Very cool. So I am definitely, just because I love to understand how things work and I understand the risk, and just preface, this is not financial advice. We're just learning how this all works. But the idea of looping is very interesting to me, because it is a way to leverage with maybe more control than in some other circumstances, and leverage your Bitcoin position and accumulate more Bitcoin. You were going to take us for a walk through the beta. Can you kind of show us what it would look like to loop to do that?
Yeah, potentially. Like let's see here. I probably won't be able to show you that end to end because, like I said, I'm going to use testnet because the actual live mainnet setup is like a multi-sig, and it's just like there's a lot of complexity to it. So testnet is exactly the same, only I can sign transactions and stuff in 5 seconds, and also it's fake money, so we can play with it more. The problem is I'm not sure if I can actually swap on Bitflow on testnet. I don't think I can. I think.
Oh, so you wouldn't be able to actually purchase.
Yeah. I gotta go take the
So
BSD and buy.
You can
buy
show
Bitcoin
us.
with it.
You can actually show us the mechanisms, and then we can talk through the next step after that.
Sure. I'll probably start with just showing you kind of like the basics of how it works. Just like to start a new loan, and then we can work our way up to that if we have time. Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Cool. Let me see if I can get the screen sharing working the right way here. Give me a moment. Right. Okay. I think I got it.
Yep. There we go. You are on, sir.
Vault 14. There we go. Right. Cool. So yeah, this is the view. My account has already created a handful of vaults. So this is not exactly what you'd see when you start fresh, but it's pretty close. So I'll walk you through creating a new vault, and then I'll show you some of the details on these existing ones. So yeah, like the first step, this is like the core mechanism. So I'll probably kind of explain a lot of details here. So step one is adding some collateral, and kind of everything else, follows from there. So, depending on the value of that collateral, which is like computed, on the fly, that kind of tells you how much you can borrow and like what your collateral ratio will be, right? Let me see if I can get this a little bigger without ruining the layout. Is that a little bit better?
Yeah, that's good. And actually, we'll put us off to the side. So
nice.
That's good.
Yeah. So how much collateral you have and how much it's worth kind of like sets the tone for everything else. And so the app auto populates just some default values for you. Probably the one that's important and also super familiar to most people is collateral ratio. So this is like how close to the full value of your Bitcoin is your borrowing worth. So it automatically picks 150 as the default. As you can see, you can make the numbers safer and like harder to get liquidated essentially, or you can do it riskier all the way down to 120, which is 10% above your liquidation. But this is kind of like the first important decision to make. One of the things I'm really proud of with BSD and this like style of mechanism is there's not like a lot of trading like complexity and risk for sort of like UX in the sense that users are like totally in control. Like every parameter about the way this thing works, you have control over and you can decide yourself. So it's unlike a vault or something where there's other people managing your money and making all these decisions for you and taking complexity away for you. This is like all controls are available to you type product. So anyway, I'll just leave it at around 150. So we're locking up $85,000 of Bitcoin and we're borrowing $56,000 against it, or 56,742 BSD. And then then you set the interest rate. And the one thing that's a little screwy right now is that we have some vaults that are on the testnet that have like crazy high interest rates because it's fake money and our devs put in 20% APY and stuff for testing. So this estimate is not really correct. And as you can see, you can lower this all the way down to 0 and your redemption buffer is 0, but you can also just tick it up a tiny bit and probably get a buffer that's a little bit higher. Yeah, so like 47% is a gigantic buffer at 3.29. So there's just some squirreliness around this on testnet, but you pick your own interest rate on BSD, and
so the interest, the lower the interest rate, the more risk of. So I don't quite understand redemption buffer.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Yeah, exactly. That's probably the trickiest part of the BSD protocol is how this interest rate and redemption buffer thing works. And it's also confusing to people on liquidity as well. So you can see right there again, because we've got relatively few vaults here. Like you can see the numbers switching between 47 and 4 as I move this. that means there's like a vault sitting in between those two numbers that's like eating that chunk of the range. Yeah, what it means is that, like I said, when people redeem from the protocol for the peg, that Bitcoin has to come from somewhere, right? Like we're not a bank. We don't like hold a bunch of Bitcoin on the side and sort of, you know, pay deposits and withdrawals out of the same pile. Like there's essentially no extra Bitcoin in this system. And so when you need to go redeem, you have to pull that Bitcoin from somewhere. So what happens is the vault that has the lowest APY in the system, it draws from, and it's when you do that, the redemption, it pays off the debt and it takes the collateral and then gives a like bonus to that vault. So so some people are happy to do that because they profit in the process, and then other people are really averse to that because they're like, hey, I don't want anybody to redeem my Bitcoin. I want to keep that Bitcoin for myself forever, and I don't want to part with it no matter what happens. And so you can choose your risk appetite, you know, using this mechanism. And
so I can actually set my APY to a lower point where if it gets redeemed at that point, they're actually redeeming the Bitcoin. I end up. So how does that work though? I still have my BSD, so I can still redeem that at some time.
Well, you can. That's right. Yeah, exactly. You keep the BSD, and they pay off your debt, and also they pay off your debt and take your Bitcoin, and also give you some profit in the process. So yeah, so you don't lose money in dollar terms. In fact, you gain money. Well, what you lose is the underlying Bitcoin. But you gain in dollars and lose in Bitcoin, I guess.
Right. So you can't pay off your loan and get your Bitcoin back. You can only redeem the BSD.
Yeah, but then so if you found yourself in that situation, then you become another redeemer, and so on and so forth until the chain, you know, stops. Yeah, you can always so either if it's either through redemption or through closing your vault, either one, you know, they're both routes to get your Bitcoin back. But it's definitely superior to lock up your Bitcoin as collateral and mint, and then pay off your debt directly, because you know there's fees associated with redeeming, and then also like, you know, that debt is over collateralized. So to get all of your collateral out, you know, you need to like your extra collateral, right? Because it's over collateralized. You need to manually like wind down your vault. So like redeeming and paying off debt are two different operations, really. It's a bit in the weeds. I can explain that more in a second. But anyway, the important part is that the redeem is like a core mechanism that helps BSD stay soft pegged to $1. And this is like the risk tolerance you have for being included in those redeem operations. And so the actual interest rate, so another way to sort of say about this is like in our docs, is like, this is a market really, right? So every vault chooses this, you know, decides this answer for themselves about what they want to pay. And then the market like moves and adjusts as the perceived risk changes. And so if there's no redemptions for a while, maybe everyone, you know, becomes more aggressive and lowers their interest rate. And then if there is a lot, they might raise it. And the average and stuff will shift over time. And an important part about that is we run on like epochs. So every 2 weeks, every week, you know, we have a little process that runs that basically takes, so you can change this APY anytime you like. You can update it 10 times a day if you want to, but that's kind of like a commitment to change it. And then every week, all of those updated rates kind of like snap into place, right? So there's some game theory around why it needs to kind of operate that way to allow people to not like game it and abuse it. So it's sort of like every week you get to redecide this answer and decide your risk tolerance. And also the rate is not important. What's important is where you fall on the stack of other vaults. So like it's the relative number that's important, not the absolute number. So you know, 0.79 might be a very risky number in the beginning, and then it might become a very safe number 2 months from now, or vice versa. So this is like an active monitoring thing. And Another plan that we have to like work on here, which we haven't actually worked on yet, but we have like an affordance in the protocol design for it, which is like to create like a service that you just delegate this to, and then you just tell the service like, my risk tolerance is the following, and it will auto adjust the rate every week for you to like buy you the amount of safety that you want to aim for, because you don't want to have to like mess with checking on this every week.
Oh, so you're going to be able to automate that so that it stays less risky if you want to?
Correct. Well, right now you have to specify like, this is the rate. Like, so I'm going to pay, my APY is, 0.79% per year. But if you say like, and that's to buy myself roughly 5% of buffer. But if I wanted to, let's say do a little bit higher. Yeah, so this is, like I said, this is hard, but like do it a little bit higher and say like, oh, I always want to be around 50%, right? Then there's a service, that, or again, this is a liquidity thing. They have this. There's like a service you can delegate this decision to, and just say, keep me at 50%. Like just modulate the interest rate as you need to hit 50% within some boundaries. And so that's like,
that rate means that 47% of the rate, the relative rates are above where you are or below where you are. So they're going to get paid off first.
Kind of. What it means is that 47% of all BSD has a lower interest rate than you do.
Okay.
So it's basically like 47% of all the debt across all of the vaults will be redeemed before your vault will be redeemed.
Okay. Yeah. So if you keep it at 50, you should be generally safe, unless there's a huge fluctuation or a lot of volatility in and out kind of thing. And
Yeah, a lot of volatility would do it. Like major entries or exits out of the Bitflow pool might do it. But I think that like my gut level from just watching like the liquidity ecosystem and just sort of my own thinking about it is probably like even 20 is like super conservative. I'd say probably more like 10 or 15 is probably a reasonable target. And so analytics around this and stuff is kind of like a hot topic for us, and I'll show you some analytics for it in a second. Anyway, this is a decision that you need to make, and then you're done. So you basically have a borrow fee, which right now it's set to 0, and then this is how much BSD you're gonna mint in the process. So those are our 3 choices: is add how much collateral, decide how much to borrow, and decide what you want to pay as the interest rate. I know that's like a lot of stuff to cover, but it's just those 3 choices.
But it's what makes the mechanism function. These are, and I actually think it's a really clever design. It's interesting. I know you're saying I'm not familiar with liquidity, so this is all very new to me.
Yeah, it's a way to get dollar-like behavior with an over-collateralized, sort of valuable asset backing it, and no fiat and no custody, no counterparties. It's just code running. It's like it's smart contracts and a keeper that triggers some of these things, like some of these operations and things. But that's it. So I'm ready to go ahead and mint. Sound good?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. So like I said, we'll lock 1 Bitcoin and add and get ourselves 56,000 BSD. Yeah, you guys can't see the leather pop up, but
we cannot. But we know. But we're familiar with not being able to see that, or we do a lot of the screen sharing depending on who's on and what's going on. So I know what that's like. So for the viewers watching, Jeff's getting his browser wallet pop up to confirm the transaction. Now it's already gone through.
Cool. Yeah, so that was successful, and there's a few different like sort of error states and things if it doesn't go through, or if there's some kind of post condition not met or whatever. Another thing I'm pretty proud of is we've got like really good post conditions set up on all of our transactions. So there's like, I don't even know, there's like probably 20 plus things that can like not be set up right, and so you really have tight assurances when you say like, only this much SBTC is going to exit my wallet, and I'm going to receive this much BSD, or the whole thing will abort. Like, it's very, very complete in that sense. So yeah, here we go. So this is Vault 15. We just created it. There's no chart data for it yet. That has to buffer. I think that's like on a 10-minute sort of buffer time. So we'll have to wait for that. But you can see just the parameters that we put in there. So we got this much. I'll go off that. We got this much BSD borrowed. We got this much collateral ratio, 150%, the interest rate, and then the buffer, 47% or that equates to about 70,000 BSD. That's before us, and then a few other details here. But every operation we do will also be like recorded here with the transaction, which is really convenient. And so yeah, so like I said, like this whole product is like very like very composable and very kind of user controlled. So you can, at this point, like everything, like unlike like CFI loans or like a loan like I'm trying to give a good example, like Lendin, for instance, like a CFI loan, like that has a fixed term and it has penalties and all this other kind of stuff. This is like everything that all the parameters we just set, we can adjust at any point we like. So we can borrow more, we can pay our debt down, we can add collateral or we can remove collateral, and we can change the APY. So, and that's like a free for all, you know, you can do it.
So I can,
you can do it 10 times a day, you can do whatever. Yeah.
So I can actually add BTC, I could buy SBTC with this, with my BSD.
Yeah.
And then add that SBTC right into the vault. So I don't have to create another, I don't have to redeem the vault and open up a new one. I can just add the SBTC to that vault. And then, that strengthens my position, makes me less volatile, less risk. And, or I can then also potentially borrow more BSD.
Yes, correct. That's the looping, right? You just keep on doing that in a loop, basically. So yeah, you can see right here, this little panel, like this is the total amount. I had some, you know, other BSD I minted before, so that's why I've got more. I've got SBTC here, so this is like my balance, you know, that's specific to this app. So each of these has its own little wizard, just like the borrow or just like the vault creation screen does. So like the borrow tells you like this is where everything currently stands, and if I say, what if I want to borrow 5,000 more, for instance, right? And it basically gives you a readout on like the old collateral ratio was 150. The new collateral ratio will be 139, but it's like, oh, I want even more. I'm willing to take even more risk, right? You can just see how as I'm borrowing more and more, this collateral ratio is going down, down, down. And it also should tell you, yeah, it tells you right here the liquidation price. So like I think this is a little bit easier to understand. So it's like if Bitcoin goes down to this amount, like which is not, you know, it's not that far away from the current price.
No, it's definitely within the potential. It could happen right now with where the price is.
Yeah. So then you'd be liquidated, right? Your loan would be like forcibly closed. You keep your BSD, but the protocol takes your Bitcoin. So you have to play with this. This is a risk tolerance thing. This is like how actively you want to monitor the vault and what your risk tolerance is. But that's borrowing more, and then you can also repay, and then you can, like I said, add or remove SBTC. So you can say, I think this is what you were saying before. So imagine we went and took our I think 56,000 BSD and we went to Bitflow and swapped it. Then you would get, you know, you'd have like, I don't know, 0.6 or something more SBTC, right? And so, yeah, so your old collateral ratio is 151. Your new collateral ratio would be 242. And you would be able to borrow an additional 124,000 BSD, right? So you just like bumped up your borrowing capacity. So I can take it down to 0, and you can see as I'm adding BSD or as I'm adding SBTC, my capacity to borrow is just going up, right? So yeah, that's, like I said, it's really customizable and composable. And then I'll also mention you can change the rate as well. So And we have delegate, but it's not working yet. But you can see like just make it more risky. You can see current interest rate, no pending change to the interest rate, and your buffer information here. And then yeah, you can see like this is how this change is going to affect the buffer. So 47 down to 4. So this is just like all of these screens are basically saying you can adjust the vault setup that you created in the beginning. And yeah, I'll pause there. I can mention some of these other features if you guys want, or I can answer questions.
I think there's a lot of moving parts, but I think it's pretty straightforward once you kind of get a handle on what they all mean. Obviously, this is something that is a little bit more of an advanced user. At least getting into the more complex strategies on it. If you're just looking to borrow and get a little bit of capital to deploy, borrow against your Bitcoin, you can do that. That's pretty straightforward, and you can do it with pretty low risk based on the tools you have here. But there is also a lot more. People can engage in more complex strategies like looping. I think it's really interesting, man. I think it's a great tool to have in the ecosystem. Very cool, and definitely would love to. So, what are the other tools that you were looking at up the top?
Yeah, sure. I was just going to show you. This is a vault I created already, and the the charting process has already run on it, so you can see how the collateral ratio is changing over time, like with the trend of the Bitcoin price, basically. And then also same thing over here. You can see how your redemption buffer is changing in real time in comparison to everybody else, right? So for this chart, you want this chart to look like solid red lines going up and dotted red lines going down. That kind of indicates health. And when they cross, then you need to be paying attention. So can't scroll over this here, but yeah, it's just basically because this guy's redemption buffer is down to 12. It's starting to throw warnings at me and say, hey, you should be worried about that.
So if that went over that top line, he would be over his liquidation ratio.
They're not the same data. It's kind of maybe it's a confusing chart, but they're two different data sets. But you want to know what your buffer is and how it's trending, and then you also want to understand the average of all the other vaults. Is it trending up or down? Like you need a directional sort of understanding here. And so you want your buffer to be high, and you want to know, like, are you on the good side or the bad side of the trend, basically.
Makes a lot of sense.
I'll quickly mention just a couple of other things. One is the stability pool, which is basically how holders at BSD take advantage of liquidations to earn some profit. So this is another liquidity invention, and it's basically like rather than have like outside liquidators, it's like a built-in liquidator into the protocol. So this is how vaults get liquidated is with the stability pool. So you can deposit BSD here and wait for liquidations to happen, and then profit off those when they happen. And this chart kind of gives you some insights about what to expect about upcoming liquidations.
Oh, so I could actually deposit, instead of depositing into a vault and withdrawing BSD, I could also deploy my Bitcoin. Or is it, I'm sorry, you're adding BSD here, or you're adding Bitcoin?
Yeah. The way this works is BSD goes in and Bitcoin comes out at a 10% profit.
Okay, so I create a vault. I withdraw, I take out BSD, or I create BSD, borrow that against my Bitcoin, and then I can deposit that in here, and that is used to
liquidate vaults that have a bad CR, where their CR gets too low.
That pays off the vaults at a profit.
Yep, correct. Yeah. So the vaults liquidate when they're at 110 collateral ratio, and so the 100% is what's clears out the debt, and the 10%, like the remainder, goes to the people that deposit into this pool.
Oh, so that can be pretty lucrative.
Yeah, in fact, there's this is a very like bursty kind of thing. Like when there's no liquidations, the APY is nothing, and then when there's liquidations, the APY is quite high. And yeah, like around the October 10th like crypto crash that happened, like just a couple months ago, the liquidity APY on the same mechanism like went sky high. I don't know what it was. It was like over 100%.
I'm sure it went, yeah, because it was
Because there was
drawdowns.
So that's one other feature, and then the redeem is what I mentioned to you before. So like if I'll just say we've minted about 50,000 BSD, so I'll put like, I don't know, 5,000 in here. Uh-oh, that does not seem correct. Single redeem max. Wow. I don't know why it's doing this. This is funky. This is a funky thing on testnet because it's not working this way on prod. Anyway, you put in the amount of BSD that you want to redeem, and it basically gives you a quote right here, and then you just click redeem, and there's a fee associated with redeem. So you're basically again like trading BSD for SBTC. So this is like the quote of what you'll get, including the fees.
Very cool though. I understand testnet's buggy. You don't ever know what's going on. We actually, for a lot of times, we haven't done it as much recently because GP got overworked. We're not doing the night show as much as anymore. But we used to have testnet devs come on all the time. And we would literally just try to break stuff. So it's like we know what that's not a thing at all. We're just walking through, seeing how it works, and that's actually almost a good sign when you see things on testnet get a little wonky. But
yes,
it makes sense how this would work. You're redeeming. You're going to get SBTC in exchange for that BSD. There is a redemption fee. It's like 1.7% on there. Is that is that fee variable? Like, does that change over time? Or is that just what you guys set based on?
It's like a pressure amount, and it like cools down over about 3 days. So like when you redeem a big amount, the fee goes up, and then it like takes 3 days to cool back down to its lowest, which is 5% or 0.5%. So it's to prevent like there's a few, I think, like kind of like game theory abuse vectors where you're just like redeeming more and more and more and creating more and more and more debt. And so it's to like cool down that behavior basically.
Right. No, and that makes sense because it stabilizes the platform too. It helps stave off a run.
Yeah, correct. So anyway, yeah, that's just an automatic thing in the smart contracts where the fee is like basically dynamic. And like I said, if you do a big redemption or somebody else does a big redemption, you're better off waiting a couple of days for it to cool down to get the like lowest price.
So that redemption fee is platform wide. It's not based on an account. So if another whale makes a huge redemption, the redemption fee is going to be high for a couple of days.
Yeah, it applies to everybody equally. Yeah, correct.
Is there a cap on that fee?
There is. It's some parameter set somewhere. I don't know what it is. It's probably, if I had to guess, it's probably 5%. I think.
Yeah, that makes sense too, because I mean it needs to function properly. It has to have enough teeth to to protect the platform.
Yeah.
But man, this is really cool. Very well thought out, well designed. I know you took some of the design from Liquidity, but it's still a really cool product. It's unique to what's on Stacks. There's nothing quite like this on the platform, so I'm really very excited. And are you looking for people to test it out right now? What's going on? Or are we just waiting for mainnet launch, and then at that point you're going to be you're ready to go?
Yeah, I mean we're doing like a private beta, so we have like a handful of folks that have joined. I can like send a like a registration link or just like manually approve addresses, and so it's all working on mainnet right now. I've got a bunch of BSD minted with real Bitcoin. So it's all functional. It's just in a private beta. And so, yeah, happy to have people test it and play with it. And the best way to do that is just to reach out to the BSD handle, like DM or DM me. Like just basically all I need to do is send you a link in order to get started.
Awesome. We will definitely, both GP and I, we don't have as much time as we used to, but we love pushing buttons and trying stuff out. We do give feedback. So be happy to test out for you. Shoot me a link.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or we can get some addresses over if that's easier for you. We just whitelist.
Yeah.
I don't always speak for GP, but I know I can speak for him on this, that he'd also love to try it out.
Yeah, I want to tinker.
Yeah, good for that.
Yeah, man. Awesome stuff. We did go, I know I told you it'd probably only be about like 15 to 30 minutes. But we're chatty. We chat a lot, and you actually had a lot to go over. There's a lot of moving parts there. So I really think that this was great. I think it was a great opportunity to get our audience exposed in depth with visuals on what you guys are doing. So really awesome having that. It takes me a couple of days because of the way everything runs, and because we're on I can't even start editing clips until after the live stream's over, which won't be till later today. And then I gotta wait for the transcript to upload so I can really do it right. So it might be a couple of days before I get the full segment, but we'll also replay this a few times throughout the next couple of weeks. So it'll get a little bit more exposure to the audience on the regular for a little bit. And then would love to have you on again sometime soon when things are more mainnet full launch and everything like that too. I really think it's a great project you're working on, Jeff.
Nice. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the exposure and the chance to show this off.
And it's at BSD Money on X, and it's bsd.money is the website that people can go check it out now. You got docs on there and stuff like that people can go through.
Yeah, that's the right two places to go look. And like you mentioned, there's a really robust documentation site. Every single thing I mentioned and said is all explained there, and a bunch of other product comparisons and FAQs and all kinds of stuff.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we'll definitely have you on again soon. Like what you're working on. And thank you guys all for tuning in. We will actually be back again with one more guest, and about half an hour, Rafa is going to come walk through Fact Fund, his capsule project, and the BTC to SBTC project he's working on. So we got more live content coming on. Jeff, any last words before we sign off?
No. Let's see here. I love Bitcoin, and I love working on things that enhance Bitcoin. And
right on.
Yeah, it's been a long road with this, and I'm just very proud of our team and what we've built, and excited to share more.
Awesome stuff, man. Looking forward to more from it, and thank you for the work you've been putting in. It's really cool stuff you're working on, and it's making Bitcoin better, which is what we're all here for.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Right on. Thanks for joining in, GP. Always a pleasure having you as well. And we'll be back with Rafa in about 40 minutes. I'll put something on in the meantime. Thank you all for watching. Stay tuned, and we'll be back later. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day.
Icon, and all of these people have something in common in that they all went through troubled times and went, in a much different way to Peggy. Had a bit of a rough start and or had to overcome some sort of adversity to get to where they were, so and to what they did. So yeah, we've built on that, and we're now tonight. This is the unveiling of Zanetta's story, and this is very different to the ones that we've done before because this is more personal. I think it's going to resonate with a lot of people on a personal level because of the subject matter, which you'll find out soon enough. It's different again that it's a photo shoot. So everything that we've done before it's not been photographic art. It's been digital art, it's pretty unique. And we do this to support the artists and charity. So They're produced as storyboard NFTs. They're auctioned on Gamma as a week-long auction from the minute the first bid goes in. The split is, so far, everyone's agreed to do a 60-40 split, 60% in favour of charity and 40% goes to the artists. So the collection will grow and it will feature different artists and, you know, more stories as we go. And pretty excited. It's probably the best thing so far to come out of our culture that we're trying to build. So, yeah.
Yeah, dude. I remember whenever you first hit me up and you know, hey, pitched this idea to me, and I was experimenting with ideas and trying to find a way to you know, incorporate some type of giving back to, you know, charitable causes into my artwork, and this idea just really resonated with me. Peace, did you have something to say, man? What's up?
I just wanted to on something Jamie said, and of course he's going to just give all the credit to the artists, and the artists, he's done an amazing job. The artists so far in the project have been great. He's done a great job picking great artists, but I don't want to undercut the amount of effort and work Jamie puts into this project on the regular and the stuff he's creating. Jamie, you deserve a lot of credit for what you put out as well, man. Don't sell yourself short is all I wanted to say.
Yeah, thanks. No, I don't. I mean, I enjoy it. And I think that's the attraction with this crypto blockchain world that we're in. We get to sort of write our own stories. And it's funny because we're in an amazing age. Obviously, I don't want to digress too much, but with the dawn of AI and the things that we can all do now, there's dreams that I had when I was a kid that are now, that, you know, I thought had sort of gone by the wayside, that are now possibly a reality. And like doing Dogtails is just a blessing, and, you know, trying to build that community and just put those out there is pretty cool. So I do enjoy it. Yeah,
I think it's a pretty cool way to get artists to collaborate on one collection, right? Like you have multiple artists that work within Dogtails, and you know, it's just a very unique way to approach getting artists to collaborate. And I'm a big fan of the structure and how it's set up.
Yeah, we enjoy it. Speaking of artists and collaboration, like pleased as well to be doing this with not just yourself and obviously Peace and everything that DeOrganized has brought us, but also Mr. Bain, because he's, I mean, as far, I don't know anyone who's as connected in the sort of digital art world. Obviously, I don't know everyone, but he makes sort of genuine connections, got a lot of artists following him. So I think with this stream as well, so even though we're talking about the collection and this is a live reveal, this stream is something that we're going to do on the regular. We'll see how it goes, and it's going to be more about the people and their stories. And Mr. Bain, I don't know if you want to chime in, but I know the idea for the stream was sort of originally Mr. Bain's, if I recall correctly. It was sort of thrown out there, and we all sort of moved on it.
Hey guys,
Mr. Bain, what's up, man?
Good morning, GM, and it's really GM at this time of the world too.
Oh, nice. You're on the other side.
We're on the other side. It's supposed to be sunny Melbourne, but it's been raining, and you know we're spring. We're supposed to be heading into summer in December, but it's not the case. So it kind of feels like UK. So I think that's what Jamie's weather's going to be like in the UK. So I don't know about Peace and GPSC. I don't know where you guys are on your side of the world.
We're both on the eastern seaboard US. GP's a little on the southern side where it's cold, but not really for most people. And then up in my neck of the woods, it's about 45 degrees this morning, and that could be warmer than it gets. But ironically, the last show we did, I think it was the last show we did, Jamie was talking about how it was a sunny day out over where he is. So it's come full circle. Climate change is real. We just don't know if it's our fault or not.
Yeah, not today.
Is that 45 degrees or 45 degrees Fahrenheit?
45 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, that's cold then, right?
It's a lot colder.
It's cold to me, man. I think it's frigid.
Yeah.
No, but my heat's on. You
'Cause-
know, it's
Yeah, because we can get up to 45 degrees over here Celsius. So
yeah, that's a
but we
hot.
haven't experienced that. Yeah.
No, that's a warm day. But I'm gonna actually be down in Buenos Aires, so I'm gonna get a little bit of extended warm weather for a week, going down to Dev Connect next week. So I'm excited about that.
That's going to be awesome. Are you anyone else going with you? Or?
No, well, I'm going down with Stacks, so they're
Yeah.
having me come down. But it'll be a little bit different than last time when I had like the whole crew with us staying in the house in Vegas last May. That was the best experiences of my life, actually hanging out.
Insane, dude. Yeah, and I'll be manning the ship here. Running the stream and helping. Hunter will be helping and helping me run the stream as well. So we'll be holding down the fort for peace while he's out there in Argentina, Buenos Aires, checking out all the Dev Connect and the other little get-togethers that are going on over there while they're out there. So it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Working hard.
Fortunately, I have these guys to rely on, but let's stop the small talk because the ladies are waiting, guys. We shouldn't keep the ladies waiting.
Yeah. So I mean, so we've got Janetta, who is the I don't like calling her a subject, but she is the subject of the story, and she's going to tell her story, and she's the subject of the photo shoot that Sashelka has done, who's the artist. So let's get him on, I guess, when you guys are ready.
Right on. Welcome, ladies. How are we doing tonight?
Hello, everyone. I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing, guys?
Good evening. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having us here.
Hello, everyone. How everyone is doing?
Doing great.
Doing well.
Doing
Doing
great.
well.
Really excited to see some artwork for Dogtails. I have collaborated with Jamie too. So now we are collaborating, and we are collaborating on Dogtails. So it's awesome. It's awesome to meet you guys.
GM, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bain.
Hello.
Oh my God, I'm so excited, really, guys, because it's my first experience. And when Janetta, just don't touch mic. Жан, микрофон не трогай. So yeah, what I wanted. Oh my God, I'm so nervous. So I'm really excited, guys, because it's like we were waiting this day so long because this. I don't know how to explain. It's this story. It's really touch myself. I mean, and I believe it will touch you when you will hear it. And I'm so proud of Janetta that she decided to speak herself. It's like it's her hour. It's her. It's. Oh my God! Let's just start and then we will see.
Let's go. I'm really excited to do live art reveals. That's something. It's a great idea, Jamie. I think that it's very engaging, and it's an awesome way to kind of showcase all the work that has gone into the different stories that are going into Dogtails. So this is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, awesome. And it's even more special because we've got Janetta with us, and Sasha, I know what you mean about being nervous. I think it's just normal. It's like we're going to be fine, and we guide you through it. And I think the photos are going to speak for themselves. We've got the story as well. So with each NFT comes part of the story, which Janetta obviously wrote originally, and then we just tweaked it slightly. So we've got all the bases covered, and I was keen to sort of find out and just sort of start really with how you used to sort of know each other, and because I don't think I ever asked that. I mean, how did you guys originally meet? Obviously, you're great friends for, you know, what you've done together and what you've worked on. But how did you guys originally meet?
That's the same
You
question I
start
want to
on it,
know
Tony.
too.
I can say some words. So basically, Sasha, she is a very good friend of my cousin for many years, and I always heard about her, but I never just met her. And of course, the age gap between me and my cousin is 5 years. So I was a child when she was having fun with Sasha everywhere in the city and you know, going to parties. So it was just, you know, very like black and white. You know, I mean, I was just too young to understand what they were talking or doing. So, but life happened. I ended up in UK and Sasha too, and somehow my cousin just, you know, introduced us, and since then we become a good friend, and I'm very happy for it.
Sasha, you're a multidisciplinary artist, aren't you? I'm glad I managed to say that word. I don't usually have trouble. So you've how long have you been an artist? Where did you sort of start off, and just tell us a bit about yourself and the work you do?
Oh yes, of course. Yes, I'm a multidisciplinary artist and photographer. I mean, I'm self-taught artist. I haven't finished any, you know, university. I mean, about art. So, and I think this art was always with me. I mean, during my life, from my childhood, you know, in school, I drew these posters for these events, you know, but then I got, I was like an accountant, general accountant, you know, and then I came back to art. So it's like, I always drew like these cards for my friends, for family, you know. I used to work as a designer of metal construction, so 3D. I was there and here and there. And yes, I can't, you know, choose just one medium. I mean, I love, like you can see my old paintings behind me. I love digital drawing. I love photography, and I can't, you know, I can't choose. So I decided to do everything, what I want.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say you was an accountant and, you know, doing other stuff, because art doesn't always pay the bills, does it? So, but it's good to see that the way you're moving in digital space. I know you've done a lot of stuff and collabs with Mr. Bain as well, haven't you? You got the Two Worlds collab, Mr. Bain, didn't you? Recently collaborate on that.
Mr. Bain,
are you with us, Mr. Bain?
Yes, I am with you. I am with you, loud and clear. Yeah, look, it's. I thought that this was such a great opportunity because having the collab was a way to reach out to artists, and it's a great way to, you know, to experience the creativity. Because, like for myself, being a photographer, it's. I'm not a real artist, you know. Everybody keeps saying, "Yeah, you're an artist," but I wanted to experience more, so that's why we had this the Two Worlds collab, and I've been supporting Sash. You know, we've been connected for a long time, so she was one of the first of the 6 artists to collaborate, and it's a real first-hand experience, you know, getting into the artist world, and knowing their techniques and styles and medium, and I know it was a great experience. And then when we you know, spoke with Jamie, it was just a wonderful way to introduce Janetta, and that's how it all came about. So I'm just like all you guys, you know. It's the first time that I'm getting onto here and really getting to meet Sash and also Janetta. but also GPSC and Peace. You know, it's a wonderful experience. I'm sorry that you don't get to see my face today, but I'm just moving around a little bit. I will, you know, one day it will happen.
One day we'll have a docs.
It's only a matter of time. Once you come on DeOrganized, you will eventually dox. It happens to everybody.
Absolutely.
I love Dogtails has like started to, you know, give artists the space to, you know, express themselves and, you know, also kind of onboard new talent into the Stacks ecosystem. It's a really, really awesome thing to see the momentum get behind Dogtails and see all of these wonderful artists get to express themselves on it, man. It's awesome.
I think it's a great opportunity too with the collab that I'm having right now. I think Jamie has quite you know, a whole list of artists that he can connect with, and especially if we wanted to have this on a regular basis, we can certainly you know, meet new artists and work out something along the way, and have Dogtail, you know, become a regular feature. That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah, that would be awesome. As I say, it's going to grow over time. Yeah, but just going back to you guys. So before, I guess we should probably move on with the story. If you guys are ready, and obviously the reveal as well. But just before we do that, I wanted just to touch on, so the photo shoot itself is based around kintsugi, which is a Japanese philosophy, and I just wanted to touch on who sort of came up with that idea, or how that, you know, evolved, because it kind of fits into the bigger picture beautifully, the story and your, you know, I'm talking, obviously not many people have heard the story, but from what I know and knowing a bit about you, Janetta, and your story, it's and the way it's been done, your artistic impression of it, Sasha, is just all beautiful, the way it fits together. But I just wanted to know a bit more about the kintsugi side of things, because I think it sort of sets the scene before we do the reveal. Whose idea was it? Or
I think Janetta should tell about it because it was her idea. I mean, I'll tell briefly when we came, like, you know, the idea of the photo shoot came like when I oh my god, how can I tell, because you don't know the story yet, but okay, I'll try.
We could reveal. You don't have to if you
no, we can just, you know, I just try to find the words.
Yeah.
You know, when I heard the story, I knew the story and I wanted to support her. I mean, you know, you can't find the words, and words usually they don't help. I mean, like, but I thought, you know, well, like, girls, we like to take photos. You know, I am a photographer. I can do nice photos. So I decided maybe if she wants, I can make a photo shoot for her. You know, just to support, to show how beautiful she is. You know, I can do it. I can show the beauty. You know, and I suggested and she agreed. And when we started to think about the idea, she told me about this kintsugi. And I was like, oh my God, this philosophy, I really dive deep in this philosophy. And I really like this idea, just caught my mind and we decided to do it. So, Janetta, please.
Yeah, so basically when we decided to do the photo shoot, Sasha asked me, what type of photo shoot do you want? And I thought a lot about it. And at the time, the most what I needed was the courage, self-esteem, feeling like myself, but at the same note. And I thought, I want to see there a strong woman. And so I'm just trying not to give too many details before the reveal. So I decided to kind of introduce her the kintsugi technique. I have seen many artwork. I read about this before, and I guess some things comes back to your mind when you need that the most. As people say, everything what we heard or we read, everything is in our heads, even if we don't think about it this moment, you know. So yeah, it actually came to me at the right moment, and it was just perfect. It was just like boom, oh my god, this is it. This is how I can show myself through Sasha's work, who I am, not who I was, but who I am right now after all that happened to me. And I couldn't be more happy with how exactly it turned out. Everything that was broken or is broken can again look even more beautiful than before. I just need to believe in that, and I do. And I didn't before. It was hard, but when I saw the photos, I was like, oh my god, that's not me. I don't think so, that's me. and yeah, that's me.
I think you summed it up beautifully there when you said everything that's broken can be fixed or repaired and more beautiful than before. And that's for those that perhaps don't know necessarily what kintsugi is. I mean, I didn't know what it was until Sasha showed me the collection and told me about what it was. It's so it's Japanese philosophy, and it's based there. There was an emperor once. He broke his favourite ceramic pot, and at the time they used to repair them with large staples. And he sent it away to be repaired. It came back, and he didn't like it, and that he asked his artists to find a different way to repair it. And so kintsugi is. They repair it with like a golden lacquer, and and he said it's even more beautiful than before. And and there's been a whole philosophy sort of built around that, and I think he summed it up beautifully, Janetta. And I guess that's probably a good time, unless anyone's got any questions or anything else we wanted to talk about, to perhaps move on and reveal the first piece, and maybe if you could just sort of tell us a bit about your story as we go, Janetta. And is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
Should we do that? Are you guys ready?
Yep.
Oh, absolutely.
Awesome. So I'm just gonna let me just get set up. Take me 2 secs. Chat amongst yourselves. I'll just get the screen share going.
Well, I wanted to say that I've never heard of kintsugi myself until this story between Sash and Janetta. So just having a look at how the technique was performed. I mean, I had to go through Google Chat just to find out what this kintsugi is, and it was just beautiful. So I'd love to have a look at the reveal right now, and just to see how it marries up with the definition of kintsugi.
Well, I'm ready when you guys are. I've got the first piece ready, which each piece is titled after part of the kintsugi method, and this first piece is titled Urushi. So I don't know if you guys can see that. I have to look at the screen myself because I can't seem to share.
Yeah, you're up, man. You're up.
Okay, perfect. So Sasha, I don't know if you want to start off, or maybe Janetta, if you'd like to start and just tell us your story and you know how this all sort of pieces together.
I can't see the piece. Is it there?
Yeah, you're
I
sharing your
cannot see either.
No.
You're sharing your
Mm.
screen, but it's I don't think you're sharing the right tab.
Okay.
Yeah, you're sharing your live screen, but not the actual
Let's
picture
let us know
itself.
when you got so unshare.
We're live.
That's all right. This is the DeOrganized way, man.
It seemed to work okay last time.
It
with,
did. I'm not sure what you did differently.
No. Give me a sec, guys. Sorry about it.
Man. Not a big deal. I can't see it until I turn it on. So make sure it's appropriate.
Yeah, sure.
Everything's appropriate here. It's fine.
Let's try again.
So, how long did it take you guys to produce this? Was it one shoot?
Yeah, it is one shoot. You know, when we discussed everything, I just took my props in the car and just drove to Janetta's place, and we made it like a shoot. I don't remember how many hours did it take.
With all the girls talking,
Yeah.
from 2 to I guess 10 p.m.
Yeah, it was
Well, we were
dark.
talking a lot, like a lot.
Yeah,
We haven't
like-
seen each other for a bit, and before Sasha have never been at my house, so yeah. But it was amazing.
Oh wow!
Time.
Yeah.
There it is.
Sorry, I think I'm ready. You should be able to see the first
Yeah,
piece.
I think
Yeah, now we see.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah.
I think Janetta, you can start with this story, and if we will, maybe later can talk about the photos. So.
Okay. Yeah. So this girl at the photo, she was 32 years old. She was an ordinary person, living her life, work home, you know, like every other person, and at the same time feeling incomplete, unhappy, realized that hated the job, was invisible in the relationship, misunderstood, and it was just everything not right. I'm grateful that I'm alive. I'm grateful that I'm healthy, but just something is wrong. And at one moment on a holiday, I have noticed a lump in my breast. I did not panic. I'm on bloody holiday. Why should I? I cannot change anything right now, right here. So I thought I will just ignore the fact for a bit. I will enjoy my holiday and I will deal with this when I'm back at home. And I did. And time went by. Doctor's appointments, nervous thoughts, anxiety. It just kicked in. Actually, even before my holiday, I been redundant. I lost my job, so maybe that's why I was just doesn't matter. I will enjoy my holiday and then come back home, you know, deal with this. So, yeah, many doctor's appointments, biopsies, mammograms, all of those thoughts while sitting and waiting for the results. In the meantime, if I got another job, I was so happy. Oh my God, I was so happy. At least, you know, a bit of light kind of in the end of the tunnel or something. And then I remember I had that appointment to find out about the biopsy results. I came alone. I asked my partner not to come with me because anyway I will come back home and I will tell you everything about it. So they'll miss the job and, you know, so I went there and I sat in the room, and the surgeon came, a couple of nurses came, and I heard those words that you usually see in the movie, you know, but when you watch a movie, you don't have any feeling. I mean, you just watch a movie. And at some point, it felt very surreal, like I'm watching the movie, but now I have feelings. And it's not really nice. And when I heard that, the phrase, I'm sorry to tell you, but you have a breast cancer, your biopsy was positive. I did not cry. I was just watching at my surgeon's boots, brown boots. And I still remember every detail. I think so they were explaining me stuff about what's gonna happen next, but I honestly don't remember. I remember the boots. I guess that was my coping mechanism at that specific second. And so I got all the information, the details, and I still wasn't crying. And I remember I thought, so I don't have feelings. What's wrong with me? And I even asked the nurse, is it normal that I'm not crying? And I was explained that people are different and they react differently, which is normal. I'm like, okay. But still not quite realizing what is happening. And I still remember, so it was so silly, just before leaving the appointment room, I made a joke to a surgeon. He was absolutely shocked, if to be honest. And I think so, I mentioned that before. I said to my surgeon, well, at least I will get the boob job for free. Which his reaction was like he didn't know exactly how to react. Should he laugh or should he be uncomfortable? And I just left laughing. I sat in the bus going back home. I was just sitting and watching people, how they move on with their lives, and it was just like normal day. I came back home, I put the music on, I was dancing and it's so weird to talk about it right now. I was dancing, singing. There was a song Big girls don't cry. And I was baking cupcakes. I just thought I will bake cupcakes, that's it, you know. Sounds so silly now. And everything was like a normal day until my partner came home. And he was like, so, what's the news? Is everything fine? And I asked him to sit down, and I said, well, the test results were positive, and I got a breast cancer. And I explained all the details and was really watching his reaction, didn't know what to expect. He was listening, and when I said that I won't be able to get pregnant for quite some time, then he started to cry. And you know, usually in the movies, people are holding a person that's been diagnosed with cancer and telling that everything will be fine, and just, you know, brushing the tears off the cheek. And I was doing that to him. And I'm like, everything's gonna be fine. I'm young, I'm cool, everything will be okay. And I just moved on with my life. Suddenly, the doctor's plan have changed. They thought I will have a chemotherapy first, and then we will see. Unfortunately, the results show differently, and I had to get the mastectomy. And the second I woke up after the surgery, I thought it's a bad dream. I was not sure where I am, and just confused. In a couple of minutes, I got myself together a bit, and I looked at my chest, and it wasn't the same anymore. I don't have anymore what I had like 2 hours ago. And how did that happen? How can you just lose a part of your flesh, your body, your femininity, yourself? But I was holding cool, I guess. In 2 hours, I was going back home. And actually, first I cried the next morning when I felt the physical pain, and when my partner came to give me painkillers in the middle of the night, and I couldn't move on my own. The pain was so bad. And then time went by. Every day was a struggle. Struggle to move, struggle to look at yourself, because it's not the same. The body is not the same. I'm not the same. What I'm gonna do now? I had the support of my family, but but inside of your head you are alone. You know that you have that support, but in your head you are alone with your thoughts, with everything that you feel, and you see that reflection in the mirror that's not you anymore, you but not you.
Jamie, do you have the next photo?
Yeah. Thanks. Just just give me a shout like you did, and because I can't actually see what's going on the screen apart from looking at the piece. But yeah, well done for sharing, Shanetta, and I'll move on to the next piece.
Yeah, so I couldn't look at myself in the mirror to see a broken woman that is no longer like a woman. After the mastectomy scar healed a bit, I had to go through the chemotherapy for 6 months. I can say in the movies they don't show a lot of details, a lot of feelings. I was late to my first chemotherapy appointment just because I couldn't step out of my doorstep. It still felt surreal, like it's not me. I went, I got the drugs, and I thought, what next? So how it's going to be? Usually people say it kicks in on the third appointment, on the third chemotherapy. In my case, it was not the case. In my case, it hit me pretty hard after the first one. After the third appointment, I started to notice that I am losing my hair. And I was trying to save the hair so badly. I haven't washed my hair for like 5 days. I just put it in a ponytail, and I was afraid to touch it because every single touch just takes more and more hair off. And one day I just felt so fed up. I just needed to clean my head, and I thought, where is the point if everything will end up in the bathtub? So I went to my partner and I said, shave my head. I need to release that, that uncomfortable feeling, And my friend was filming and my partner was shaving my head. I was laughing, I was crying, I was laughing again, and then again crying. And the feeling when you touch your scalp, it's insane. I know it's just the hair, but for us women, it's a lot. It's our identity from one point, and we all have hair, but we're not the same, We look differently. And And for me, it was a shock. It was really a shock. I was ashamed when I looked in the mirror. I was ashamed the way I looked. I was afraid what my partner will think. What if he thinks that I'm ugly now? And I had a bunch of stupid thoughts and weird feelings. And my friend was telling me, "Oh, you look amazing. Don't worry about it." And my partner just scratched my scalp and said, "Oh, that's cool. You look like the army guy," which did not sound funny for me, but I guess he just tried to be funny. And I remember I took a photo and I sent to my cousin, and she was absolutely amazed by that. For I don't know why. She said I even look better than with the hair, which gave me a smile, really a smile. And next morning, I was just playing kind of in front of the mirror. I was just doing faces and telling myself, "Oh, who is that chick in the mirror? You look quite nice." And it helped. It helped for a bit. It gave me a bit of normality, I guess, because nothing is normal, but it's just a new normal. And yeah, then chemotherapy went along. It was very hard. I lost all the hair. I lost my eyebrows, my eyelashes. I haven't had a single hair on my body. It was just insane. The amount of physical pain that you can feel during the chemotherapy. It was way more than I was told to. Every person takes it differently, and I was not ready for it. But I'm happy it's finished. After chemotherapy, I went through the radiotherapy. It's not that painful. It's just a bit uncomfortable, and that took a month. Every day for 5 working days for a whole month. You have to come into the room, expose yourself, get half naked, different people every day, and you just lay still and pretend that you're not where you are, basically. At least this is how I was helping myself, I guess. And finally it's over. Everything over. No more of constant scans, no more of needles. Like, that's it. And actually the scariest part, I guess, it was, yeah, but what now? What I'm gonna do now? For the last year, it's like someone tattooed on my forehead, a cancer patient. I had a new identity. I am a cancer patient. And I have my appointments. I have to take the medication, I have to take care of myself and do this and that, and now that's it, it's over. I'm still bald, I'm still have no eyebrows or eyelashes. What now? And you know, friends and close family, they're trying to be very supportive, and they're so happy that you finished this road, and I knew I
Sorry,
should feel happy,
Shanetta.
but I wasn't feeling happy. It was a new
Next
beginning of
photo,
something.
please, Jamie.
Sorry, next piece.
And next piece, please. Shanetta, sorry about the interruption.
No
and
worries.
Did the doctors like did they inform you, you know, when you're going through the chemotherapy? Like, were you being told that you're going to lose your hair, you're going to lose, you know, all that before you went through the procedure? Because when
Yes.
when you started, yeah, okay.
Yes, so my diagnosis was stage 3 hormone positive cancer, breast cancer, and my oncologist straight away told me basically there's a way to save the hair, the cold cap. So they basically freezing your roots of your hair an hour before, an hour after chemotherapy, but she said it won't help. In your case, you need a very drastic measures, a very strong chemo. I had 3 different drugs, and one of them was like the nickname is Red Devil, so they even covering the bag because it has very dark red color like blood. So for some patients, it's very hard to see that pumping into you. So it was just not my option to save any hair. It was just too strong. So yes, I was informed, and it is what it is, you know. You just accept.
Yes, when you mentioned about when I first heard this, it reminded me. So my mum went through the same thing, and she had a breast removed, and but the thing that seemed to impact her most was when she lost her hair. And I know, obviously, just from what you're saying, you know, it's going to change your appearance and your, you know, like you say, what you look at in the mirror. So, I mean, I can't imagine having to go through that, but I know for my mum, she said the chemotherapy was just awful. You know, going through that, you lose all your taste buds and everything else. But I don't want to die, you know, go back. But it resonated with me what you said about that, and it kind of, even I didn't sort of realise how much it impacted my mum at the time. But looking back on it, yeah, it's a huge deal to go through that so many women and so many, you know, people go through. But please continue, Shanetta, and if you need me to move to the next slide, just say, and I'll move along.
Okay, and just about the hair, as you mentioned, your mom's experience. One of the things that was probably one of the hardest was to tell my mom. The thing is, a bit less than a year before I got diagnosis, my mom had breast cancer stage 4, and when I was ready, I asked my mom and my brother to go on live on a video call, and my mom sat so happy with the biggest smiles because she thought that I will say that I got pregnant. And I said, Mom, I love you. Be strong, but unfortunately, I have something very sad to tell you. I got breast cancer. And my mom thought that it's a very bad, dark joke. She's not swearing, but she did badly. She thought it's a bad joke. It was April month, and she thought it's a bad joke. So it was hard to see her look of her face. I still remember that. And with the hair, my mom did not lose any. Her circumstances are a bit different. I lost all. And you know, when you, like at the beginning when I shaved my head, somewhere there was still me, just no hair. But when you're moving along with the chemotherapy, you get that chemotherapy medication, you have those symptoms and then consequences of those symptoms, and people usually don't mention that you get steroids. And with those tablets, it just suddenly you don't look like yourself. I remember I was sitting and waiting for my appointment for chemotherapy, and it's been maybe like 5th month, and I noticed that all of us, we all look exactly the same. Exactly the same round shaped face, bald head, no eyebrows, no eyelashes, swollen, just same. Like different clothes, but we all look same. Then they connecting you to the machine, and it just weird. You remember that your body felt differently before, and how on earth I'm 32 and I struggle to like breathe. I mean, it's just hard to turn your head or lift your arm or talk. You just constantly feel so weak. And yeah, it's just hard to understand for yourself. I think so we can move to the third photo. I guess when I see this photo, it's really I guess shows exactly how I was feeling at one point. I would stand in front of the mirror naked, look on my scar, and turn away. Just turn my back on myself because I couldn't accept myself. And after I finished all the active medication, and there was a Valentine's Day. And unfortunately, long story short, my partner decided that he doesn't want to be with me anymore and that we are done. And this is when I just lost it. It felt like the whole world just slapped me hard, straight in my face. I felt betrayed. I felt, that's it, my life is over. Who will look at this? Who on earth will be able to accept this? It's ugly. It's not me. And at some for some time I hated myself. I felt like everything is my fault. My fault that I got sick. My fault that I made my mom unhappy, that I got sick. My fault that I showed too much weakness for my partner, and I guess he didn't like it. I just was so much disappointed of myself. And I just turned my back on myself. And I went for therapy. I talked a lot, cried a lot. And at some point, I just got tired of it. And I remember when Sasha suggested me to do the photo shoot. And I was not ready to do it then, when I was straight after all the medications. I didn't want to have photos of that. Time went by, lots of things happened, and I started to get my hair back. And I remember I guess I looked like a cartoon character with like 3 or 4 thin hairs. And I was so proud of it. I thought, yes, it's going back. Oh my God, it's going back. And then my cousin came. She surprised me with her husband, and I took my hat off and I showed her my scalp, basically.
It's almost like baby hair, isn't it? Coming back.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, my phone is going off. Yeah, so it was very much baby hair, and my cousin said, well, I'm happy for you, but if to be honest, if you want to have a normal hair, you have to shave it. And I'm like, no way, I'm gonna shave that. That's a victory. It's going back. And you saying me I have to shave that? Are you nuts? And she's like, well, you know my experience, and yeah, you have to shave your head. And I'm like, I'm not gonna do it. And then I thought, wait a minute, but what if? And I don't want that if. So I went and I shaved it. I actually, just to triple check, I shaved it 3 times. And oh my boy, I'm happy I did that because I have the full head of hair. And the eyebrows, and I mean, I guess people that haven't went through cancer are really and oh my God, what is the word? Underestimating the hair in the nose. Oh my God, how it's important, guys. I was so happy to have that too. And bit by bit, I felt that like I'm me, but just a bit different. And then I remembered about the photo shoot again, and I connected with Sasha, and I said, "Let's do it if you're still up to it." And she was like, "Yeah, of course. I was waiting for you, and just wanted to make sure that that you're ready for it." And then she asked me, "What type of photo shoot you want? In the nature, intimate at home, to reveal yourself, not to reveal yourself? Just what do you want?" And I remember I thought, okay, what really do I want? From all of this crap that I went through, I want to see a victory. I want to see a strong woman. Okay, what is a strong woman for me? And straight away, for some point, I just saw that image in my head. Very strict black women's suit with killer heels, with that blazer and nothing underneath, and very like with the art twist, you know. And then I was like, but something is missing. And I guess people are right that when you're in a shower, sometimes you get brilliant ideas. So I remembered about the kintsugi technique, and then I sent a voice message to Sasha and a couple of examples, kind of like black and white photo with like very strict suit, and then I mentioned about the kintsugi technique, and she haven't. I think so. You haven't heard about it before, right?
No, I haven't.
So I sent her the link to read about it and some examples, exactly how it looks like. And I thought, what if I will just apply some golden makeup or paint or dye or something, and I will just paint my scar. So at the same point, I'm not revealing myself fully, but that paint, it's like my armor in color. The the place on my body where I am most vulnerable, and every single evening, every single morning, I'm reminded about it. Sometimes you have phantom pain or phantom feelings. Like I read about it before, when some people, when they have like amputation of limbs, they may experience like a sensation like the arm that's been amputated, it's itchy, or they feel tingling there, but there is no limb. So how can you feel it? And sometimes I have that till this point. Like, yeah, you just sometimes watch a movie and you feel like, oh my God, like my boob is itchy. And you do what your brain tells you to do. You like, you know, I need to scratch, and like, oh, damn, I don't have a boob. Okay. just moving on with the movie, I guess. And yeah, it's just different. It's never gonna be the same like it was. And I thought it's gonna be an amazing photo shoot. And Pasha, if you want to say something from your side.
I mean, just what can I add? I just wanted to show like how she is fragile and at the same point so strong. How she is beautiful, like this unshakable spirit. Like, and I think we did great job. We could convey everything. I think this kintsugi technique, like, really helped us to show everything we wanted. Then you can feel it on the photos, I think. Of course, I would like to hear your opinions, guys, too. But it was like, when I came to Jeanne's place, it was like, um, uh, at the beginning we feel a little bit maybe uncomfortable, right? Because we didn't know how it will go, how we do, and when we started, it just went, like easy. And oh my god, she has an amazing dog, and he takes he took part in our photo shoot. Yes, so we just I just wanted how to say, is this photo shoot about the healing? You know what I mean, like about acceptance and about reclaiming like identity when it was lost. You know what I mean? So I think we did great, right?
Yeah, I think so too.
Well, if I would love to just chime in on the technique. So when I first saw the the lining around your scars, it really does give you a better understanding of the the kintsugi. Is it kintsugi? Is that how you pronounce it? Kintsugi technique. And I thought like is that a permanent uh, embroidery? That's what it feels like to me. It's like an embroidery. Like you've actually touched it up with the with the gold etching. But is that a permanent thing that you put on there now?
No, it was just a makeup for the photo shoot.
And you
Well, that might be a great idea, isn't it? Sorry, Jamie. Yeah.
No, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Bain.
No, I thought it might be a great idea. Like if the way they do the pottery, in the Japanese style, is to get some gold flakes and permanently etch it on there, because it'd be like a great statement.
Yeah, and it's about the philosophy behind it as well, isn't it? That be sort of proudly displaying your cracks and what sort of breaks us and repairing that. And Jeanetta, you went on a bit of a spiritual journey as well yourself, didn't you? So you did the Camino walk, is it? You telling us about that before? Just wondered if you'd mind just sort of sharing a little bit about that. We've still got there's a couple more slides. I don't know if that's what you was sort of moving on to as well. But there's still what we got 2 more pieces, I believe.
So I just thought that the past year and a bit it was just too much, and I was so lost in my head with all of the anxiety and everything, and I just needed to remind myself, who am I, that I can laugh again. I can enjoy my life again. And I just needed to reassurance for myself that I can do things. Like I can do something. So I did a bit of a homework just to roughly understand what I'm going into. I bought some gear. I put everything in a backpack, bought a ticket, and I was in a plane to Bilbao, Spain, not knowing how to get to the destination, not knowing where I'm going to sleep, nothing, absolutely nothing. Everything before it was planned. It was specific date, specific time of the appointment. I knew what to expect because it was written in the letter of the appointment, and I was just ready for that. But I thought during this Camino, if I really want to see the change in me, I need to change the way I act. And I said to myself in front of the mirror that I will act completely different that I would normally act. So if I would be a person that plans things, I'm not gonna do it right now. And let me tell you that I have never traveled anywhere alone. And I always had a fear of that. Even when I separated with my partner, I thought, oh my God, so now I won't be traveling anymore. I won't do this, I won't do that. And then I thought, but that's a lie. I can do it. I can at least try. If I won't like it, I'm gonna come back home because I bought only one ticket. And I left the plane and I thought, holy moly, oh my God, I'm actually here. What to do now? I don't have any plan. What on earth did I thought? I mean, I just wanted to slap myself for not planning in advance. And then, wait a minute, I can do it, I can do it. So basically I found a way, 3 buses and 1 train. And I got to Saint-Jean. So that's in France. It's the first chapter of the road of my journey. And yeah, next morning I woke up, I had a breakfast, and me and one Danish girl, we started to work together. Not everything was smooth. First day is the hardest day, and we got lost for 2 hours. So then we had to find the way and get back the right road, and going through Pyrenees. It was something. It was definitely something I was not prepared for, especially with the backpack that was way too heavy for my weight. That's the first lesson I learned. But I managed it. It was insanely hard hike, but I did it. I reached the Ronson Valley.